Podmortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. Original Cinematic has multiple exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, is slated for release in early 2024. Upcoming films, Fetish, Sweetener, and Run, and their documentary, Drag, the Most Targeted Art Form, are anticipated for 2024 releases as well.
Their new award-winning film, Group, is currently on the festival circuit, and very generously, Original Cinematic will be providing a link for our patrons to screen the film on Zoom. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Podmortem. I'm Travis Hunter, joined as always by my co-hosts, my sister and my brother-in-law.
Hi, I'm Reneé Hunter Vasquez.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
This week we're broadcasting live from the Helena Marcus Dance Academy, discussing the 2018 supernatural horror film, Suspiria. This film was directed by Luca Guadagnino from a screenplay by Guadagnino and David Kajanik, based upon the 1977 horror classic of the same name by Dario Argento and Daria Nicolodi. More of a reimagining than a remake, Guadagnino's Suspiria creates an experience wholly its own, while still maintaining great reverence for Argento's original. Rather than merely imitating its style, this version expands on many elements in greater detail, provides an atmosphere of realism by grounding it in history, and trades fairy tale extravagance for the bleakness of a divided Berlin. With commentary on motherhood and femininity, an ethereal score, memorable set pieces, remarkable cinematography and set design, dramatically stylized violence, brilliant performances, and mesmerizing choreography, Guadagnino's Suspiria dances to its own rhythm and provides a feast for the senses. This film was recommended to us by friends of the show, Brent Payne, Craig Kowalski, Anthony Jerome M., Courtney Coyle, and Monkismo. We'd like to thank each and every one of them for their continued support of the show, as well as this suggestion. This film was also one of the winners of our April Patreon poll, so thank you to all of our patrons who participated and voted. If you'd like to help us pick an episode, join us over on Patreon at patreon.com/thepodmortem. So, Suspiria, what were your first impressions on the film?
So I had watched this one other time before this, and I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it this time too. I will say that breaking it down a little bit for the show, there was a couple of times I was like, huh? But I really do still enjoy this movie. It's really cool. It's different. It's different from the original. I'll say that. I know I said it with Possession, and I think this is the only, and I think it's just the craziness of what's going on. But this is, again, like a live action anime. It's to where it's crazy and stuff's just going on, and there is a story, but then there's flashes to this, and we're doing that, and then it's like, oh my God, now this is happening. And then when stuff happens, it's happening. Like, you're in the moment, or shit's so intense, you're like, oh wow. You know, you're glued to watching what's happening. But then there's still that weird shit, and then it's like, oh, we're doing that. Oh, all right. Oh, you said that. Okay. But it is really good. I think reimagining is the perfect word for what's going on, because I wouldn't call this a remake of the original. But I did really enjoy this. And I honestly, I'd watch it again. Probably not right away because it is a little weird, but that I feel like that does play into some of its strengths.
I had seen this once before as well with you. We watched it after we covered the original Suspiria.
Yeah.
And yeah, it is obviously it takes its influences and there are certain story beats from the original, but this is really its own thing, at least in my mind. It is a lot.
Yeah.
I'll say that both films are visually striking. They're beautiful. This remake is very reimagining, whatever we're calling it,
Right.
is very brutal at times. It is, I mean, it's almost mesmerizing at some points. And as I was taking my notes, I was like, between Possession, Mulholland Drive, and Suspiria 2018. I think that the three of us and everyone listening are all entitled to financial compensation. This month has been fucking wild. And I didn't anticipate, or I honestly didn't remember the political overlap between this and Possession.
No.
That was a complete accident. It's just I don't know, we're dipping our toes into some weird, surreal shit.
Yeah.
And I'm living for it. But I liked it the first time that I saw it. I think I like it even more now, kind of. Maybe it is because of the films that we've been covering, and I'm kind of realizing in myself just how much I really do love kind of surreal storytelling. That I enjoyed it a little bit more even working on it for this episode. It just is, I mean, it's hard to even get into it without spoiling it. So, I'll have to wait, obviously, but I feel like you can tell pretty early on, in the first scene, we're doing things differently.
Yeah.
And so I feel if you've seen the original Suspiria, which do if you haven't, you are like, okay, well, I already know where this is going. I know where we're going to end up. And then you start it and you're like, oh, no, we're doing something kind of completely different.
Yeah.
Which is really, really cool when you're watching another version of something you've already seen before to still not know what's coming and you don't fucking know what's coming.
Yeah.
It's a treat. It is so weird, just in a really awesome way. And yeah, I'll agree with you, John Paul. I will definitely watch it again, but I don't need to watch it again tomorrow.
Yeah.
No, I agree with both of you with a lot of things you said, especially the matter of it being really its own thing.
Yeah.
There is so many obvious connections. You have character names and obviously locations, the premise of it.
Yeah.
But it is such its own experience in its own world. I feel like that's exactly what a remake or a reimagining should do. Because again, if it's going to be this bright Technicolor fairy tale, I will just watch 1977 Suspiria.
Exactly.
I don't need to see it again with, in 2018, the same exact thing. So I really respect them taking a different approach to it. And I will say, I did read a couple of interviews with Argento. He is friends with Guadagnino, and he did not really like this version.
I would cry.
But the thing is that he was saying basically it's kind of in a difficult spot because an exact copy to make it a remake is pointless.
Yeah.
But to make it your own thing, he's like, why did he call it my film? Basically. But there is so much overlap that I understand.
Yeah.
This film is Suspiria.
Right.
And I think, honestly, if anybody has a right to have a strong and staunch opinion, it's Dario Argento. But
well, I don't know.
what do you know about Suspiria? But I think that for me, and I feel like I was probably in the most difficult group to please with this film.
Yeah.
Because the original is one of my favorites of all time.
Well, you're
Yeah.
wearing the t-shirt right now.
I am. Thank you, friend of the show, Sophie Hodson. This is my Secret Santa Christmas present from last year. But I just, I feel like, and part of it was them bringing together a lot of my favorite people in this film.
Yeah.
And not just in a cast, but in a soundtrack, and we'll get to that later.
Yes.
Which is kind of the best way to kind of, not trick me into loving it, but I will say.
You're like, all right, I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, it didn't hurt. The first time I saw it, of course, the original was already very much ingrained in my heart and in my mind. And so it really was this high bar of what is this remake, because that's what I thought it was,
Right.
going to be. And sitting down to watch it, I'm like, and exactly as you said, the start immediately, this is completely different.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It follows very similar story beats with where we begin and where we go, but where it goes is so not what you're expecting, especially if you are a major fan of the original like I am.
Yeah.
I will admit, I mean, it definitely, for me, it stressed the importance of keeping an open mind, even when it comes to your, like, treasured favorites.
Right.
Having a reimagining or a remake, because things like this can happen. You know, and I will admit I do have issues with it in some places. It doesn't reach the original heights for me personally, but I really, really love it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And I think it's important to mention as well the Patreon poll.
Yeah.
When we put the Patreon poll out in March for the films picked in April, Mulholland Drive and Suspiria tied. And so I ditched what was my intentioned birthday pick,
Right.
and I've made Suspiria my birthday pick this year. The episode release today, my birthday was yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is my birthday pick this year, and I am very comfortable in saying that.
Well, good. And happy
Yeah.
birthday, T.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And that poll, I know I've said it
Oh,
before,
yeah.
but we were glued. It was neck and neck
It was.
forever.
No, it was.
It would pull ahead like 1%, and then it's tight again. It was very intense.
I am very happy to be covering it, to kind of dive into it. I agree with what you'd said about it being beautiful in its own way.
Yeah.
It is very brutal, more brutal than... But I feel like, no, I wouldn't even say that, because the original is brutal, but I feel like it's such artistic violence.
Yeah.
This is grotesque.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I love it.
It's
Yeah.
fantastic, but it's such a different thing. It's like everything that there was, they went the other way with it. When you look at the bright colors, this is bleak as hell.
Yeah.
When you look at the runtime,
Yes.
Yeah.
this is an hour longer than the original, which I will say, I will admit, to have that and flesh out some of these dynamics of the characters is very fascinating.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do feel that runtime.
That.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like most of the time the pacing is really great, but there are some times where it's like, well, we didn't.
Yeah.
Did this need to be 2.5 hours?
I mean,
probably
Maybe two.
not.
I honestly
2
think
is fine.
you cut maybe 15, 20 minutes because there are a couple of scenes that feel like retreads of things we already know.
Yeah.
True.
But then at other times you're like, oh, it is cool to know that, to know these dynamics, especially between the matrons.
Yeah.
That's true.
What's
Yeah.
going on there? It's like very fascinating.
And there are certain scenes, like performances, that go on for a while, but it's like, but I want to watch. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't want to cut this. I want to continue watching it.
Right.
And one thing I will say, one thing I love about Argento Suspiria, I love the fact that it takes place at a dance academy. But when you look at that film, it didn't have to take place at a dance academy.
No.
Yeah.
This film needs to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a big difference.
Yeah. Like I was watching it, I'm like, they put a lot of emphasis on dance in this film.
Yeah.
Unlike the original, which is very interesting. And again, another way to take it. There's also a very like heartbreaking and tragic element in this film that I was so affected by.
It's devastating.
Yeah.
And again, you think of a retread, a remake, a reimagining of Suspiria, you don't expect that
No, not at all.
at all. I was just I was pleasantly surprised, but also I did shed a few tears, I will admit.
Well, I mean, understandably. And I will say, just to piggyback on what you said about like the whole, because there's always that debate. I know that there are groups of people that get mad if anything is remade or reimagined or anything under that umbrella. And I feel like the original was taken, it was respected, it was paid homage to, and it was built upon in something that is very, very different.
Yes.
And I think, honestly, for me, what more can you really ask for?
Yeah.
It's not, because there are some remakes that it's like, what do we need this for? This one it's necessary.
Yeah, I will agree. I feel like the moods that you would watch them are completely different as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because and not just a matter of runtime, but a matter of the experience that you feel watching them. And I think that, to me, dictates the reasoning of it to exist.
Yeah, I think like you said a little earlier about it being different enough, or it being different, but it's still kind of holding all these key elements. I think for that, and I know you said that Argento didn't like it. I think it helped it a lot to give us something familiar, and then, like you said, just to build off of that, but in a different direction. So to where, like you were saying, that we do need to be here on the dance, and that is a key element to it. I did enjoy that. I actually liked that we were here for that. We were there, and it does make, because the original does have the dance studio there, but I mean. Why?
We did a little bit.
Yeah, there's a little bit there. But this is like, no, this is why we're here. This is the inner workings of what's going on.
It kind of feels like respect, too, because it's like you made a decision to base it there. Okay, we're taking that decision you made, and we're going to build on it.
Yeah.
You know?
And we're going to explain why.
Yeah.
And that's another thing. That's one thing I really love about Argento Suspiria is the element of mystery. Because it's not a giallo technically, but it does have a lot of elements of it.
Right.
And part of it is that mystery of trying to figure out what the hell's going on at this academy.
And the red light.
And well,
Yeah.
I mean, that is also important, but we're not, it's not the only thing that makes a giallo.
I think it is.
All right. Well, this argument is just going to go on forever. I feel like we're just Batman and the Joker. One thing I will say is that this film, it takes away that mystery element, but there is a reason for it because they surprise you even more at the end
Yeah.
with what you get. And it's a way of kind of saying, you know, again, be patient.
Yeah.
Hold on, there's a reason for this. And I do appreciate that when a filmmaker respects their audience.
Yeah.
For sure. But I can also see, especially fans of the original, where that would lose them.
Oh, for
Yeah.
sure.
Because it is, you do have to be patient.
Yeah.
And that is a tough crowd to please. I can understand, honestly, why this film is so polarizing. Despite the fact that I enjoy it a lot, I can see how somebody would watch this and be like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Even though I do myself too, I think this is fine. I can see how somebody would be like, what the fuck is this? Because again, like you said, if you really loved the first one, then you're watching this. It's like, what did you do? It's like, dude, calm down.
I think honestly, with the respect paid to the original, I feel like it allows me even more appreciation of it.
Yeah.
Of this reimagining. Of course, the original to me, if somebody's like, hey, you want to watch Suspiria? Which one? Argento's.
Right.
Yeah.
Of course. But at the same time, I think you should give Guadagnino's a chance.
For sure.
Yeah.
But speaking of paying respect as an homage to the original and all the things that went into it, I think this is an excellent segue to the production of the film. I found a lot of this information in a making of featurette, and there was also an interview with the director on the Build series, and I also found the production notes online, so it's an amalgamation of all these sources.
Okay.
But the story of this film actually begins decades prior to 2018, when Luca Guadagnino saw Suspiria on television at age 14.
Okay.
And he said seeing it, he also mentioned it feeling like something he wasn't meant to watch. His parents were in the other room, he said, and it was just like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It so adds to it, though.
Yeah.
Like when you're younger.
And I mean, if you remember the beginning of Suspiria, one of the first things that happens is we see a heart stabbed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like up close and personal. And so he called it a watershed moment for him because whenever you think of watching a film as a teenager, a lot of times you'll find your favorite films that you enjoy immensely and you kind of cast yourself in them.
Okay.
He saw this and he imagined himself making his own Suspiria. So it's almost a jumping off point to say, oh, I want to be a filmmaker.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
So he's held on to this desire and this hope for his entire career leading up to this. I did read there were some plans in like 2001 for Miramax to remake Suspiria. Guadagnino wasn't involved.
Yeah.
And obviously that never came to pass. But it wasn't until 2008 when Guadagnino was able to acquire the option from Dario Argento and Daria Nicolodi. And the film itself, the idea of a remake of Suspiria, he had the rights to it, but he offered it to David Gordon Green to direct it first.
Huh.
Yeah, which I will say it could have hit or miss. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm kind of very glad it wasn't made, but I I appreciated. We'll talk.
Yeah, that's a whole other conversation.
We'll get to those films later.
I was gonna say what dies tonight. Mother dies tonight.
Evil dances tonight. I don't know.
Something.
But the financing fell through.
Okay.
And so that never came to pass. And it wasn't until 2015 that Guadagnino decided to direct the film himself.
Okay.
And he framed his film, as he said, more as an homage than an outright remake, which I think is the perfect choice.
Yeah.
And the reason he did that is, he said in the making of, he said, we're bowing respectfully to Argento in the original by going in a completely different direction.
Yeah.
Because it almost feels like, there's this old quote from Rob Zombie, of all people. He said, why remake something that's perfect?
Yeah.
And it's true because it's already been done. What are you adding to it?
Yeah, Rob, why?
Well, I mean, we'll get to those films. We'll get to those films too.
We got a lot to talk about.
But it was very interesting to me because he and writer David Kojanek wanted to make use of the time period where Suspiria itself is, it was made and released in 1977.
Right.
It really does feel like this timeless fairy tale
Yeah.
that could really take place anywhere. But they were thinking, why not use this time, use the history, evoke these themes of tragedy and guilt, and comment on matriarchies and motherhood, and give it even more depth than it was original.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand how this might be successful for some and unsuccessful for others. I think it's, regardless of your feeling on it, it's very ambitious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And interestingly, I did see, speaking of ambitious, some thought that Guadagnino was able to make this film based on the success of his previous film, Call Me By Your Name. But the reality of it is that during the filming of Call Me By Your Name, they had already began production for Suspiria.
Oh, wow.
And so they were finished filming Call Me By Your Name in May and June of 2016.
Mm-hmm.
They started filming Suspiria on Halloween of the same year.
Holy shit.
Damn.
So that's wild to me.
Yeah.
I don't even know how you can switch gears like that.
No.
But it's just amazing. But he had said that the hope was to create a film that gave viewers the feeling that he got when he watched Suspiria.
Okay.
Which was this feeling of artistic freedom and the ability and opportunity to create something that he called it returning to a bag of emotions and a bag of memories that you can live through again through work and creativity, which I think is really interesting.
Yeah.
He actually called Suspiria 2018 his most personal film that he's made.
Wow.
All right.
I sincerely hope none of this ever happened to him.
Yeah.
But I get it. Now, before we sink our hooks into this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, let's dance. So the film begins with atmospheric music building, and the opening credits are punctuated by foreboding brass. And through these credits, we learn that this film will be divided into 6 acts and an epilogue set in a divided Berlin. From that, it's already a completely different experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, honestly, even reading that was kind of exciting.
Yeah.
And it makes me wonder how this would play out as like a stage play. I think that would be interesting to see.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, a lot of it, and they talk about it a little bit later with the cinematographer, it is lit and shot almost like you would shoot a production like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But we fade in on the rainy streets of Berlin, protesters chanting in German against the gloom of the evening. Against a brick wall stands a nervous and shifty Patricia Hingle, played by Chloe Grace Moretz.
I'll be honest, the first time I watched this, I didn't recognize her. This time I did. But I remember her from Carrie in 2013.
Yeah.
But she was also in Kick-Ass in 2010.
That.
Movie 43 in 2013 also.
Okay.
All
And
right.
I guess she did some voice work on Hugo in 2011.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
The first thing I ever saw her in was Kick-Ass, and I thought she was hilarious.
Yeah.
I think she was in 500 Days of Summer?
I've never seen it.
I
Yeah,
saw
I haven't
it.
either.
I saw it.
Just
Okay.
a fun fact about me. And I will say, because at this point, it's very much Chloe Grace Moretz is a rising star.
Yeah.
So for her to have such a small role is very interesting here.
Yeah, I was curious about that as well.
When she really does she sets a tone.
Yes.
Yeah.
From the very beginning. So it is like we barely see her, but it is like she almost kind of looms over the film.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I mean, it is very similar, again, to a lot of what we see in the original with this character of Patricia.
True, yeah.
But as she readjusts the bag over her shoulder, the camera presses in on her, and we get on-screen text reading, Act 1, 1977. I will say every single time we get one of these Act 1, Act 2, there seems to be a little design underneath it.
Okay.
It almost looks like piano keys.
See, that's what I thought it was.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, so that's the music for what we're using for this act.
That's what I felt, but I never confirmed it.
Right.
Because there grows more and more, it starts to overtake the frame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting.
Well, it's really cool. Stylistically, like even the credits look really fucking cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. One thing that I really love about this film is the use of subtitles and the color backing the subtitles.
Yeah.
Changing depending on the language.
That's right.
It's very cool.
But a cloud of smoke fills the area as the protesters march by, chanting, "Free Bader" and "Free Meinhof," as well as "We are watching," to a wall of shielded and fully armored riot police.
So I just wanted to interject here really quickly because I did do some research on historically what was happening at this time because this Bader Meinhof situation is like woven in to the film. We hear about it quite a bit. And again, I am no historian. This is just what I was able to compile together. Forgive me if I'm not a genius because I'm not. But during this time, there was a lot of guilt over, World War II and kind of the fallout of that. Nazis were just going back to work and having these really prominent positions, and their ideals were still being widespread. And so there was this uprising of the youth really trying to confront either not wanting to talk about what they've done or perpetrating these really horrific ideals and beliefs. When things are this extreme, there are extremists. And so we do hear, like you were just saying, T, about the Red Army faction, also known as the Bader Meinhof group. But they did use extreme tactics. It was terrorism.
Okay.
It
All right.
was terroristic. But during kind of the narrative of the film, the leaders were arrested. And so this second generation of the Red Army faction are kidnapping people, making threats. They hijacked a plane, all to get their leaders freed. In an already tense time, everything is just ramped up. It's horrifying. It's scary. We see instances that we're going to get to in this story that's being told. But following the timeline, the real life timeline, I believe in this film, one of the founders, Insland, had already been found dead in her cell. And it was kind of one of those that it's suspicious circumstances. And Bader and Meinhof were still imprisoned. And so the hijacking of the plane was them trying to negotiate a release. And they kind of played along and said that they were going to. And when they got the upper hand, they arrested them.
Oh,
Okay.
So, and we kind of hear later on where they're like, this is done,
Yeah.
and that's what's happening. And it's the protests. And again, it's these like fringe counterculture of something that I think we can all agree with. Fuck Nazis.
Yeah.
Of course.
But it's like the lengths that were taken. It's just so scary in an area that is already so ravaged by these atrocities. And it really sets a backdrop for this story that is being told during this time.
Yeah.
And it is interesting too that this is, like you said, when the first one was made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like to even think the context behind that is kind of wild.
And I mean, you think about this tension of this going on in the background, returning to it so constantly.
Yes.
And it does lend kind of a different tone and feel to the film when you anchor it in history.
Yeah.
Because like you're saying, again, the original, it did take place in 1977, but it could have taken place at any time.
Yeah.
But this, it's like, it needs to take place in 1977.
Right.
Yeah. And I mean, you even think about it in the context of now where we're trying to go about our daily lives and jobs and stuff, and these horrific things are just happening in the world. Like, not to get too deep or whatever, but it does, I feel it just adds texture to this really surreal and wild story. It kind of grounds it in this kind of sobering way.
Yeah.
And it also takes you, I mean, when you think of these concepts of guilt and shame, like you talked about, that becomes very important throughout the film.
Yes.
Especially in a line that comes up later that really, I mean, you think about what a particular character goes through and what they're forced to endure, and you think of the people that have lived this existence.
Yeah.
And it is sobering is the perfect word.
Thank you. It's a lot.
To also have this counterpart of this.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a very interesting, and the writing process fascinates me.
Yeah, and it is because I didn't look into anything the first time that we watched it. So I mean, the movie stands alone.
Yeah.
But if you really want to like kind of do the extra legwork and kind of put yourself in the time of what was going on, it's a lot.
Yeah, it does for me. I think I did notice it this time, like you said. I did notice it the first time, but I didn't pay attention because everything that was going on in the movie. But hearing that throughout, there was a time I was just like, holy shit, dude. All of this is just going on in the background while this movie is happening.
Yep.
But Patricia crosses quickly between the protesters and the police, making her way into an adjacent apartment building. She sings The Fairest of the Seasons by Nico to herself as she passes tenants, rushing up a staircase, down a hall, and directly to a door. She rings the buzzer feverishly and incessantly, pounding on the door until Dr. Joseph Klemperer, an elderly man played by Lutz Ebersdorf, opens the door. So let's talk a little bit about Lutz Ebersdorf.
Yes, let's.
Fantastic actor, I would say.
I've only ever seen him in this, but he does really good.
Yeah, this was his debut. He is a completely made-up actor.
Right.
He is actually Tilda Swinton.
I will never get over it. I didn't know until after we had watched it for the first time.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I saw it in the credits or I was looking at trivia or whatever on my phone, but I was like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
The thing is that even some of the cast didn't know that Lutz Ebersdorf was Tilda Swinton.
I like give credit to Foley because that, like you said, babe, when we watched it the first time, didn't even notice it. Watching it for the show, I did notice only because I knew, but even still watching, there was times when I was like, I would have never known. I would have never guessed.
The makeup is so good, and she literally moves like an old man.
That's the thing is it's a matter of voice and performance enough to make it believable. It's not one of those, like, it's not the meme of Gordon Ramsay in a costume.
It's like, I think that's Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah.
Sure.
That or when Arnold will just put the fake mustache on and go to the gyms and pretend to be. It's like, dude, come on.
You still have the same everything.
Yeah.
The same voice, the same. But I feel like she really disappears into this.
Yeah.
Yes.
And a big part of that is because of the makeup artist, Mark Coulier. He's I think 3-time Academy Award winner.
Oh, is he Dave's brother?
Maybe. I don't know. I didn't look into that.
To be determined.
But I think he actually just won another Oscar for Poor Things.
Damn, okay.
Yeah.
But he said that the difficulty of the makeup is leaving none of Tilda Swinton behind it.
Yeah.
And so you're adding to her face to distract from her face.
Okay.
And you're creating an age. And he had said that he wanted to fool people. Tilda Swinton said that it wasn't about fooling people,
Well,
which is interesting. But many people were fooled,
Yeah.
including the cast, as I said.
Mm-hmm.
But Tilda Swinton said that it was for her just for the sheer sake of fun, above all.
Okay.
There was a saying that she shared from her grandmother, and it's just simply dull not to.
Yeah, well,
I love that.
well, if that was fun for her, she did a great time. She had a great time.
Yeah.
And you can tell.
You can
because
tell.
I didn't know that was her at all.
And the extent of it goes beyond just the filming of it.
Uh-huh.
They had a whole plan because whenever the film premiered at the Venice Film Festival, Tilda Swinton read a letter from Ebersdorf who couldn't make it. And they even created a fake IMDb page.
Jeez.
They gave Ebersdorf a fake mustache because he's not playing Klemperer.
Yeah.
That's
The only unfortunate thing is that it was ruined by paparazzi.
God damn it.
Because they see Lutz Ebersdorf canoodling with Tilda Swinton's partner.
It's very messy. Okay.
Yeah.
But
This is our personal
You
business.
kind of got to say something at that point.
yeah, they're like, all right, I guess not. All right. But the thing is their plan was they were going to release the film.
Yeah.
And they were going to say that Ebersdorf passed away during post-production.
Uh-huh.
And so the credits were going to begin in memoriam
Wow.
of Lutz Ebersdorf.
Yeah.
And of course, it didn't happen because it was kind of discovered and found out. But they had a whole plan. And honestly, it seems just like a good bit of fun.
Yeah.
But according to Guadagnino and the co-writer, their idea was because it's not just two characters that Tilda Swinton plays in this film. She plays three.
Yeah.
And so their idea was to connect all of these characters psychologically. And so each character is representing either the id, the ego, or the superego.
Okay.
And we can't talk about who is what until later.
Right.
That's amazing.
But it's a very fascinating idea.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a big part of why Tilda Swinton was cast. I believe she worked with the director once previously.
Okay.
Or maybe a few times, actually. But the thing is when they're thinking of this, of an actor to play three characters, the only person who could do it was Tilda Swinton.
Yeah, I was going to say it's so ambitious, but you know that she could handle it.
Yeah.
And Eddie Murphy.
I will say, and this is no joke, but Mark Coulier, when he was talking about hiding people's faces, he cited Coming to America.
Yeah, see?
He did.
That's great.
That's a great movie because him and Arsenio Hall play so many different people in that. It's wild.
It's. I mean, you can take from anywhere.
Yeah.
But I do have to say, because we don't often get to talk about Tilda Swinton, she is probably my favorite actress, period.
Yeah.
She's incredible.
Everything I've seen her in, I love her in We Need to Talk About Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
She's my favorite part of Constantine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone needs to go watch The Eternal Daughter. I will not stop talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And also, she was recently in Fincher's The Killer.
Okay.
Amazing actress.
Yeah.
But Klemperer recognizes Patricia as one of his patients, and he's surprised to see her at this hour, holding his dinner napkin in his hand and tasting his last bite as Patricia breezes past him and into his home.
It's like, well, come on in.
Yeah, I mean,
well, what's going on outside? She came by herself. She's got to be here for a reason.
Yeah.
we do have appointments, I will say.
Yeah.
But Patricia heads right for Klemperer's dining room, continuing singing her song and dumping her large bag and purse behind his dining room table. She dances around, turning to face Klemperer as he tells her that he does have a patient that's coming in 5 minutes, but to kindly accommodate her, he says he'll ask the patient to come back later and invites her into his office.
I was like, either this is typical behavior for her, or this dude is very patient, understanding, and chill.
Yeah.
Because he kind of does not bat an eye.
No, and I will say the character of Dr. Klemperer, it only becomes after you see how kind he is, how understanding and accommodating, to know everything he's been through, it just makes it so heartbreaking.
Yeah.
That's true.
But with a giggle and continuing her song, Patricia heads inside. The rain still pattering outside, we spy Patricia's belongings resting in a heap before returning to Patricia, who finds a seat in a chair at the center of the office after a few quick shots. Klemperer inches his way over to his desk as Patricia takes off her shoes, complaining that she can't get this song out of her head and that it's so loud. Klemperer presses a button under his desk and a light buzzes on outside of his apartment, reading in English and in German, "In session, laufende Sitzung." But back inside, Klemperer opens a cupboard, reaching through a stack of patient notebooks to find Patricia's. Patricia then switches to German, asking Klemperer if he sees what she means, before holding her head in her hands. Klemperer just tosses the notebook onto his desk and sits down in his chair, filling his pen with ink from an inkwell as Patricia repeats her question. In English, Patricia mutters, They're going to try to keep her alive after all. Klimperer simply asks, Marcus? And at the mere mention of the name, Patricia bolts from her seat, sinking the sanctuary of a chair half hidden behind Klimperer's bookshelf. In German, she shouts, Quick, get us over there before the boys take them. And she mentions that guitarist is so cute. So it's kind of like, you start to understand this feeling that Klimperer gets from being with her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where it's like, this may be the reality that Patricia's perceiving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because Klimperer appears unfazed by this as he just opens his notebook and jots something down. But Patricia just continues in German that she was right. They are witches. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In my notes, I have, okay.
This was something we work our way towards
Yeah.
in the original. And so I was like,
Yeah.
All right.
Already.
But Klimperer looks up from his notes to meet Patricia's gaze. But their eye contact is broken when a loud banging noise is heard from outside. Patricia peers through the curtains of a window, down to the protesters and the police, whose commotion grows louder and louder. She remarks that she has to tell Sarah to get out of there, noting that Sarah is the only girl there that she actually gives a damn about. At this, Klimperer rises slowly from his chair to close the curtains in his office, and the camera peers into his journal for his evaluation of Patricia and a translation from German, which reads, Her delusion has deepened into panic. She feels her constructed mythology is confirmed. Patricia fears that if she leaves without Sarah, they might pick her next, or Olga, acknowledging that she should warn Olga as well.
She should.
Yeah.
If anyone should be warned.
Yeah.
And I will say, outside of Dr. Klimperer, we're using names all from the original film.
Yeah.
And as this was going on, it's such a different take from the original that we get, or we start with Susie Banyan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Patricia wanders over to a bookshelf, remarking that Olga has already figured everything out too, saying that Olga saw how the witches groomed her.
What? That's concerning.
Very.
Yeah. And I mean, it's very dangerous. She's like, I should really warn Sarah. It's like, but Olga knows everything. Yeah.
I guess Olga
guess,
did
yeah.
or whatever.
Sorry about that. But Patricia lets out a sharp exhale, revealing to Klimperer that there's more in that building than what you can see. The camera pans across various volumes of text on Klimperer's bookshelf as Patricia scans them with her eyes, muttering that the witches have been underground since the war. Klimperer asks if she thinks they can hear her now, and Patricia nods. But we cut to just outside of Klimperer's apartment, strange whispers and voices pervading the area as we slowly press in on his closed door and buzzing sign. I will say the whispers that we hear made me think of Goblin's score for the original Suspiria.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because in the main theme, you do hear them whispering about witches and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that's one thing that this film does a really excellent job of, is they make you feel the paranoia.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because
that
there's
is true.
a lot of scenes where you start in one room and then you're outside the room,
Yeah.
as if you're listening in.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And that's unsettling to me.
It is.
But after a shot of Klimperer's empty dining room, including Patricia's bag and belongings, we return to his office, where Patricia shares that the witches gave her things in the beginning: perfect balance, perfect sleep, and talking with their minds.
What was that last thing?
Yeah.
And again, when you see this at the start, you don't really take notes on everything.
Yeah.
But the more it goes on, you're like, it's all falling into place.
Yeah.
But we then see a photo on Klimperer's desk of a very young couple from decades prior, a man and a woman together, smiling and full of joy. And this is a very tragic tease of what's to come.
Yeah.
But Patricia wanders behind Klimperer's desk, overcome, revealing that the witches took her hair and her urine, and they took her eyes, and now she can see her. I don't know what is going on in the 1970s where you would need to take a dancer's urine.
Yeah, because that comes up later too. And I
Yeah.
was like, under what what? Like, why are you like, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, I don't
Right, I know you ain't doing no drug test right now.
know.
At the dance academy?
Yeah.
In the 70s?
Yeah. It's like, are you on PEDs?
Yeah.
It's like, what? You care? But Patricia's eyes dart around the room at various objects, a book on a table, a white cupboard mounted on the wall. Her movements grow fanciful and dreamy, and she continues singing her song, brushing her hand across a copy of Jung's The Psychology of Transference. Interesting.
Yeah.
But she wanders until she rests upon a chaise lounge. We get a shot of a copy of The Secrets of Freemasonry by Joseph Keller, which features the Eye of Providence emblazoned on the cover. So, something very interesting about this.
Mm-hmm.
I read on a Tumblr post that Joseph Keller was the name of the guy who invented Black Forest cake.
Oh.
So, just a little fun fact. But it's a sly and small reference to the Black Forest region of Germany where the original Suspiria took place.
All right.
Okay.
Do we get to eat
Yeah.
Black Forest cake at any point?
You can do anything you want. I did not bring any, but
Well, now I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. And I will admit that might be reaching. I don't know.
maybe a little bit.
But Patricia calls out to Mother Marcus, proclaiming that Marcus wants to get inside of her, that she can feel her, and she shares that she thought that she wanted it. But Klemperer returns to his desk and feverishly scribbles his notes, including the word simulacrum, which he underlines. And I looked it up, and simulacrum is defined as a representation, an effigy, or an image. And so I don't know if he's trying to say that this Mother Marcus doesn't even exist
Yeah.
and that it's a representation of what she's experiencing.
Okay.
So he's still operating on the feeling that this is a complete delusion.
Mm-hmm.
But Patricia admits that she let it happen. But with quick cuts and echoes of distant sighs and laughter, Patricia notices the Eye of Providence on the book cover, gasping and reaching her feet to turn the book over. I assume she thinks she's being watched through the eye.
Right.
Yeah, see, that's what I took. I was like, well, if it's some kind of symbol, it's an eye. If you know what these people are capable of that you're speaking of, then I'd be scared too.
Yeah.
But as she stands, Klemperer watches her react fearfully to voices that are unheard to him. Patricia notices another photo of a young woman on a shelf and rushes quickly to turn it over. Klemperer rises to his feet to retrieve the overturned photo, setting it upright and discovering that the glass is shattered.
Now you got a lawsuit on your hands.
So you took my patient's spot and you're wrecking my shit? Jesus.
Get out.
But in clearly restrained solemnity, he turns to face Patricia, who asks him in German if he can understand her. She then bursts from his office into his front door as Klemperer follows behind. Patricia tells him that if they knew that she was here, they wouldn't hesitate, and in very coarse words, says that they would hollow her out and eat her sexual organs on a plate.
Well, it's like when you say
Yeah.
eat it.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Right, what are we talking about here?
Are you being punished
though?
or
Yeah.
not?
If it's on a plate, I would say that's not good.
Well, I mean, I can fit on a plate.
that part kind of shatters the
Unless you're
illusion.
very polite and you
There's like a
bib
handkerchief. Handkerchief.
But we see Frau Sazam, Klemperer's housekeeper, played by Doris Hick, watching from an adjacent room as Patricia embraces Klemperer for a moment before running off into the hall outside. Klemperer closes the door behind her in confusion and worry. I thought he should have said at least one thing.
Nothing. He's like, she's going to sleep good tonight. He just lets her run away.
Well, she's gone. Well,
I mean, I do have a patient in 5 minutes,
Yeah.
I told you. But he walks back into his apartment, Sazam directing Klemperer's attention to his next patient, who's waiting in silhouette in his study.
The patient's like, what did that girl just say?
On a plate? But Klemperer greets the man, and he shakes off the eeriness of the previous meeting with Patricia. So I will say, again, with the kind of swapping and the inversion of the original Suspiria, we kind of know exactly what happened to Patricia
Yeah.
in the original. This kind of continues to be a little bit of a mystery. Where is she? What happened to her?
Yeah.
So that is another thing where you had said that even though she does have a very small role, seemingly, she does kind of cast a shadow over the film.
Yeah.
She does. And it gets muddier when you start talking about who she's affiliated with and what she, so it's like, what really is going on?
And it stresses the importance of anchoring it in that history.
True.
Yeah.
Because it gives that excuse potentially.
Yeah.
But we then cut to a wide shot of a farm in rural Ohio. A long dirt road stretches off towards the farmhouse, and the sounds of squawking birds echo over the empty fields and barren trees. Inside the farmhouse, we focus on a framed embroidery, and stitched into the white cloth in light blue thread reads, "A mother is a woman who can take the place of all others, but whose place no one else can take." Interesting.
It is interesting because reading that, I was like, that's a lot. Coming from a mother, that's a bit much.
And that's a lot of responsibility
It's a lot.
you're putting on a person.
One might say too much. But in the context of the film, it is like, oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
But as the camera rests above an uncredited man and woman dressed in Mennonite attire who sit next to an empty sewing desk, a piano waltz begins to play, accompanied by solemn and ethereal vocals. This is Suspirium by none other than Tom York. So we got to talk about Tom York. Tom York is the composer for this film, and I really don't think they could have picked anyone else outside of like Nick Cave that could make me not miss Goblin.
Right.
Okay.
I feel like his work is so brilliant in this. I was so surprised to learn that this is the first film he ever scored.
Okay.
That is surprising.
Yeah.
I read this interview in NPR, and Tom York was saying that he had been pursued by many filmmakers to score their projects as early as the 1990s. He had said even being approached by Fincher to score Fight Club.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
And he never felt ready.
Yeah.
And interestingly, he said that even after doing this, he goes, I still don't know if I was ready.
No, he was.
He was ready.
Yeah.
But the thing is Guadagnino, he said that what he mostly does is he finds music and uses it almost like Tarantino does, where you create your own soundtrack based on soundtracks of previous films.
Okay.
But for this, he said there's just something so specifically melancholy about the work of Tom York. And I, as like the biggest fan of Radiohead, can confirm.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And he said that for him, Tom York is the voice of his generation. And so he wanted him to score this film, and he pursued Tom York for months.
Okay.
And them meeting in person was actually for Tom York to officially decline the offer. But they talked about it so much that he finally felt, if I'm going to do my first score, it's a nice place to start on a horror film about a strange subject.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so he used that as like a jumping off point creatively. And he also returned to the original film. And he said that he thinks of the original as almost a painting, which again, can confirm.
Right.
And he said that after rewatching it, there's no point in trying to emulate what Goblin did.
Yeah.
Okay.
They went with intensity, and so he was going a different direction with it, just like the majority of this film, where you take what you saw in the original and you go kind of the opposite way.
Right.
And so he started with Suspirium, this track that we hear in this scene. He actually recorded it before they even began production on the film.
Oh, all right.
It's based on him reading the script is how he wrote this song.
Huh.
And so when they filmed this scene, they actually cut it to the song.
All right.
Well, it works so well, and it's like haunting and sad,
Yeah.
and it's really beautiful, and it fits, I would say, perfectly.
Yeah, I didn't. I remember when we first learned about that. I was like, really? The Radiohead guy? But yeah, I mean, like you said, Radiohead's really good. So I was very surprised at that. But yeah, I feel like a lot of the music in the movie goes exactly with what's happening on the screen.
Yeah.
Some very interesting advice that he got was from Johnny Greenwood, who is not only an Academy Award nominated composer, he's also one of the guitarists in Radiohead. But he is a multi-instrumentalist, and he told Tom York, he said, when you are thinking about composing, don't compose to what you see, compose to what is felt.
Okay.
And so this, again, all of these things and this idea as well of being like, this project isn't for me.
Yeah.
It's kind of a collaborative extension of another person's vision. And so having that freedom, he's like, I can experiment and do anything I want.
Yeah.
And so he does. There's a bunch of strange time stretches. There's weird experimentation with instruments and analog synthesizers, piano and soundscapes. It is all over the place in the most brilliant and eerie and beautiful way.
Yeah, and this is what you get, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was really good.
When you mess with us.
Yeah.
And I will say because there's a lot of tracks from the soundtrack that actually have lyrics in them, like this one.
Yeah.
And if you listen to the lyrics, there's so much in the story that is kind of wild.
Okay.
Just this song alone, beginning, this is a waltz, thinking about our bodies and what they mean for our salvation. Like little things like this, you're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
And they're giving away a lot quietly.
Yeah.
Little seeds being planted. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But as the credits appear in light brown, a pair of women in colorful skirts cross over to the bed of Susie's mother, played by Malgorzata Bella. They wet a cloth to wipe across her face, and we get shots of stacked blankets, empty coffee mugs, and the Holy Bible. The faces of relatives are hidden in shadow as they weep mournful tears against the wheezing of the mother's ragged breaths. The camera cuts to several shots around the room. Women sat next to the mother's bed, a framed embroidery above the sewing machine which reads, "Praise the Lord," modest dresses hung up in a closet, and the clasped hands of a man in prayer. All the while, Suspirium continues against the raspy breathing of the mother. The uncredited man from earlier takes notice of her labored intake of air, and we cut outside briefly to the farmhands tilling the fields. Inside, the women wipe the arms and hands of the mother, giving her a makeshift bath. She's then covered in a white sheet and a quilt as her family waits around the house amongst cluttered shelves, chipped paint on the walls, and under the weight of grim anticipation. The women gather around the mother's bed in prayer, medicines and glasses lining her nightstand, and suddenly, a blue truck arrives outside, parking in front of full clotheslines swaying in the breeze. An uncredited man steps outside to meet the Mennonite pastor, played by Joel Dennis Beanstalk, and invite him inside. They chat casually about the weather before the pastor asks about the condition of the mother, learning that she's much the same. But the camera presses in on Susie's mother, her eyes barely opened, her breaths rough, her body weak within her white nightgown, and her hand outstretched, as vacant as the expression on her face. But the song ends as we crossfade to a train station in Berlin, and down the steps at the center of the platform, bundled for the autumn air and with very red hair, walks Susie Banyan, played by Dakota Johnson. Very subtly, in a platform sign at the left of the frame, in black lettering against the bright lights behind it, we get the title, Suspiria. I loved that.
Yes.
It's so part of the scene.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I also thought it was very interesting because when the song ends and we see Susie walking, we still hear the breaths of her mother.
Mm-hmm.
And again, Suspiriorum means sighs.
Yeah.
And so it's something that we're setting up as a little tie to what we are going to see, because there's a moment that clicks for Susie that's kind of wild later.
Yeah. But Dakota Johnson, real quick. I had remembered her from other stuff, but then when I looked and seen what she had done, I forgot that she was in 50 Shades of Grey in 2015. She did The Social Network in 2010. She was in Madam Web in 2024.
Nobody.
And then she...
What else was she in?
50 Shades Darker in 2017.
Okay. All right.
And then I think she did one more 50 Shades after that. So, but there's a lot of those. So.
She also was in Ellen's demise.
Yeah. She played a role.
Yeah.
She did play a role in that. It's very funny to watch every
It's one
time.
of my favorite roles of hers. I think.
It's really, really good. But I just wanted to talk about her being cast in this and the training that she went through because this is a very physically demanding role.
Yeah.
But she was in A Bigger Splash, which Guadagnino did in 2014.
Okay.
And she said that he had mentioned it then to her. She had never even seen it before. But it was basically, and this seems to be a consensus when I was looking at casting with a few other people as well, was if you're doing it, I'm in.
Okay.
So, I mean, I feel like this director seems pretty loved by his crew, which we always
Right.
love to hear. But she did see the original and was still on board with it again because it's very different. But she said that she had started prepping for it 2 years before they even started production.
Wow.
Damn.
She worked with Mary Helen Bowers, who trained Natalie Portman for Black Swan.
Okay.
And she worked intensively with her for a year before they started. And then 2 months before they started filming, she was working with the choreographer for this film, Damien Jallet. And she said that it was 6 to 8 hours a day.
Wow.
Ooh.
But she calls this a landmark moment. And I read a quote that she said that this was the most important thing to happen to her in her entire career, was this film.
Okay.
She does brilliantly in this role.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of her work. I did also, Guadagnino had said that sometimes when they were lighting scenes or they were looking through the monitors, he would look at her and he would see her grandmother, Tippi Hedren.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's wild.
But I just really appreciate how much Guadagnino brings in people that he's worked with before.
Yeah.
It happens so often. I believe the editor of this film worked with him before. The cinematographer, the production designer. We have Dakota Johnson and Tilda Swinton.
Yeah.
I love that.
It's so many people.
Hell yeah.
But this is a heavy role. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a big ask, and she delivers.
Yeah. That is one thing you saying that's a very strong suit for me in this movie is Dakota Johnson in this movie. Because it's like, dude, holy shit.
Another interesting thing, you mentioning Natalie Portman as well. I read that when David Gordon Green was attached to direct, Natalie Portman was supposed to be Susie Bannion.
Huh.
So just a little interesting thing that never happened.
Yeah.
But there was something else that I had read about, and it was kind of a dropped plot point that didn't end up in the film. But in an interview, Guadagnino had said that there was supposed to be a twin sister of Susie named Naomi, who lived on the farm in Ohio, and it was going to be some kind of interplay, some things happening between them, but it just never ended up in the film.
Yeah.
See, because I read an article about Tilda doing the dual role, and they were like, Dakota Johnson did too. I was like, when the fuck was that? You tell me right now when that was.
There is a cameo that I think was supposed to happen that didn't happen, and we'll talk about it a little bit later. But it does fit in so well with the time period and the true history of a certain event.
Okay.
And one last thing before we kind of dive in further, I read an article. It was an interview with Giulia Piersanti, the costume designer. A lot of interesting stuff, but she talked about the fact that Susie's clothes when she's fresh off the farm was the outfits were inspired by Diane Keaton's character in the 78 film Interiors.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I was like,
Okay.
but there's like transformations happening.
And you notice it.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
But in her hands, Susie holds an envelope from the Ohio Mennonite Church, and as she stands behind a pillar, she removes varied currency. Counting it quickly, it doesn't seem like much, but she watches as a pair of guards start to hassle a group of German punks loitering in the station. I do not have proof of this. I thought this might be a nod to demons.
I knew you were going to say. We're going to say that it is.
I mean, filmed in Berlin, Argento's involved. I'm just saying. But as the train screeches to a stop on the tracks, a shaky camera presses in on Susie, who drops her envelope and a map of Berlin that she was holding.
Now she threw that down. She let that fall.
This shaky camera situation, I wondered if it is indicative of something noticing her.
Okay.
But we then find Susie through the rain, crossing under a bridge and asking a stranger for directions. She continues on the cobblestone path just past the Berlin Wall, which bears graffiti reading "Love and Freedom."
Seeing that wall again,
Yeah.
I was like, that's a lot.
It is. Twice in 1 month is...
Yeah. Again, one might say too much.
But Susie passes aged buildings and eventually reaches the Helena Marcus Dance Academy, a beautiful structure of large glass windows and doors, tall marble columns of pale turquoise, and the word Tanz hanging largely above it at its center. A small metal plaque rests on one of the columns, reading, Helena Marcus Tanzgruppe. Susie lets herself inside and out of the rain, surveying the massive lobby, the camera pulling back to reveal a patterned floor, a staircase, and high windows of offices on the floor above. So I wanted to talk about the production design.
Mm-hmm.
The production designer is a woman called Imbal Weinberg, and she actually worked on 3 billboards as well.
Oh,
Okay.
But it was very funny because we're talking about Suspiria, the remake of Suspiria.
Mm-hmm.
The first one, it's so full of color. One of the first quotes I read in her interview was, "I don't think I've ever seen this many shades of gray
Yeah.
in her film."
is there like 50 of them?
Oh, no. That's a different thing.
Oh, okay.
But the interesting thing is, because I'll get to this location in particular,
Yeah.
but they actually did spend 2 weeks on location in Berlin.
Okay.
This is where they shoot a lot of street scenes, a lot of scenes we'll see with Klemperer later,
Mm-hmm.
restaurants, places that are very clearly Berlin.
Yeah.
And then there are some outside locations from Berlin, like the exurbs of Berlin, where we get the farmhouse in Ohio,
Mm-hmm.
things like this. But the majority of the film was actually shot in Italy.
Okay.
And this dance academy, the interiors and exteriors were an abandoned hotel in Italy.
Damn.
That's wild.
Even secret locations that we'll discover later were filmed inside this same building.
What was going on?
I don't know.
Yeah,
in that
no,
hotel, and why was it abandoned?
Like, we barely had to do anything. No, they did a lot of work, actually. They had to do a lot of major repairs.
Yeah.
Because there was no electricity or water in this building. They renovated it completely from top down, the entire space, to modernize it for the 1970s.
Yeah.
They laid every single tile you see in this film.
Holy shit.
Damn.
And it's just so amazing, the work that went into it. And the design is so... That's the other thing, is they had kind of called the design of the Dance Academy in the original kind of dreamlike and fanciful.
Mm-hmm.
This is very cut. This is very sharp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's such, again, you're taking what you saw and doing the exact opposite of it.
Yeah.
But this, I believe that this is a old dance studio from 1970 something.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the thing about it is it feels lived in.
Yeah.
There's so much history that we learn about this dance company, and you believe it.
Oh, yeah.
Even down to like when we talk about like things from the 1940s and things
Yeah.
from all of these things.
Yeah.
I think that's what helps a lot of the movie, too, for me, is that, yeah, it's weird and whatever, but a lot of, like you're saying, you feel lived in. I guess like that. Everything feels, you do believe it.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Because everything looks so used or run down, or like, oh no, I believe that you guys have been dancing here for however long.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, and that's a credit to the location scouting as well, because I mean, I honestly don't feel any difference when we're going from actual on location Berlin shoots
Yeah.
to
Not at
Yeah.
all.
Italy. And they had even said, I think the portions of the Berlin Wall were constructed for the film, obviously,
Yeah.
but it's in Italy that we see it. Something interesting as well is that Klemperer's apartment, all of the scenes where we see the hallway and the inside,
Yeah.
also filmed in this abandoned hotel.
Wow.
Oh yeah. Well, you got to get what you can out of it.
Yeah.
They said they used, as it was almost like to the last square inch, they used this location.
Oh yeah.
But in one of the offices on the second floor, Miss Tanner, played by Angela Winkler, knocks on the glass to get the attention of Susie. I do want to say, as a little bit of correction on the first Suspiria episode, this is where I learned that I am exactly like Ron Burgundy, and anything I type, I will read. I put for Miss Tanner, I put Miss Tanner, and I also put Miss Turner like a million times.
Oh.
And so it has been the bane of my existence for
Are you serious?
2 years now. Yes.
It happens, dude. Everybody knew what you meant.
I didn't. But as Susie walks over to meet Miss Tanner on the staircase, a foul wind finds Susie, reaching her in an odd camera angle. But Susie turns around to see that nothing and no one is there. So again, this is very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
She continues on, Miss Tanner greeting her in German, and Susie even recognizing her and following her upstairs. But she stops momentarily to look at a collection of photographs on the wall, each matron and member of the staff identified by name. Susie steps into the office with Miss Tanner, who tells her that she was trying to get a hold of her at the hotel this morning to ask if she could reschedule. Susie asks why, and Miss Tanner puts it plainly, company business, telling her that today just isn't a good time, but here she is.
I'm not going to lie. The first time I just kind of was like, okay. But watching it again, I'm like, that sounds weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds very weird.
And the vague explanation of company business.
It's like, okay.
All right.
But I'd be like, well, it's okay. I can come back. Like, it's like, well, I guess you're already here. It's like, okay, thanks. Sorry. Thank you.
And when we learn what she's here for immediately after this, it's like, well, this isn't going to go good.
Yeah.
You're already a no, I think. Yeah. And I did want to mention as well, in the original, the first time that Susie comes to the dance academy, it is raining outside.
Yeah.
So again, these small little nods to things from the original.
Yeah.
I did read, and I was kind of surprised, the co-writer of the film said that he had only watched Suspiria twice in his whole life. He watched it once when he was a teenager, and once when he found out that he was writing it for the... like, okay. So it's wild that there are so many, like, that he gleaned that much. He doesn't seem to see it as much of a classic as Guadagnino does.
Yeah.
So I was very surprised to feel this level of reverence from it, from the screenplay.
Yeah.
But later in a dressing room, Susie stands against a clothing rack in comfortable clothes, a gray sweatshirt and sweatpants tied at the waist. She readies herself, stretching underneath a beautifully designed poster of cascading white letters against a black background. It's actually one of the dance troupe's previous shows from 1969.
Oh, okay.
I really love the design of that poster.
Yeah, it looked cool.
Yeah.
But all the sound drains out of the room, except for Susie's breathing as she presses her thumb harshly into her sternum, focusing and centering herself. Amazing, dude.
Yeah, I'm like as you're talking, a light bulb just went off.
It's like, now why is she doing that?
Yeah.
I'm sure it means nothing, but...
But we fade to another part of the building, the camera finding the dance troupe from outside of the Iris studio, pressing in slowly through the glass doors. I want to mention this studio being called the Iris Studio because that was the secret to the mystery.
That's right.
In the first film.
Okay,
yeah. And so I feel like that's a little tease because the dance is the secret to the mystery in this film.
Yeah. Okay.
But counting the steps of a group of dancers who move rhythmically in the studio is Madame Blanc, played by Tilda Swinton.
Now, do we know her from somewhere?
We haven't talked about her yet.
Right.
Yeah.
But missing from their rehearsal is Susie, who still rests in the dressing room. Miss Tanner goes to get her, but instead of going to the Iris studio, she invites her into a small studio adjacent to the dressing room, introducing her to the company's repeteurs, Miss Milius and Miss Mandel, played by Alec Weck and Jessica Batut, respectively. I just want to say Milius and Mandel were the names of the professors that Susie visited in the original film to learn about the... It was a coven. Well,
We might as well.
We already know it. Where they already gave it away in this film, so you know.
Yeah, no kidding. Now, Miss Milius, I did remember. I remembered her. She was a model from the mid-'90s. And I do remember her being everywhere. She was on Cosmopolitan, Vogue, Glamour. She did some Victoria's Secret stuff, Chanel and Calvin Klein. And And I was like, man, where do I know her from? When I went to go look her up, and it says she was best known for being one of the first models with a deeper skin tone. And she's beautiful. You can tell she's a model.
Mm-hmm. You can tell by looking at her.
Right away.
She's stunning.
But they stand in the corner of the room, Miss Milius in a pink dress and Miss Mandel all in black. Entering the white room, lined with pristine pillars and disorienting mirrors, Susie asks about Viva Blanc, assuming that she would be here as well. And if you notice, whenever we see the photos of the staff, she zeroes in on Madame Blanc. But Miss Tanner just chuckles, reminding Susie that she has no formal training or references, and telling her that her insistence to audition just happened to catch Madame Blanc on a good day. But she puts it bluntly that Susie really shouldn't be here at all, asking if she understands. It's like, well, you put it really clearly.
Yeah, no, I get it for sure. And thank you for hyping me up before my audition. I really do. I really, I'm vomiting. There's no way.
You have no reason to be here.
Yeah. Honestly, get the fuck out. Dance your ass out the fucking door.
I will say it's almost like Susie is drawn here.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Susie does understand what Miss Tanner is saying.
It's not hard.
It's very clear. And Tanner motions her forward in front of them in the studio. Susie steps over to turn on a tape player, but is stopped by Miss Milius, who tells her that she prefers for the auditions to consist of dancing without music. Miss Mandel laughs, and as she takes a seat next to Mrs. Milius, she asks Susie condescendingly if she can just keep time in her head. So again, you're really setting me up.
Yeah.
But Susie removes her sweatshirt, revealing a maroon leotard underneath, and rests on the bar to collect herself before taking her mark at the center of the room. Miss Tanner dims the lights as Susie removes her socks, tossing them to the side before striking a dramatic pose to begin her routine. We immediately cut to the Iris studio, where Olga, played by Elena Fokina, steps away from the troupe to nervously approach Madame Blanc. I will say, and this is very surprising to learn, Elena Fokina, Guadagnino said that this was her first acting role.
Really?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she's predominantly known as a dancer.
Okay.
But the performance that she puts on in one of the scenes that come up later is unbelievable.
Yeah.
But as she approaches Madame Blanc, Blanc is preoccupied, correcting the posture and movements of Sarah, played by Mia Goth. I will say from the top, Mia Goth is fantastic in this film.
She is.
Yeah.
I really, really like her performance in this. I know I was a little critical on Pearl, but I think that her work here is so good, and there is so much required of her. And she rises to the occasion in every way.
No, I agree.
Yeah, I completely agree too. I saw an interview where she was talking about Guadagnino offering her the role over Skype, and he said that she was always his first choice, and mentioned that to him she has a very 70s face, and he likened her to like a Shelley Duvall.
Huh.
I could see that.
And reading that, I'm like, yeah, she does.
Yeah.
But she talked as well about the training 2 months before they started filming. It was the same thing. She said that it was 6 days a week from 9 to 5 they were dancing.
Wow.
Yeah.
They did say as well, because we see a lot of the supporting cast in these dance studio scenes.
Yeah.
And of course, the sequence that comes up later. Outside of Mia Goth and Dakota Johnson, everyone else is a trained dancer.
That's crazy.
The performances, that's kind of what I was alluding to at the beginning, where some of the sequences go on, but it's like mesmerizing almost. And they hold their own in a room full of dancers. Like, that is really fucking impressive.
But upon noticing how busy Blanc is, Olga abandons the conversation that never began, instead dancing in the background in a controlled and artful spin. But in the small studio of mirrors, Susie continues her audition, sinking to the floor, letting out sharp breaths, and moving almost animalistic against the ground, rising and panting, twirling and bringing her arms toward herself in an inviting motion. Miss Tanner seems to take note of this, and in the Iris studio, somehow, Madame Blanc appears to take notice of it too, looking away from Sarah.
I noticed it too. That was the Napoleon Dynamite dance.
All right.
Well, Well, so I'm like her zeroing in on Blanc's photo and then her being in a completely different space, somehow responding and reacting to this. What is the connection between the two of them?
Yeah.
But Susie dances still, her rapid breaths accompanied by a trill in the score as she spins, and we follow her in quick edits between her point of view and her face and body going round and round. I love this trill in the score so much.
Yeah.
See, this is that anime shit I'm talking about right here.
But when she stops spinning, still with her hands raised, she notices that Madame Blanc has joined the other women in the room, standing in the corner, watching her with a look of wonder. Susie catches her breath as Mrs. Milius and Mandel wear a look of surprise at the fact that Madame Blanc has joined the proceedings. Susie drops her hands, and we crossfade into the hall on the second floor sometime later. There in the hallway, Susie, now with her hair braided and wearing a brown dress over a blue button-up shirt, looks up at a display of photos behind a glass case. I will say again, very modest dress.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which is, again, as you had mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I will say her hair being red, I meant to mention, Guadagnino commented on it and he said that auburn hair comes with a sense of the unknown for him, which is interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did he have anything to say about the condition and state of this wig, or just the color of it?
I know I do.
I do too.
It's noticeable.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
There is something, and sometimes a bit distracting the wig.
Yes. Yes.
I think it's where it sits.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, I know y'all know better than that.
I was confused by it.
I like it.
All right.
It gets a little better later.
Yeah.
It's better later.
Yeah.
But when we meet her, I was like, stop.
So this or Laurie Strode in Halloween 2?
Oh. This, but barely.
By a hair.
By a hair. By a bad hair.
But as she stares at these photos, she overhears Sarah in an adjacent room talking with a few other dancers. Sarah cryptically shares that while they were all in rehearsals, they put her things into shipping boxes. Another dancer asks Sarah if she thinks that she had to go underground, but Sarah says that she doesn't care what happened. She's really worried and just wants her to call. So again, it's clear, missing person.
Yeah.
We're talking about Patricia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But Susie glances over, catching Sarah's eye for a fleeting moment as she walks by. But Susie is immediately called over to the office by Miss Tanner. But as she walks downstairs, Miss Tanner shares that she just spoke with Madame Blanc, congratulating Susie on her successful audition. The two sit together in the lobby on the first floor, and Susie can't believe what she's hearing. Joyous laughter escapes her as Miss Tanner acknowledges that Susie will probably have to return home to Ohio in order to make the proper arrangements to move to Berlin. Susie, however, says that she doesn't have to do that and she can get started right now. Thought was a little odd as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's almost as if she knew she was going to be accepted.
Mm-hmm.
But Miss Tanner smiles, pleased to hear this, and just then, Miss Baudauer and Miss Vendegast, played by Clementine Hudar and Ingrid Caven, respectively, enter the lobby from the outside.
If I can interject very
Sure.
quickly. I read an interview with Guadagnino, and he was talking about when they decided to set the film in Berlin in 1977, they really wanted to embrace what was going on historically and culturally, and they were heavily influenced by a film called Germany in Autumn. It was from 1978, and it was a collective film, and a director that contributed to it was he was a filmmaker, a writer, a director, kind of like a very talented person in that regard. But his name was Reneé Werner Fassbinder. I was reading some stuff about his personal life and relationships he had that were it's not great.
Yeah.
But in terms of the art that he created at this time, he was extremely influential, and his contribution to that film, Germany in Autumn, was a story of, I believe he played the character, but the character was shaming and blaming their mother for kind of the atrocities in Germany at this time. and the mother was demonizing the revolting youth. But the dissonance between them manifests in like this very violent relationship with this character and his mother and this character and his partner. And it was kind of this commentary on the youth's voices at this time not being heard and kind of snowballing into the development of these extremist groups like the RAF that we talked about earlier.
Okay.
But referring to this and Suspiria, this version, he said, I think I read it in Filmmaker magazine, that, and I thought this quote was very interesting. The private is political and the political is private.
Interesting, yeah.
Okay.
And he talked about this kind of generational conflict in the film and this desperation for evolution and change that can lead you down a dark path, like with the Bader-Meinhof situation.
Right.
And so it is very, you're like, oh, this is interesting that this is included as well. But it really does this historical conflict tied directly into the film. But I did kind of take us off the beaten path because Rainer Werner Fassbinder, who contributed to that film that I was just talking about, he was married to Ingrid Caven from 70 to 72. And so Guadagnino talked about how interesting and how special it was that she was a part of this because those works were so influential. And she was in so many of his works. She acted in them.
Okay.
So I just thought it's almost like a full circle moment to have somebody so rooted in this time that you're capturing in this film, being in this film.
No, that's amazing.
It's amazing.
I was unaware of that connection at all.
Isn't that wild?
It is. My connection in my research to Fassbinder's films was through the cinematographer in his discussions with Guadagnino. And the cinematographer was Sayambu Muktapram. He actually shot Call Me By Your Name.
Oh, okay.
So he literally went from one project with Guadagnino right to the next one. But he had said that it was Fassbinder's style of filmmaking that informed the language of the camera.
Wow.
Because not only did he try to capture, he said, realism rather than idealism because of the dreamlike visuals of the original Suspiria.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he said that capturing a somber Berlin, more about how it feels than how it looks, is directly correlated to Fassbinder's films and the visuals therein.
Wow.
All right.
And I will say, because I think that Muktapram won an award, I think it was the Independent Spirit Award for Best Cinematography for Suspiria.
Oh, cool.
Damn.
And I will call out the cinematography in moments here and there, but the movement of the camera is brilliant. The shot composition is brilliant. He had talked about really kind of just letting things be, not being too strict with what he had planned originally, where the character and the performance would dictate like, oh, well, maybe I'll press in here and stuff like this. And he also said, and this is another thing for Fassbinder's films, he limited himself as far as camera movement to not use technology that was created after the German New Wave movement.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It is.
So it's not only going to look of the era, it's going to feel of the era too.
Yeah.
It's just very, very good work.
Hell yeah.
But Miss Tanner introduces Mrs. Baudauer as the Academy's technical director and Miss Vendegast as the house mother for the dancers who reside at the Academy. And again, with the names, I know this is Miss Vendegast, but Professor Verdegast from the original, he seemingly was kind of the doctor. It seemed like after Susie fainted in the dance studio.
Oh,
Yeah.
the one that came into her room?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
They made her drink all that.
Yeah. And he's like, no, it's fine.
Yeah. But as Susie shakes Miss Vendegast's hand, a figure suddenly appears up above, watching the meeting from the balcony through her thick pair of glasses. This is Miss Griffith, played by Sylvie Testude. But down in the lobby, Miss Baudauer asks Susie where she's originally from, and lowly, after a nervous clearing of her throat, Susie chokes out, Ohio. This inspires small chuckles from both Miss Baudauer and Miss Tanner. And as Miss Baudauer leaves, Miss Tanner explains to Susie that the group operates as sort of a Ruth Brie collective. As they can't pay their dancers a lot of money, they offer dormitory-style rooms for free. Susie is surprised to learn that the Academy doesn't charge anything at all for room and board, and Miss Tanner confirms this with a smile. not a mark. Interesting use. I know mark, of course, German currency, but also mark as in what they leave behind on these dancers.
Oh,
okay.
I took it as almost like, we're not charging money.
Yeah.
What really is the price?
Yeah.
But Susie is so overcome with joy that she has to stifle her tears. Miss Tanner takes her hands, telling her that this company fully understands the importance of a woman's financial autonomy.
Her relief at this free room, I felt that.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I will say I was curious. I was thinking about, because I had heard about this, but I didn't know the history of it. But just to look at history, I know this is Berlin, but according to Forbes in the United States, it wasn't until 1974 that a woman could apply for a credit card in her own name without facing the possibility of rejection if she were unmarried or without a male cosigner.
What?
So when we're talking about a woman's financial autonomy,
It's new.
yeah, this is 1977.
Fucking
Yeah.
hell, that's ugh.
But Miss Tanner shares that the academy is usually full this time of year, but they've had a room open, and Susie already knows. Patricia's room. The rain pattering outside, Miss Tanner appears mildly puzzled, asking Susie if she knows Patricia. But before she can answer, both women glance up to the balcony, where Miss Griffith still stands until she makes a very dramatic and conspicuous exit.
Yes.
Yeah.
What? That's peculiar.
Yeah.
And nobody's like, what was that?
Yeah.
But Susie just tells Miss Tanner that she heard some girls talking about Patricia in the hall. I will say, no, you did not.
No.
Yeah.
You heard people talking about someone
Yeah.
in the hall. Very interesting. But Miss Tanner understands, and we overhear a door closing loudly in the distance, presumably from Miss Griffith upstairs. It's like, can you...
She's like, I left.
But Miss Tanner levels with Susie, however, telling her that now that she's one of them, she won't be coy. Patricia just left the company under sad circumstances, and they don't think she'll be back. So there's a room for Susie if she wants it. Suddenly, Miss Vindagast returns, her blouse emblazoned with a flame-like pattern on her shoulders. I didn't know if this was maybe a reference to the end of the first film.
Could be.
Okay.
But she sits next to Susie and, eyeing her through large blue glasses, says that they can send one of the girls after lunch to help her with her luggage. The camera whips from the group, finding them again in a mirror on the opposite side of the room and pressing in, before refocusing on the opposite side of the glass, a one-way mirror where Madame Blanc stands, observing the group as Susie agrees with the terms of her stay.
Everything seems like it's a little too perfect. Like it's, oh, we just lost somebody. Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
no, I heard him talking about it.
Oh.
I don't know who she is, but I know her name, or I remember the name enough to...
Yeah. The name that I never heard.
Yeah.
It was just like, I would kind of want to know the strange and sad circumstances of the disappearance of the girl whose room I'm going to
Yeah.
stay in.
Yeah, no questions asked.
Yeah, she's just
I'm
like,
a little
bet.
curious.
Yeah. She's like, it's really sad and she will not be back.
Enjoy.
I can move in tonight. And I will say this shot of Madame Blanc, it really does it lends back to what I had mentioned earlier with the shots from the hall.
Yeah.
When we hear a conversation from the other side of the door. And this, you're like, it's just this feeling of conspiracy.
Oh, yeah.
But later at the hotel that Susie is staying in, she peers through the curtains to find Sarah arriving in a taxi. She makes her way through the rain and up to Susie's door, greeting Susie with an eager handshake when she opens it for her. Sarah apologizes for being late and shares with Susie that when it rains in Berlin, everyone jumps into a taxi, but she accidentally let their cab go instead of asking the driver to wait. After introducing herself properly, she tells Susie that they'll have to take their chances on the street, asking her if she has an umbrella. Susie, however, politely tells Sarah that when she wasn't here at 6 p.m. like she said she would be, she had to take the room for another night. Sarah checks her watch, apologizing again for the inconvenience and attributing it to what a mess it was at the company today. Susie starts to laugh but stifles it, inviting a confused Sarah inside when the hall outside becomes occupied by other hotel guests. Susie explains her laughter with the door closed behind Sarah, sharing that when Sarah said, everyone in Berlin, she realized that also includes her now.
It's giving Betty from Mulholland Drive.
Yes.
She's very starry-eyed, and it's like, I'm worried for you.
Yeah. It did seem a little bit like that. You saying that's a good comparison, because I was like, man, I hope you're okay.
Yeah. She woke up in this dream place.
Yeah, right? And there was also something underneath all that, too.
You know?
But reflected in a large mirror, a ring of light around it, Susie declares with wonder, I live in Berlin. I will say this shot of her in the mirror, it's interesting to see her twice in one shot, almost as if it's hinting at something.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But Sarah congratulates her, telling Susie that she heard she was a sensation at her audition today and asking if she's called her family to tell them yet. Susie breezes right past that question, excitedly telling Sarah that Madame Blanc came to her audition today, but she left right after. Sarah admires Madame Blanc, calling her incredible, her energy, the way she transmits her work. Taking off her shawl, Sarah settles on the word addictive to describe what it feels like when Madame Blanc shines on you. She shares that Madame Blanc is tough and that she kept the company alive during the war, adding that when the Reich wanted women to shut off their minds and keep their uteruses open, there was Blanc. When Susie takes Sarah's shawl, Sarah thanks her, muttering in French, the real thing, to describe Madame Blanc. Susie's bewildered at Sarah's French, but suddenly, a loud banging noise is heard outside, and the two of them rush for the window. Susie opens it, and after a moment breathing in the air from outside, Sarah recognizes the smell. It was a bomb. She says there's a bank in that direction, and closing the window, she asks Susie, who sits down in a chair in the corner of the room, if she knows what's happening in Berlin tonight. Susie doesn't, and Sarah reveals that the hijackers are negotiating a release of the Stammheim prisoners, the Red Army faction, Baader-Meinhof. She says that they kidnapped an executive who was an SS officer during the war, but now runs the German Employers Association. Sarah switches on the radio, asking Susie if she realizes how awful that is. She sits on one of the two beds in the room, and after Susie stares at her blankly, Sarah apologizes, admitting that she's just worried about her friend.
That's crazy shit, man.
Yeah.
Just having a conversation. I just got here. You hear an explosion outside. It's like, fuck.
Yeah.
And then you just continue your evening.
Like we were talking about earlier.
It's wild. But we cut abruptly to the dawn of the next day, blue light leaking through the windows of Dr. Klimperer's bedroom as his alarm clock rings, and we get on-screen text reading, Act 2, Palaces of Tears. Klimperer sits upright and awake in bed, the alarm ringing incessantly as he catches his breath. I will say, seeing him awake already with the alarm clock, there is something sad about that, about this anticipation of it.
Yeah.
But there's also something very interesting about what we learn about dreams in this film.
Okay.
So I do wonder if it's something personal for him that he's experiencing, or if something else is going on already.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
But back at the academy, Miss Vindegast stands by the window, singing and humming to the rain pouring outside as the camera arcs around her and a door opens on the opposite side of the room. The matrons begin to pour into the dining room area, gathering around a table as a vote is called for, each of the women being asked to give the name of their choice. Miss Mendel casts a vote for Marcus. Miss Colleen, played by Charo Calvo, casts a vote for Madame Blanc. Judith, played by Aya Ferry, joins Mendel in voting for Marcus, and Miss Baudauer evens the tally with a vote for Blanc. The camera pulls back as Vindegast steps away from the window, and it follows her into the kitchen, a vocal humming over rhythmic drums in the score.
I loved it, especially the drums.
This track is very tasty.
It's so good.
This whole little scene here was...
Yes.
One thing I will say, well, two things I will say. The first is that I don't think that there's a cut once the camera starts moving.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just such a credit to the cinematographer.
Yeah.
The other thing is I did read that Tom York's son, I believe he was like 15 or 16 at the time, performed drums on the soundtrack.
Oh,
Oh,
cool.
nice.
So I think this might be Noah York.
Very nice.
Get it, Noah?
But as Miss Milius casts her vote for Marcus, and Miss Martinson, played by Sharon Campbell, joins her in voting for Marcus, Miss Vindegast checks the contents of the oven. Miss Huller, played by Reneé Satundik, casts a vote for Marcus, while Miss Mousery, played by Elfrida Hawk, votes for Blanc. The camera drifts away from the kitchen, focusing back on the women gathering around the table, as Miss Marks, played by Vicenza Modica, casts her vote for Marcus, as does an emphatic Pavla, played by Fabrizia Sacchi, who stretches by the window. Miss Complete, played by Brigitte Couvlier, votes for Blanc, as does Miss Vindegast, who steps into the dining room momentarily to cast her vote before returning to the kitchen. The camera sweeps around her, finding other members of the staff aiding in preparations for the meal, as Miss Balfour, played by Christine Lebout, and the uncredited Miss Crusoe vote for Blanc, and Miss Alberta, played by Vanda Capriolo, votes for Marcus. Miss Griffith, however, hesitates to vote at all until urged by Miss Tanner, lowly casting her vote for Mother Marcus. Madame Blanc, when asked for her vote, chooses to abstain, and the camera finds a nervous Miss Griffith standing in the corner of the dining room as Miss Tanner casts the final vote for Marcus. Miss Tanner then announces the victory of Marcus by 3 votes, declaring that it is decided Mother Marcus will remain in control.
She should have abstained.
Yeah.
And she should have made a couple more friends.
Oh.
And
She's campaigning.
Yeah.
I have a really bad feeling that this vote is going to be very important.
Yes. See, and as I'm going through it, I know it seems like it's a lot. I know this person votes for this and this and that.
Yeah.
But it really becomes
necessary.
Very crucial.
Yeah. When they were voting and we got a shot of the oven, I was wondering if it was the pie, what kind of pie we were getting. It's like, do you get to vote? Because what does Marcus taste?
Taste?
So I mean, like, what are you picking? Like, what kind of pie you got in there? And then what do you got? Because I need to know who to
Is
vote
that- I
for.
was
Is that all?
Yeah,
your-
that,
The vote is dependent.
Madame Blanc is, well, you know, at the Dance Academy, I feel like we can really... every
And it's cherry pie.
well, oh, okay.
Every Friday. Is that called campaigning?
All right. But Miss Tanner asks that no one's vote will be held against her, urging the will of the majority to proceed. She cheers for a long life to Marcus, and others join her in it. But Miss Huller, who voted for Marcus, stands in her robe with a cigarette in her mouth, casually turning on the radio for a news report. An announcer shares a report about the hijacked Lufthansa flight, unsure of its next destination or the condition of the 91 hostages still aboard the aircraft. As the women gather at the breakfast table and take their seats, including a seemingly disturbed Miss Griffith, the announcer shares that the hijackers have stated their demands, including the release of the RAF members incarcerated at Stamheim prison. But Miss Griffith takes her seat next to Miss Huller, who pats her hand comfortingly, as Madame Blanc takes her seat at the head of the table with Miss Tanner. The camera pulls back from the table as Tanner tells Blanc that Mother Marcus asked for her, hoping to move ahead now that last night's business is settled. Blanc reminds everyone at the table that they knew of her concerns about Patricia, and Tanner admits that what happened to Patricia was ghastly, but she says that now that they've voted, Mother wants to try again, and soon. Blanc qualifies this, saying that the question isn't just who to try next, they have to make sure that the ritual will work with whichever girl they choose. Tanner replies that Marcus assumes Blanc already has ideas on the subject, suggesting that maybe Sarah would be a good option. She settles into this idea, glad that they sent Sarah to collect the American girl, and calling Sarah a good ambassador for the company. She adds that Sarah has made a home here. She feels good here. Loved. The camera drifts away from the clattering silverware and conversation of the breakfast table and over to a poster on the wall in the next room. framed in gold, advertising a performance for the Marcus Dance Company in New York City. The only graphic is a silhouette of a woman who appears to be Madame Blanc. Very important.
Yeah.
I will say this is the thing that I feel like I understand a lot of people not enjoying.
Yeah.
Because it really is giving away so much as far as this big conspiracy at this school.
Yeah.
We know that they're all witches. We know that they're using these girls for some purpose for Mother Marcus. Everything is on the table already.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like that's something, and I really, really appreciate this film and the story that's being told and the way that it's being told. But I will say that if I had a complaint, it is... I don't love how much exposition we get with these women just sitting around tables and saying how they feel and what they're doing and what they've done. Because it happens a few times.
Yeah.
And it is those scenes and the repetition of it because it just feels like, okay, so where are we at on the thing?
Yeah. No, exactly.
It's like, no, time out. Let's talk about it
They're
real
like,
quick.
nothing has changed. We're still working on it.
We're touching base.
Yeah.
I talked to Mother Marcus this morning and she was like, it's like, all right.
Right, you said that last scene.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we cut back to Klemperer, making his way downstairs and out of his apartment building, carrying a briefcase. Once in the backyard of the building, which is cluttered with banners and debris, he's greeted by a student played by Toby Oshrif, who calls him Uncle Joseph, asking him if he's headed to his country house, which Klemperer confirms. The student then shares his plan of going to the university later with his girlfriend to attend a lecture from Jacques Lacan, which Klemperer responds to warmly. So I kind of perused an article from Little Village magazine, and they were kind of talking about this line feeling like a throwaway, referencing Lacan, the psychologist.
Yeah.
But there's apparently a possibility that his principles and his concepts could be something that is referenced throughout the film thematically.
Okay.
And there was a quote in the article describing one of the concepts that Lacan was known for, which is pleasure beyond or pleasure inhibited and therefore denied, perverted, or annihilated.
Okay.
Well.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
But on his travels, Klemperer stops for a newspaper, and the attendant also asks him if he's headed to the country house, which he confirms again. So, again, it's kind of like everyone knows his routine. And seeing this and what comes of it later only makes it more tragic.
Well, I knew that there was something more here than just this old man, like, going to another house. Because the music is so, like, emotional and somber.
It is.
That it's like, okay, what's really happening here?
But after a bleak shot of the city, we find Klemperer on a train, sitting alone and reading his newspaper. A conductor announces over the speaker that the next stop is Friedrichstrasse, and the train terminates here. He reminds passengers to have their identification ready to enter East Berlin, and Klemperer folds his newspaper, leaving it on his seat as he steps off the train. After this, Klemperer moves through the congested station to have his identification and documents checked and stamped by an attendant. Now, making his way through East Berlin, wistful music blooms in the score, like you were talking about, as Klemperer walks through the city, past buildings, apartments, houses, pedestrians, and stations, until finally reaching a small and remote country home in the barren forest. He unlocks the gate and approaches the wall of the structure, pressing his palm to it. When he removes his hand, we see etched into the wall is A+J, drawn in the center of a heart.
I was like, I'm about to get sad.
Yeah,
right? Just preparing myself.
I feel like I'm preemptively tearful.
Yeah.
I didn't remember that, and I wasn't expecting that, but I feel like just like you were saying, the music and everything, and you're following him, and then just seeing that, like you said, T, that's his routine. So you do this every time you come over here, you touch that same spot. And that, of course, made me think of your sister. And I was like, why you got to get sad now?
I know. And it's interesting because I didn't remember this aspect at all.
Yeah.
We only watched it the once, and there are certain visuals that stuck with me, but I did not remember any of
Yeah.
this.
Everyone who follows me on Instagram knows that part of my ritual for recording every episode is to write TH plus JS equals infinity, drawing a heart around it.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of my routine, and so to see his routine, I feel what you're saying, JP.
Mm-hmm.
This connection to the love of your life,
Yeah.
and then relating even more to Klemperer through it.
Yeah.
And the first time I saw this, I, of course, just was very surprised at this, not even side plot, but this aspect of the film that was not at all even close to being in the original period.
No.
Yeah.
And it forms such an emotional center.
Yeah. And it just, this was all, I was like, God damn, you didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't need to do that to me.
It's wild. But we hear Klemperer in a voiceover speaking in German. Anke, look, everything is full of leaves again. As he clears the leaves from his doorstep, he tells Anke that he swept them away just like last Tuesday. The camera finds him later, seated comfortably in the backyard, reading a book and having a meal. He sighs lonely into the autumn air. But back at the academy, we peer down the stair hole, finding Susie and Sarah ascending the staircase, Sarah helping her with her things and telling her where the bedrooms are on the second floor. This staircase, again, is part of this building.
Damn.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
But Sarah leads the way through a dimly lit hall of bedrooms, the two of them passing Olga, who stands in her doorway on the telephone, asking the person on the other end to speak to her like they love her for a change, before sighing and returning to her room.
She's going through it.
Yeah.
It's about to go.
Yeah.
You thought that call was back. But they continue down the hall past Sarah's room over to Susie's neighboring room. Sarah hands Susie the rest of her belongings, telling her that since they're right next door, she can just knock if she needs anything at all. Susie sets her things down in front of her bed, walking over to the window to peer out of it as rain continues to pour. But we cut to Klemperer returning home to his apartment from the country. He calls out to Frau Sazam, and upon receiving no reply, he retreats to his dining room, where he rediscovers Patricia's belongings stashed behind the dining room table. He lifts her bag, looking inside and finding a small journal. We find him later sitting in his study with Patricia's bag, opening the journal he found, accompanied by the sound of a small television. Frau Sazam returns, sharing with Klemperer that she was able to get some semolina flour from a Mrs. Meyer, but she scoffs at the news on the TV, reporting on more demonstrations for the release of the RAF members. I will say, Mrs. Meyer? Remember that surname.
Okay.
But from the kitchen, Sazam boasts that before the war, Germany had the strongest women, like his wife, Anke. She asks Klemperer if Anke was strong, but he's too buried in Patricia's journal to answer. But back at the academy, the dancers are called into the Iris studio over the intercom for a morning rehearsal, and they gather swiftly. Blanc enters the studio with Tanner, greeting the girls good morning with kisses on the cheek and an embrace as Susie stands with Sarah against the mirrored wall.
I was like, good morning, students. Now everybody line up for your kiss. I was like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, I love you so much.
I appreciate the encouragement.
Yeah.
Tanner greets Susie, holding her hands, grateful that she's now part of the company. And Susie thanks her, but Blanc then takes her by the hand, guiding her in front of the group of dancers to share the good news with them. Blanc introduces Susie, telling them that Susie is joining them from America and that Blanc had the privilege to witness her audition yesterday and says that they're very lucky to have her. She invites Susie to speak to the group, and Susie just mutters a nervous hello, and she's received warmly as Blanc smokes her cigarette. Blanc breathes a white cloud into the air as Susie admits that she doesn't truly feel like she's here yet. But Blanc encourages her to join in as soon as she's ready, but assures her that there's no rush. She welcomes Susie to their little family, and Susie rejoins the group, shaking hands and feeling welcomed, before returning to a place of comfort next to Sarah against the mirror. Blanc addresses the group, telling the girls that they are going to pick up exactly where they left off yesterday, with Volk. I will say Volk is German for people.
Okay.
which is interesting. It's the name of the performance as well later.
Yeah.
But Blanc says that she spoke with Olga, who will be dancing Patricia's part, and Blanc suggests for Sarah to dance Olga's part now. Considering the conversation they had yesterday at breakfast, the replacement is an interesting choice.
Yeah.
But after confirming that this is okay with everyone, Blanc directs Miss Marks to start the tape. A pensive piano and an odd time signature cracks over the speakers, and the dancers take their marks and practice their parts. After a moment of this, however, Blanc becomes dissatisfied with Olga's performance of Patricia's part, stopping the music and offering corrective feedback to her, even performing the movements herself for Olga to observe. Blanc asks Tanner to count the dancers back in, and keeping time, she counts the steps, switching from English to German and becoming firmer in her count as Susie watches from her seat on the floor, as all the dancers move rhythmically with Olga at their center. Blanc joins Olga, wrapping her arms around her and guiding her movements for her, but Olga pulls away, and with exhaustion and annoyance announces loudly, "This is shit." Everything ceases, and Blanc comforts Olga for a brief moment before calling for everyone to take a break for 10 minutes. But before this break can even begin, Olga seethes at Blanc, telling Blanc that she can't even be bothered to respect her own lies. Tanner rises from her seat, scolding Olga, but Blanc stops her, telling her calmly that it's okay and saying that they should face this. Blanc walks over to Olga, taking her by the hands and looking into her eyes. She states that Patricia is gone and they don't know where. She says that if Patricia has gone into hiding, she wouldn't have told them, would she? Olga is certain that Patricia would have told someone, but Blanc places a comforting hand behind her head, reminding her that Patricia had dealings with people who are interested in targets, and they know that there was another bomb in Kreuzberg last night. Olga cries tearfully that Patricia wouldn't do that, and the camera presses in on an uneasy Susie who continues her stretches. Blanc just shushes Olga sweetly, cradling her face and resting her hand on her shoulder. She declares that Patricia wanted to live her beliefs and asks who doesn't admire that.
I don't believe you.
No.
I'm not a child, and I don't believe you. I can tell you're lying.
Yeah.
I'm going to say straight up, my love for Tilda Swinton is allowing her to get away with a lot of bullshit in this film. Because she is straight up a part of all of
Because
this.
it's a lot of bullshit.
Yeah.
But I'm like, oh, she's so sweet to her. But she puts her forehead to Olga's, remarking that there is so much to change in the world, and says that if Patricia wants to live in a cellar, filling bottles with petrol, that's her choice. She asks who won't be heartbroken if she's shot by the police, which causes Olga to crumble into tears. And through her tears, Olga sobs that Blanc manipulates everything.
Well, she is.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
that was too much.
I was like, holy
Yeah.
shit, dude.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
That. I was like, no. Why'd you say that?
Yeah.
But Olga says that Patricia didn't trust the matrons because they're hypocrites. Blanc swiftly puts her arm around Olga, turning to Tanner and asking her to please take Olga to her room. Tanner walks over, but Olga tears herself away from her grasp, correcting Blanc's order, saying, "No, Miss Tanner, call Olga a cab." Cutting her eyes to Madame Blanc, Olga says that she's had enough and is going to pack her things and get the fuck out of this box of rabies.
So now I need 3 or 4 of y'all to come with me and stay by my side until I am safely out of this.
Yeah.
Because I've done a lot today.
Yeah.
And I think the thing for me, again, is Patricia already said that Olga's aware of everything.
Yeah.
And so, Olga, you should leave very quietly.
Yes.
Yeah.
I understand you're upset, but
Girl.
Yeah. Who's coming with me?
I mean... But Olga runs weeping out of the Iris studio, seizing her shoes, but then slams them to the floor, shouting in Russian, "Witches!" Blanc reacts immediately to this word, but stands frozen for a moment as Tanner just laughs it off. She's like, nobody's a
Yeah.
like,
What's a
yeah.
witch?
Yeah.
I don't know. You
That's
guys know
weird.
that word? I don't know that
That
word.
was
Never heard that in my life. But Miss Tanner takes her seat next to Miss Marks and pours herself a drink. Blanc apologizes to the group, moving past it, describing it as a hot thing they do. Susie just stretches her feet, clearly unsettled after what she just witnessed. But with Olga gone and Blanc ready to move on, she asks who of the group will dance the part of the protagonist. She asks Sonia, played by Annalise Brevers, who declines, admitting that she isn't ready. She then asks Caroline, played by Gala Moody, who just stands silently instead of answering at all. Blanc moves on, reassuring the group that they'll manage, and suggests that they all just take it from the top. But before they can begin, Susie's voice cuts through the silence. "I'll dance." Everyone turns to look at her, and even the camera seems to sweep towards her in surprise. Blanc appears amazed at Susie's courage, as Susie says that she saw the dance hundreds of times in a documentary at the library. But Blanc kneels down to her level, sweetly telling her that the company rehearsed this piece for 10 months before they performed it. Susie then shares that she's seen it in person, too.
She's like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Tanner suggests that Susie attempts it alone then, so as not to put other dancers at risk. She says the last thing they need is for someone to be kicked in the ribs. Interesting.
Yeah.
But I was like, what the hell is this dance? Because they're like, this is no joke. Well, I'm like, what is this?
Well, we'll find out.
Yeah.
Susie lets out a chuckle, and Blanc allows her to assume the role of protagonist. The score grows tense as Susie removes her gray sweatshirt, stands up, and takes to the center of the Iris studio, underneath the lights of ornate chandeliers. As the rain patters outside, Susie removes her socks and tosses them aside. She breathes in deeply as Blanc directs Marx to begin the tape again, and the piano starts to play. But Olga, exiting the dormitories with her belongings, hears the distant echo of the Volk piano, stopping to stare reflectively out of a window on the staircase. The camera presses in on her as she knows that this is the last time she will stand here. But in the Iris studio, Susie dances feverishly to the music, but suddenly, Blanc stops her. She approaches her warmly, urging her to clear her head. She holds Susie's hands in hers, asking if she's stretched, and reminds her that this dance is no joke. Elsewhere, Miss Griffith sits, reacting to some unseen force or energy, and when we return to the Iris studio, we see the imprints of Susie's palms where Blanc squeezed them, and there is some ethereal glow of white to them. And when Blanc drops down to squeeze Susie's feet and ankles, the same whiteness blooms and dissipates over Susie's skin.
Stop. Those aren't regulation hands and feet. You can't be doing this all souped up.
That's what the urine's for.
Yeah.
Souped up.
I think what's funny to me is I'm thinking about the other dancers. They're like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah. It's like, no, what is that?
She never gives me this. I never.
That's what I'm saying. I would be worried if I were Susie because the special treatment does not stop.
No.
It is like you're brand fucking new. Like everybody's going to beat your ass after this.
And I will say it is very interesting because it seemed like we were moving on from Patricia to Olga.
Yeah.
Potentially to Sarah.
Yeah.
And then Susie just jumps to the front of the line.
Yeah.
She's like, but me though.
Yeah. But Miss Griffith is seen reacting to the sound of echoing laughter. And we cut to the staircase where Pavla ascends, laughing with another matron, but stopping when they notice Olga, asking if she's all right. The atmosphere begins to warp and warble as Olga peers into Pavla's smile before everything returns to normal and Pavla ascends the staircase laughing.
This is why I said 3 to 4 escorts / witnesses.
Seriously. And I'm sorry, but even her smile, is everything all right?
Yeah.
It's like, I'm dead.
Yeah, well, goodbye.
Yeah. Fantastic. But Olga, however, descends the stairs, but stops suddenly, reacting painfully to her tears, as if they burn her, and she wipes feverishly at her eyes, rushing away as quickly as she can. We then cut to Miss Griffith, who wipes away her own tears in whatever room she's in. One thing to say about Miss Griffith is she is not exactly on board with whatever's going on.
Yeah.
She's not, but she's still
A part of it,
going along with it.
but she takes it harder than most.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can tell that it's bothering her.
Mm-hmm.
But Olga wanders blindly through the academy, and suddenly she hears a woman calling her name down a corridor. She stumbles her way toward the voice, finding herself in the mirrored room where Susie auditioned at the beginning of the film. I will say this is one thing that happens a couple times in this film where someone is disoriented by witchcraft and ends up in a location they did not intend to go.
Yeah.
And I think that each time it is very successful.
Yeah.
But as soon as Olga enters, the door closes behind her, and she frantically tries to pry it open as she sobs madly.
Her crying when she's trying to get out of this room is so genuine.
Yeah.
I feel so badly for her because she knows.
Oh, yeah.
We know and she knows.
That's why I was so surprised. I was like, this is her first film?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like heartbreakingly real.
Yeah.
But she scrapes against the glass to no avail and stands alone in the room, accompanied only by her repeated reflection. But back in the Iris studio, Blanc reminds Susie to start on one with the music, and if she feels ill at any time, to stop dancing.
Feels ill.
Yeah.
The dance is no joke.
It's no
We've established that.
It's time to get ill, man.
Yeah.
But she instructs Susie to start in a motion, cradling her chin against the back of her hands. The music starts on Blanc's direction, and Susie snaps right into it, holding the proper position, then sinking to the floor with flowing and dramatic gestures. But when she reaches out her arm forcefully, her movements seem to be mimicked in the mirrored studio, sending Olga into one of the walls. Olga holds her ribs, coughing, as Susie continues to dance in the Iris studio, sweeping across the floor, spinning, and coming to a stop, pushing her arms out in front of her. Just as she does, Olga arches her back in the mirrored studio, her shirt torn open on the side, revealing a pulsating and bruised mass at her ribcage. As Susie clenches her fist and draws it closer to her, Olga's body lurches forward, dragged back with the same inertia and velocity of Susie's movements.
So this is clearly she's making this happen.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I don't think this is like that one scene in Liar Liar when he's fucking himself up. Right?
Dude, you talk about Liar Liar so much.
It's a good movie.
It's kind of unbelievable. Until we started this show, I wasn't sure you'd even seen the film.
Oh, I've seen it.
Now it comes up every week. But Susie's body cascades to the floor, her arm swinging upward, and we see Olga lifted off the ground in the mirrored studio, crumpling to the floor in a heap. Susie continues, Olga echoing a harsh and miserable mirror of Susie's movements, her bones cracking, pain screams escaping her. As Susie sinks to the floor on her back, Olga's arm breaks, hanging disjointed over the back of her head, and when Susie rises, Blanc calls for the music to be played louder, and Tanner applauds Susie's talent. Blanc's like, we are hearing some disturbances from another. We need up, turn it up. Louder. But Olga rises too, twisting horridly and spinning wildly and crashing against the mirror. Her lower jaw breaks, stretching and creaking in agony to an unnatural grin.
Whew. That's hard to look at.
Oh,
Yeah.
Her body is whipped around the room, and as Susie's arms reach behind her and squeeze, Olga arches again, her bones crunching and a viscous liquid leaking from her mouth as she urinates on the floor. Blanc and Tanner watch Susie in amazement in the Iris studio as Olga clatters to the floor again, her body wrenched and tossed violently, her leg broken at her hip and reaching over her torso at Susie's every slithering movement. The camera pulls back from Olga's destroyed and dying body as fluids leak from her lips and Susie collects herself in the Iris studio.
So if she killed her, they're not responsible. Is that why they did this?
Was she able to do it because of Blanc, though?
Well,
I mean,
I'm sure, but it's like, here, I'm giving you the power. You did that.
She was dancing.
Yeah.
It is very...
I don't think the cops are going to make the connection. Well, who was dancing in the Iris studio?
Well, we see.
It was,
well, we know.
We will get there. We'll get there.
They don't have a chance.
They're not using their heads.
Right.
It was a very interesting display of the dance and just the destruction happening.
Right.
I couldn't help but think, though, how funny it would be if somebody like kind of mashed it up with Julia Stiles' performance.
Oh, right.
Oh,
Save the
wow.
That would be really funny.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that.
It was just a thought that I had.
Mm-hmm. I did want to talk about the prosthetic work.
Yes.
Yes.
Because Mark Coulier talked about the arm that is wrenched behind her back.
Yeah.
Firstly, he said it was inspired by a scene from Deliverance.
Okay.
But what they did is they covered the actress's real arm in a green sock, and then the fake arm is a prosthetic, and they just erased the real arm.
Huh.
Okay.
But they did the same thing with her broken leg when it twists over her.
Mm-hmm.
Her real leg is just on the ground in a green sock again. But the thing about it is this performance, the movement, everything is the actress.
See, does she
Damn.
like do contortionist stuff or something? Because it looked so convincing.
Yeah.
I was just staggered by the falls and the spins.
Yeah.
They had said, Guadagnino said, there is no, outside of the limb replacement and removal, there's no CGI. There's no wires even, they said.
Yeah.
That's wild.
I know. Well, I let me take that back. I don't know because I've never been a professional dancer, but I'm sure they take tumbles and hits and whatever. But launching yourself on the floor and throwing yourself against the wall like that, and know you're doing that, that's gonna leave some kind of hurt.
Yeah. I wonder if they had to like switch out parts of the floor for mats or,
I
you
would
know.
hope.
Yeah.
Because this whole sequence is just unbelievable.
Yeah.
And of course, the jaw is also a prosthetic.
No, they broke
Well,
her jaw.
no, yeah.
That part was real. But again, I think that this scene really stresses the importance of dance in this film.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it shows you the power of it and what it means to these witches.
Mm-hmm.
But Susie catches her breath with the comforting hand of Madame Blanc on her shoulder. Blanc tells her that it'll pass and assures Susie that she isn't the first dancer who lost the room. Blanc suddenly inhales deeply, with her hand still on Susie, tilting her head back, which no one finds to be strange.
I was going to say, she's never beating those witch allegations, acting like this.
Like, what was Olga saying when she was leaving? Everyone heard that, right? But Susie shares that she normally doesn't get dizzy, but Blanc tells her that an occasional collapse is a vocational hazard. Bewildered, Susie assures Blanc that she didn't collapse, but Blanc accurately describes the scene. Susie is on the floor, which is not where the dance ends. Susie continues panting and admits that she was just trying not to throw up in Blanc's studio. Blanc promises Susie that everything was fine and her dance was wonderful. She asks Sarah if she can take Susie to her room to rest for the rest of the day. And again, if you remember in the original, Susie does pass out in the dance studio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Susie snags her sweatshirt, leaving with Sarah, walking through a path of comforting whispers from the other dancers. Blanc remarks in wonder to Tanner, "How enlightening," before continuing the rehearsals. So they found their new target.
Yeah.
But in her room, as the rain continues outside, Susie gets up from her bed to use the restroom. She finds a container on the windowsill of the bathroom waiting for her, and sitting on the toilet, she moves her garments aside, and in a very tight shot, we see her urine filling the container.
See, what the fuck?
I don't
Yeah.
know. But she remembers herself as a child, played by Greta Boacek, in class at home, tracing her finger over a map of Germany in a book. On an adjacent piece of paper, young Susie draws arrows from a map of the United States, scribbling over Ohio, to draw an arrow down to the bottom of the page where she's written Berlin. It's a little on the nose.
Yeah.
I'm meant to be here.
Yeah. That's,
It's like, all right, show don't tell, but whatever.
It's reminding me of Hell House when it's like the Abaddon.
yeah.
It opens in Halloween or whatever. It's like, come on, that wasn't on the fucking tape.
We get it. It's destiny.
But gathered at a table with her siblings, her sister scolds her, telling her that they have to study America. From the other room, Susie's mother calls out to her, using her full name of Susanna. She enters the room with ire, seizing the map that her daughter has drawn and crumpling it up. Susie, in the present day, recoils from this memory, but she brings her urine to Miss Vendegast, adding it to a tray filled with other containers just like hers.
Some of those girls need to drink more water. But what are we doing with this?
Yeah.
What is this? Is
Yeah.
it some kind of ritualistic thing?
I think that, and I have read in some circles of witchcraft,
Right.
the essence of a person is necessary to have for spells.
Okay.
Yeah, but aren't they doing like haircuts and stuff like I feel like there's a less suspicious way than everybody bring us your piss.
And nobody
Like,
asked.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Patricia was like, it's weird, but she's not even like...
Like, what do you want?
Right,
This
that toilet's shaped like a box. Why?
Yeah. Do we have litter boxes?
Yeah, really.
What the hell is this?
just here to collect here.
Right. There's a man in there with the fucking
Yeah.
cup.
Miss Vendegast has a scoop.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck?
Where am I?
More like dance a cat to me.
All right, let's go.
I'm sorry, everyone. But in his apartment, Klemperer lights his pipe, seated at his desk, continuing to leaf through Patricia's journal. In it, he finds scribbled writings about a triumvirate of forces, drawings, diagrams, clippings from books, and other materials. When he turns the page, he finds 3 names written boldly in all capital letters: Mother Tenebrarum, Mother Lacrimarum, and Mother Suspiriorum. So the thing about the Three Mothers, obviously the Three Mothers trilogy, Dario Argento, but the thing is that I don't remember it being introduced as Three Mothers until Suspiria's sequel, Inferno.
Okay.
And so I feel like Guadagnino is drawing upon kind of the whole trilogy to tell more of the story in one film.
Okay.
Right.
And I think that's really interesting.
Yeah.
And it shows a lot of reverence for Argento and the source material that he and Daria Nicolodi drew from
Yeah.
to make Suspiria.
Mm-hmm.
But also written on the same page in the same bold lettering is Mother Marcus. Klemperer focuses on all 4 names, and thoughtful piano plays in the score, but we cut to the mirrored studio of the Dance Academy, where Pavla and Mrs. Milius, Alberta, and Balfour gather over the crumpled body of Olga, who wheezes on the floor.
I was horrified to learn that she was still alive.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a fate worse than...
Yes.
Yeah.
But Vendegast joins the fray. While at his desk, Klemperer surveys a diagram in Patricia's journal, very specific lines and shapes, all connected to form a symbol. There's a key to the right, describing elements of the drawing as space, time, and gravity, translating German words and offering descriptions like solid, abrupt, immediate, delicate. He turns the page, finding a series of 3 drawings featuring a body arranged in different spheres of movement, Patricia writing at the bottom that this is for a production with Sarah and Olga. Very interesting choice of people
Yeah.
for what we see later. But Klemperer turns the page, finding a drawing of a girl with her arm outstretched, which could be an illustration of a dance, but appears very similar to Olga's injuries. But at the academy, Vendegast addresses the group, asking their attention and to not hurt Olga.
I think.
Yeah. What?
I think that ship is safe.
Mrs. Balfour and Milius step forward, now wielding large metal hooks. They sink them into Olga's flesh, wrenching them through muscle to gain a proper grip. This is, to watch it, you feel it the whole way.
Yeah.
Genuinely made me cringe because it looks very real.
Yeah. And I do gotta say that we're almost, there's about almost 2 hours left of the movie, give or take at this point. And you're already told us that all these witches suck. Like, it's like, oh, they're all just bad. was like, so where do we go from
It's
here
like,
now?
but hang out. Just wait.
Maybe one's less bad than others. Maybe one's played by Tilda Swinton. But Pavla joins with her hook as well, while Klemperer reads an entry detailing a dream of Patricia's. She says Madame Blanc appeared to her with white hair. She was a witch, and Patricia was her servant. Patricia confesses that she feels cursed. Klemperer then turns the page to find a Polaroid of lights, a sign from the front of a building perhaps, as well as a news item about the RAF and taking part in a hunger strike. At the academy, Miss Alberta sinks her hook into Olga as Vindagast can't seem to stifle a chuckle. Klemperer, however, discovers another diagram drawn by Patricia, the inner hierarchy of Mother Marcus. All of the matrons are on the outer edge of the drawing, except Madame Blanc, who occupies her rightful place at the center of it all.
Patricia had like all the tea, I guess.
Yeah.
I think this is how far along in the process they were with her.
Okay.
That's wild.
Like, now she's my boss.
Yeah.
Just to get it very clear, a visual aid.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the drawing grows on the next page to include the names of dancers on the outer edges, including Patricia and Sarah. But at the academy, Vindagast gives the order, and Olga's body is lifted from the ground, blood leaking from her fresh wounds as Vindagast seemingly opens the door with a movement of her hands.
Yeah.
Like it's a code word or something.
Yeah.
Code hands. She doesn't say anything. But Olga is dragged out, a smear of blood left in her wake as the mirrored door closes.
Thoughts and prayers to Olga, I
Yeah.
guess.
I mean, but in his office, Klemperer sets down Patricia's journal and immediately telephones the police station. He's like,
Good.
yeah, I'm sorry, this is above me. But he tells the voice on the other end that he's calling about a young woman who might be missing. We then float down a hallway at the academy, overhearing the voices of Blanc and Tanner speaking together in German behind a large closed door. Blanc remarks that Susie couldn't have known what she was doing, assuming that she simply carried more of their intentions than they expected, and admitting that they let themselves get carried away with their anger towards Olga. Tanner says that she could feel it, calling Susie unnatural, like Patricia, only cleaner.
What?
Yeah.
Well, it is cleaner because Patricia's like, Dr. Klemperer, there's the triumvirate of witches.
Here, I drew it all in this book.
She's my boss. But Tanner says that perhaps Susie could be more of what they're looking for, even more than Sarah. She asks Blanc if that's what they're saying here, but Blanc refuses to go that far. But we reach the large white door and see that Susie is being led to it by Miss Vindagast. She knocks on it, and Tanner answers wordlessly, but Blanc peers out at Susie, and before returning to her cigarette, remarks that Susie doesn't look better, unless she's this pale all the time.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Tanner excuses herself for the evening, as does Vindagast, as she lets Susie inside Blanc's quarters and closes the door behind her. Over a meal together inside, Susie explains her religious upbringing and the history of the Mennonites and how they split from the Amish in the 17th century. Blanc makes note of Susie using they and not we when referring to the Mennonites, asking Susie if she's left religious thinking behind her and if she feels comfortable discussing these things. Susie doesn't understand why they are discussing these things, but Blanc admits her curiosity with Susie, especially after her auditioning, being accepted, and dancing a lead part all in 2 days.
I mean, that is a lot.
Yeah.
Chewing a chicken leg, Blanc asks how Susie's journey to them began. I will say it's very interesting. Blanc is eating just straight from the bone.
Mm-hmm.
Susie is like picking at her food
Yeah.
very slowly. It's just the dynamic.
Yeah.
But Susie shares that she went to New York, to the Martha Graham Center, where she saw Blanc dance 3 times. She says she went there once by bus and hitchhiked the other 2 times. Blanc acknowledges the risk of doing this, asking Susie if she was punished, and Susie was punished, but she said that she felt like she had to see Blanc.
Oh, you. Don't flatter me. You already got the lead.
was like, yeah.
What else do you want?
I will say again, this idea, it sounds like, Susie's a big fan of Madame Blanc.
Yeah.
And so she's following in her footsteps. She wants to dance Volk just like Blanc did.
Mm-hmm.
But then you feel like there's this force pushing her to all of this.
Yeah.
And she needed to go hitchhike
Yeah.
to New York. And she needed to draw that she's going to Berlin and all that. But after their meal, Blanc lights another cigarette, sitting in a chair next to Susie now. She asks Susie what it felt like to dance Volk in front of the one who made it, admitting how vain it is to even ask that question, and asking another question instead. When Susie was dancing, what did it feel like inside of her body?
It felt like I might have been fucking somebody up somewhere.
In a mirror?
Somebody's getting really hurt, like a jaw, something happening with a jaw.
A leg twisted or something?
Pee?
Just spitballing here. I will say, you saying that word it does get a bit coarse, the next line. But the verbiage is important, I think. Because Susie thinks about it for a moment, sharing that it felt like what she thinks it must feel like to fuck. Blanc asks if she means to fuck a man, but Susie says no. She was thinking of an animal.
Girl.
Blanc is unfazed.
She's like, yeah, I know.
I invented Volk.
That's what I was going for. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
She doesn't even bat an eye.
No. She just immediately shares her opinion on the matter.
Yeah.
Remarking that Susie looked, but she takes a moment before interrupting herself, telling Susie that she'll have to ask Caroline to work on her jumps with her because she's nowhere near good enough at them yet. They'll have to build her up. Susie asks if it's so she can dance the protagonist when the company performs Volk, but Blanc says that she'll have to see Susie dance at that level time and time again.
You already know you got it, Susie.
Yeah,
Shut up.
Like to
The
dance
King
the
of
lead?
Siam?
Why?
Shut up.
Susie promises her that she can do it. The camera then finds the pair in different angles as Blanc washes her hands, admonishing Olga for never understanding the heart of Volk and lacking conviction. She admits that she's relieved Olga is gone. I'm glad you did the mirror studio thing.
And I know she's blinded by all this and whatever, but this doesn't seem weird, like some of the questions, some of what's going on.
It's very weird, especially what you just saw happen with Olga, and then now she's gone.
Yeah.
And no questions.
No.
Yeah.
Well, you're the lead. What do you care?
Yeah.
Blanc waves her hand over the back of Susie's head, thanking her for her help with that. Again, just
The allegations.
I feel like magic is being transmitted from somewhere.
You hear that?
What was that?
Well, we cut to the back of Susie's head as she stands in front of her bedroom window, almost immediately interrupted by a knock at the door. It's Sarah, and the two girls gather on Susie's bed for her to share the news. Madame Blanc wants her to dance the protagonist in Volk. She holds Sarah's hands, telling her that she didn't think it was going to be like this. She laughs that Blanc is so nice.
Sarah does not seem bothered or fazed.
No.
And I understand that this is, I guess, the closest thing you have to a friend here.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I would have kept that to myself. You are brand new.
Yeah.
What did she say? She's been here 2 days?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I'm fucking better than all of you guys. I got picked at like... I don't feel like I would be broadcasting that.
Yeah. And what did you guys have for dinner? I had baked chicken with Madame Blanc.
Yeah.
Lemon pepper seasoning. What did you guys have?
Right, she mama bird my food too.
She told me she loves me and like did this weird thing behind my head.
It felt like magic. I mean,
right, she didn't know there was a mirror in front of us.
No, I saw it all.
I saw everything.
Rays from her fingers, it looked like sun rays. But Sarah, however, only offers a low, "That's wonderful," in response. Susie asks if she's all right, and Sarah just says that she's been thinking about what Olga said during their rehearsal about Patricia.
Yeah, somebody should.
Yeah.
Somebody should be thinking about what Olga said.
We then find ourselves in the hallway, eavesdropping through Susie's closed bedroom door as Sarah's muffled voice acknowledges Patricia's involvement in some political groups and that no one knows where she is or if she's all right. Susie asks if what Olga said was true, and Sarah confirms that it is. Patricia didn't trust the matrons, and Sarah never understood why. But Sarah inquires if she asked Susie for a favor tomorrow, would she do it? Susie agrees to it without hesitation, and the camera presses in on their pinky promise as Sarah admits that they might get caught, but Susie doesn't seem to mind.
I'm the lead.
Yeah.
I'm going to be fine. You should worry about yourself.
Yeah, you may lose your spot.
Yeah. Right. If we get caught, just know you're fine.
I'm going to be fine.
But that night, Susie lies asleep in bed. Her dimly lit surroundings are put on display in a series of shots before we see a woman's hands clasping together in a well-lit room. Susie's breathing increases as she sees a series of visions in her mind's eye. An amorphous reflected light cast against the white wall of a large room, the sprawling fields of the Ohio farm, the camera pressing into a bright light at the end of a long tunnel. A large plate of glass shatters against the ground outside in slow motion, and young Susie is discovered by her mother, hiding in a closet, wrenched out of it by her arm. A woman's face freezes in a scream, her eyes covered by strands of hair, before her face is covered completely by a thin layer of white fabric. We then see a woman seated in the center of a room, wearing a maroon dress with her hair over her face. A child echoes, "Mother, mother, mother." Young Susie's hand is placed on a windowsill as her mother grabs a hot iron. We get a shot of a poster on the wall for the Marcos Tanzgruppe, a pair of hands hovering over each other, the palms of which appear yonic, before her mother whispers, "Susanna," and brings the iron down. A woman in a cream-colored dress with her hair covering her face clutches her pearls, and we then see all of the matrons gathered in Tanner's office before seeing a quick flash of Helena Marcus, her large face covered in a pair of sunglasses. Blanc comforts Susie after she dances Volk and collapses, bloody fingers smearing the letter A against the Berlin wall, and the sound of heavy breathing grows louder as the dancer in the maroon dress rises alone, striking several poses. A thin torso stretches, taking in air, as the closet young Susie was found in slams shut. A voice shrieks and roars as we catch a glimpse of a figure bathed in red light before the dancer in the maroon dress sinks to the floor, drawing everything to a close. I think Susie's phone rings and someone says 7 days.
Literally.
I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
I interpreted it as kind of sexual repression.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because to me, it seemed like as a child, she got caught touching herself in the closet and her mother burned
Her hand.
Okay.
And so, I mean, the A, I was thinking like Scarlet Letter.
Okay.
But the rest of it.
Yeah.
I will
Question
say
mark.
there are a couple things in there that make a lot of sense as far as her being, if you look at the closet as being sheltered, if you look at the Helena Marcus Dance Company poster,
Yeah.
just after seeing a small light at the end of a long tunnel,
Mm.
and you can kind of put that together as this is her escape.
Yeah.
She's going to
Okay.
Berlin. She wrote it down.
That was very clear.
Yeah.
But it's very interesting because there are moments, and the way that it's shot, the nightmare sequences are more saturated with primary colors
Yeah.
than what we see in the real film. And so there are moments in this nightmare that if you think of it through that lens, you realize are not part of the nightmare.
Okay.
And then you start to piece together and you're like, who was the woman in the maroon dress?
Yeah.
And we learn, but
Okay. All right. I did notice that a little later in the movie when it happens again, and I was like, why is this so different?
yeah. I just think that it's very interesting, like a clue from the cinematographer.
Yeah. That's really cool.
It is.
But we cut to the exterior of the academy, rain pouring heavily as agents Glockner and Albrecht, played by Mikael Olsen and Fred Kellerman, respectively, approach the entrance, and we get on-screen text reading, Act 3, Borrowing.
I'm like, damn, we are just going through these acts.
Yeah. And it's very funny because Clipper is like, no, the Helena Marcus Dance Academy.
Yeah.
Go.
But they ring the bell outside, and after waiting a moment, are invited inside by Miss Vendigast. Once inside, Albrecht tells her that they need to speak with someone in charge, Miss Marcus, about a girl named Patricia. And after he checks his notes, he finishes, Patricia Hingle. A deep sigh is heard, and when Vendigast doesn't answer, Albrecht asks to perhaps speak with Madame Blanc instead. Vendigast breathes sharply, telling the men that she is Madame Blanc. I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
No, you're not.
No.
And the way that she's acting, I'm like, you're not even trying to put on any kind of, you're being suspicious as fuck.
Yeah.
Thank you. Because the whole time I was like, I don't like your whole vibe feels like you're full of shit.
Yeah, and you're too unbothered about it.
Yeah.
Like, you're not even like, you're lying badly, and you're not even worried
No.
that you're lying badly.
I feel like it's because you don't have to care.
Exactly.
But she invites them to follow her into the school. They pass Miss Tanner on the steps, bidding each other good morning as they head into the office. But sometime later, Susie and Sarah sneak around the academy together, watching as a pair of dancers, one of them Marquetta, played by Olivia Ancona, exit the school from the front entrance. After they leave, Sarah grabs Susie's hand and they head into Miss Tanner's office. Wasting no time, Sarah breaks into one of the filing cabinets and rifles through folders, unable to find Patricia's file. Susie suggests looking for Olga's file, but Sarah can't find hers either. Sarah says that she's just looking for a phone number for Patricia's parents or anyone who could tell her whether or not Patricia's still in Berlin. As Sarah goes over to a filing cabinet on the other side of the room, Susie peers into one of the open desks, which is filled with various shades of lipstick, stealing one for herself.
Oh, a thief, huh?
I mean... When she joins Sarah on the other side of the room, however, she overhears the sound of laughter coming from behind one of the closed doors. With Sarah preoccupied in her search, Susie ventures through the door next to the filing cabinet, hiding behind a large shelf. Peering through the items on it, she finds Mrs. Vendigast, Huller, and Tanner laughing uproariously, standing next to the motionless bodies of detectives Albrecht and Glockner, who stand there like mannequins. Huller steals Glockner's gun from his holster, fooling around with it before Susie peers down to see that Glockner is naked from the waist down. Vendigast laughs as she uses her hook to fiddle with Glockner's penis, which he doesn't react to at all, but sends the matron silly with laughter.
My name is Paul. This shit is so between y'all.
Yeah.
But I'm like, look, first and foremost, I support a woman's right to laugh at dicks. I love the fun that they're having. It looks like a great time. Either these men work for the Royal Guard or they're under some kind of spell.
Yeah.
There is no reaction.
Their
like you
bearing
said,
is
Yes.
this world.
I'm impressed. It's a hook.
No, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And he's just
Well, honestly, one wrong move.
yes.
So
And we've seen what the hooks can
let's
do.
be careful.
There's no reality in which I do not witness this and run back into the office and be like, Sarah, they got naked men and they're laughing at the
Yeah.
they're laughing at the dicks. That she doesn't say anything.
No, she doesn't say anything and she starts to laugh.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's very interesting.
that is interesting
Yeah.
because I would be beside myself.
But Tanner mimes that she's going to stab Glockner's genitals with her hook, and this is apparently the funniest thing on the planet Earth.
They're having the best time.
Yeah. But Susie stops smiling, however, rising to her feet and returning to Sarah in the office. Sarah's search fruitless, she tells Susie to follow her out of the office, and she does, only after letting out another shocked laugh. I understand that they don't know that they're police,
Yeah.
don't know that they're here looking for Patricia or anything, but even just on sight.
I'd have some questions.
So many questions. And the gun.
Yeah. And you are right, because she never is like, Sarah, by the way.
Yeah.
Sidebar. Never.
You wouldn't be able to keep my mouth shut.
Yeah.
I'm telling my bestie the minute that I see her.
Yeah.
Like it's wild.
And she saw her right after, so it's not like, oh, I forgot earlier.
No, yeah. I'm yanking your ass into the hallway, and we're going to have a giggle about that giggle.
Yeah.
But in the Iris studio, the dancers are gathered, among them Susie and Sarah, who stretch together on the floor. Huller and Milius stand in the corner laughing about something together. I think we can put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah.
They were like, wasn't that funny?
We had a great time. But Madame Blanc enters the room, gaining the attention of the group and telling them that this morning they will turn their instincts inward. The light switches on, and Blanc instructs Milius and Mandel to close the windows, alerting Marx that there will be no music. Tanner stands watching Blanc as she says that she wants to focus on a new piece, about rebirths, the inevitable pulls they exert and our efforts to escape them.
Okay.
Interesting. She kicks a chair away from her and tells the group that they will learn it now, but says that Susie will improvise freely at its heart because she's interested in her instincts.
Are you mad at us? Like,
I was like, it's Susie, my shining star. You do whatever you want. I love you so much. I'd be like, who is this bitch?
yeah.
3 days, I think.
And Susie's like, bet.
Yeah. But Blanc draws closed a large curtain, and we see that her outfit is very similar to the dancer in a certain nightmare we saw last night.
Mm-hmm.
Blanc tells the group that the piece will be called Wieder öffnen, or Open Again. Mandel counts the group in time as they gather around Susie at their center. All of the dancers move rhythmically, flowing with expression, as Susie writhes in the middle of them, animalistic and primal. But underneath the studio, a withered, long-fingered hand reaches up to touch the ceiling. Blanc seems to sense that something is wrong and approaches Tanner, who flashes her a knowing smirk. Raspy breaths accompany the ghoulish hand underneath the studio, touching the ceiling where Susie thrashes just above.
Yeah, there we go. Now my interest is piqued again.
But later, in the matron's quarters, Blanc sits with Tanner, both of them reading newspapers, the room populated with other matrons of the academy. Blanc quietly scolds Tanner for not telling her that she was coming. Tanner says that she wanted to feel Susie for herself. Blanc is in disbelief, asking, "So you stuck her in a storage closet under the floor? Helena Marcus?"
So this really, if you had any doubts that they're all in on this together, it's gone.
Yeah.
Because I'll be under the floor in a storage closet just so I can feel her vibe through the floor is a major red flag.
Yeah.
Unless you're all in on this weird shit that you're doing together, and then you're like, okay, that tracks.
That's part of it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Susie, do whatever you want.
but do it there.
Do it right there.
But Tanner just replies that Mother wanted it. Blanc admonishes her for using a title that they agreed they wouldn't use anymore, and says that if Marcus was really one of the 3 mothers, they wouldn't be in the position they're in right now. It's like, man, you're really giving everything away.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like a lot. So maybe too much of it is done in these conversations with this group of women.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, we're about to get your notepads out whenever you see them together.
And I will say again, we never saw any kind of discussion where they were like, we're not going to call Helena Marcus Mother anymore.
Yeah.
In fact, the last time we talked about Helena Marcus, they were like, long live Mother Marcus.
Yeah. That is right, though.
So I was like, I don't get it.
You're right. Like, when did this happen off screen?
But Tanner simply retorts that Blanc should have told Marcus about Susie herself, because now Mother wants her. Blanc laments that they're going to waste another girl so quickly, but Tanner reminds her that they all voted and Blanc wasn't the light they chose to follow. She says that if Marcus wants this girl, then Blanc must prepare her. Blanc confirms that Marcus does in fact want Susie, and Tanner says that she does, and through her, Marcus will live. Again. Everything.
Yeah. And the gang doesn't look like it's doing so hot now.
No.
But Tanner rejoices that they finally found the girl just in time. Blanc accepts this, and choosing her words very carefully, assures Tanner that she won't rush again, and she herself will tell Marcus when the girl is ready. She calls out to Balfour, who sits sewing an array of red costumes. I will say again, I think this is why I feel like Blanc isn't as bad as the others.
Yeah.
Because, not just because Tilda Swinton, I saw you laugh.
Yeah, well,
I feel like she is taking it upon herself, all of this guilt for the failures of the past.
Right.
Because she's saying, I'll tell her when she's ready. Marcus is rushing me.
I get that point of view.
Mm-hmm.
I took it as more like I don't want to give her to her.
And that
I
might
think
be
she
true.
wants her for herself.
Yeah. See, I didn't come up with that until a little later in the movie.
That is fair. I'm just...
But you're like, it's Tilda.
It's Tilda Swinton. I don't know what you want. But out in the hall, Susie chats with Sarah, asking her if something happened to her during their rehearsal. Sarah just lights up a cigarette, not knowing what Susie is talking about, but Susie asks her if she felt something there, or someone, or just something. I was like, all right.
Anything.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Sarah just laughs, telling her that it's odd. It sounds like something Patricia would say. It's like, we got it.
Yeah.
Whose room are you staying in again?
But she suggests that they get changed or else Sonia will leave without them, and she offers Susie a dress to wear for the night. They pass Vindagast on their way up the stairs, who walks by them, singing in German and holding a box. I don't think this box is important. I wrote it in my script because I'm like, anything could be.
You never know.
No. But that night, Susie walks ahead of their group of dancers on the streets of Berlin. As they cross under a bridge, Sarah walks away from the group to join Susie as they approach the Paris bar. And these scenes were shot in Berlin.
Okay.
Cool.
Through the window, they spy the matrons with Blanc at the head of their table. We watch as they laugh together and the girls peer at them, but we hear a conversation that seems to take place in the minds of the matrons. Blanc shares that she wants to bring back a custom from the old ways, a witness. Complete asks if she wants to use one of their friends from the police, and Vindagast suggests that using one of the young girls at the window would be better. But Huller reminds them that they already have a witness, the old man who phoned the police in the first place. He can be their witness. Tanner agrees that it shouldn't be one of the girls. It would make whoever it was go insane. But Blanc remarks that it's good for Susie to see them out like this, to see them still as part of the world. Vindagast wonders if Susie can sense what they really want from her, and as the camera pushes past the group of matrons over to the window and to Susie, Tanner says that Susie senses a lot. She shines with it. Blanc agrees, sharing that she sees it every night when she sends Susie their dreams.
That was you.
Yeah.
But listening to this, I'm like, she is extremely manipulative.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I know they're at the window. It's good that they see us laughing. And I don't know why it was shocking to me that they're just, I know it's not, they're not in prison.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But that they were just allowed to be out and wandering the streets. I don't know why I was like, oh.
Yeah, honestly, I was a little not confused, but it kind of seemed like they had a strict schedule that they wanted to stick to. So them just kind of running around, I was like, oh, well, cool, you guys are able to let your hair down and get out. But
I was just, I don't know why.
And I mean, part of it, the way that they talk about it quietly in the hall, then they pass Miss Vindagast. It seems like they're sneaking out.
Yeah.
So it is kind of surprising, I agree. But it is very strange to me that they're like, it's good they're seeing us out here.
Yeah.
And also, man, how fucked up is that they're suggesting using... Vindagast is the mother of the dormitory hall.
Yeah.
And so she's like, well, just use... one of them as the witness.
Oh, they don't give a fuck.
It's wild.
I mean, I guess from their point of view, Klimper did try to bring the hammer down on them or whatever. But I was like, that old man didn't ask for any of this.
No. And I will say, very interesting to introduce this concept of a witness.
Yeah.
Because it comes up, of course, later, but I feel like the witness that we observe is not who we think it is.
Okay.
But we fade to black and return to find Madame Blanc in a white room with her eyes closed. We see Susie fast asleep in bed, and Blanc's white room begins to glow in a supernatural purple light as she sends Susie more visions. I was like, hey, color!
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not one of the primary colors, which is interesting. I don't think purple's primary.
Yeah.
No.
All right.
I don't think.
I'll have to ask my partner. They're an artist. But we see a crack in a concrete sidewalk, brain matter splattered across it, a woman standing on a white deck in tattered black shoes, a mannequin hand clutching a pair of pink underwear as a worm wriggles next to it. There's a lot of imagery, and you're just like, I can make this mean 15 things.
Yeah.
And I love when art does that. But we then see that the woman on the deck sits completely naked on a wooden chair, her hand reaching out to a silhouette burned into the floor. Green light pours through the purple and over Madame Blanc as the amorphous glow finds Susie again, who stands at a doorway in her mind, before we cut to a pair of human lungs resting on asphalt, holes piercing through the tops of them. The naked woman now writhes in pleasure in the dark, holding one of the matron's hooks, perhaps using one of the matron's hooks. But we then see a withered arm sliced with a razor, and Susie watches as horses trot across the Ohio fields, and she slowly ascends the door frame, climbing it with ease. She imagines her mother clutching viscera to her breast as a high-pitched noise wails and disembodied voices echo. She then sees Sarah in a dark room, blood pouring from her mouth as she asks, "Is it true?" She sees fingernails scratching against a wooden floor, and Caroline's face is covered in blood. A scream echoes as Blanc clutches her hair as she sits on the floor. The light fades in to find someone lying on a wooden table, wearing a mask with their mouth wide open. Their eyes open, accompanied by strange noises, as Blanc continues her dance, and we see a toilet filled with hair and a mass of feathers resting in Detective Glockner's opened mouth in a room surrounded by wires. The hook comes down, and the visions seemingly end. But we then find Sarah in her room, getting ready for sleep, but she's disturbed from her peace when she hears Susie screaming from her room. The amorphous light is now in Susie's room at the foot of her bed, where she writhes and experiences more visions. A black mask covered in worms and surrounded by flames, Sarah repeating her question, "Is it true?" and Susie herself sinking to the floor with Madame Blanc, the two women covering each other's mouths. Susie stirs awake, screaming loudly, "I know who I am."
So in this moment, that it's confusing. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But yeah.
When on a rewatch, you're like, oh, this is the moment.
Yeah.
And it's just wild. But Sarah rushes into Susie's room, switching on her lamp to comfort her. Caroline stands in the doorway, asking if Susie is all right, and Sarah says that it was just another nightmare. Doll, played by Sarah Seguati, joins them, calling it the Marcus Company Special, and admitting that she's surprised it took this long, and to let her know if Susie needs some Valium.
Nightmares so severe that you're screaming loud enough to wake up the entire floor in the middle of the night, and they're just like, oh yeah, welcome. Like that is very concerning.
Like,
oh yeah.
4 days?
Yeah.
First time. It's like, what?
Yeah.
But they return to their room laughing, but Sarah says that she's right, admitting that she dreamt of hairballs in toilets for 3 weeks before she got a decent night's sleep here. And that's one of the visions that we saw in Susie's nightmare.
Yeah.
But she switches off the lamp, telling Susie to move over and climbing into bed with her. Susie shares that she's only ever slept in bed with her sister, but Sarah tells her that they're sisters now. The two cuddle together as Susie stares at the city lights outside of her window, and accompanied by piano, we get on-screen text reading, Act 4, Taking. We find Klemperer at his country home, snow blanketing the area as he makes tea inside, staring through the window, his mind filled with memories of Anka. As he returns to the station to head back home to his apartment, we hear a news report sharing details of a statement released to the press. The leader of the hijackers demands Bader, Insulin, Moeller, and the other RAF prisoners released from Stanheim prison and flown to Mogadishu. But we watch as Klimper arrives at the police station, asking an uncredited woman at the front desk to speak to agents Glockner and Albrecht. As the woman at the front desk checks on this for him, Klimperer hears that the hijackers have murdered a pilot to demonstrate the sincerity of their intentions. Klimperer waits in the hall to be called into the office, and as he does, he glances over at a bulletin board, gasping at what he discovers there. A flyer reads, in German, "Terror suspect. Do you know this woman's name?" along with a picture of Patricia Hengel. But Klimperer is then called in to see Albrecht and Glockner. As he sits in front of their desks, Albrecht tells him that they were shown every room of the dance academy and that they didn't see anything there worth remembering.
We definitely don't remember, and we're definitely never speaking of it again.
Yeah.
And absolutely nobody there had my dick out. I mean, had their dick out.
No.
I mean, no, there were no dicks out.
And I can't look at any hooks. Just keep them away from me, please.
So right now I'm like, oh, you don't remember
Nothing.
anything.
No.
Yeah.
And what's funny to me is to frame it that way. There's nothing worth remembering. That's different.
Yeah, no.
Your
yeah.
memory was wiped.
Yeah.
I don't
I
remember.
don't remember anything. But Klimperer remarks that the women are professional performers and that illusion is their craft. But Albrecht tells him that it's not his place to speculate on that. But he asks if they spoke to a Helena Marcus there, who Patricia referred to as Mother Marcus. He shares that Patricia had a delusion that Marcus was leading a coven there, a delusion she had for months. Condescendingly, Glockner asks Klimperer if he believes in witches. Klimperer admits that he doesn't, but he does believe that people can organize themselves to perpetrate crimes and call it magic.
I was really glad he said that.
Yeah.
Because I was like, okay, that right there, even if you're not, that's a really good way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we don't believe in that dude, but if they do, who knows who they're hurting?
Yeah.
And you think about his history and this idea of organizing
Yeah.
and criminality and atrocity.
Yeah.
But Glockner simply asks Klimperer if he understands the kind of week they've been having before just the scene abruptly ends.
Yeah.
I laughed out loud because it's so abrupt, and the cut makes it look like, because he's outside in
Yeah.
the stairwell, it makes it look like they're like, and stay out. Did they kick him out?
Because Glockner's just standing there.
Yeah.
The exit's that way. But Glockner stands in front of Klimperer on the stairwell. But before Glockner can leave, Klimperer calls him back. He reminds Glockner that they've actually met before. He says that he was on the police force in Friedenau, and that he tried to help Klimperer locate his wife. Glockner inquires when Klimperer's wife went missing, and he shares that it was 2 years before the Russian charge, in 1943. Her name was Anke Meyer. So I was wondering about this with Frau Sazam bringing flour home from the Meyer family.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The connection there I thought was kind of like there has to be something there.
Right.
Is this Klimperer still being connected to Anke's family?
Maybe.
Or with these documents, was that a false name that they had used? Because we see documents later that I believe are forged? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. But that I didn't catch the name, though. That is interesting.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Because it's like, of all the names you could have chosen.
Yeah. But Klimperer says that from the list, Glockner helped him rule out Poland and that he's still grateful for his help. He looks down for a moment before patting his own heart and turning to walk down the stairs. This, again, was just tragic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's 34 years that she's been missing.
Yeah.
And that he has been going to this country house and reconnecting with her in his own way.
Mm-hmm.
That's just heartbreaking.
It's devastating.
But back at the academy, the group practices together in the Iris studio, with Susie and Sarah at the center, Sarah wearing one of the flowing red outfits that Balfour was sewing earlier. When Blanc enters the room, Susie is prompted by one of the dancers to practice her jumps. She attempts them, but after a few leaps, Blanc steps in to correct her. She reminds Susie that part of the jump is the muscle, which will develop as she conditions, but she assesses that Susie seems to have an aversion to them, and she doesn't understand why. She asks if Susie is so happy to be stuck to the earth, which inspires a chuckle from Susie. But Blanc invites Caroline over to demonstrate, which was funny to me because when they were having that chicken dinner, she was like, I'll have Caroline teach you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you haven't done that?
No.
You're just going to criticize me without helping? It's like, Caroline will show you how it's done. It's like she was supposed to.
It's like, you don't know already?
Wow.
Weird, but okay.
Maybe I need to touch Caroline's palms. But Caroline takes a few jumps, leaping to a great height, showing Susie how it's meant to be done. After she's finished, Blanc invites Susie to try again.
That bitch can jump.
Yeah.
I was like, is she part bird? I'm not going after her.
It's like, can she just do the jump part? I'll do everything else.
She can stand it. I'll take over on the floor work or whatever.
Yeah, whatever it is.
I don't know how that works with the flow of the
I don't know
dance.
either.
We'll figure it out.
But as all the dancers and matrons watch, Susie gives it another go. But after not showing much improvement, she stops trying, confessing to Blanc that what she really wants is to be on the floor. Blanc provides sarcastic understanding, saying of course Susie wants that. It's because she's confusing physical weakness with artistic preference, and she's tired.
Okay, drag me.
Yeah,
I thought I was the favorite.
Yeah.
What is this?
I'm
the lead.
Then we had dinner and all that.
Yeah.
But Miss Huller lets out a sardonic laugh, but Susie argues her idea, saying that the jumps are opposing the pull of the structure, but it's too soon for it. She drops to the ground, suggesting that the floor work is keeping the other dancers pushed down. She pushes herself against the floor, breathing somewhat sensually, saying that this movement could echo the other dancers, but on a slightly higher point of elevation. She suggests that she stay closer to the ground now than go straight into the jumps where Blanc has them later, saying that that way would be more to the point. She says the resistance would be more emphatic. Blanc just stands there with her cigarette, and accompanied by piano in the score, she says that she doesn't know how aware Susie is of the times that they lived through here 40 years ago, out of which this piece was made. She circles around Susie, the camera arcing around both of them, as Blanc explains the great cost they learned through those years, the value of the balance of things. She says that every arrow that flies feels the pull of the earth, but they must aim upwards. They need to get her in the air.
She's like, stop making out with that floor and get in the air. And I was like, I know that partly, maybe debatable, but her ambition has gotten her this far. Mm-hmm. But to look at the woman who created this dance and be like, no, it would make more sense to do it this way because I'm not great at the jumps, that's a lot.
It is, but thinking about it now and knowing what I know now, I feel like this means something different.
It does.
And I get that as well. I agree. Because it's like a challenge almost.
Yeah.
And literally just the night before, I know who I am.
Oh, okay.
So she's like, I'll tell you how it should be done.
Because see, at this point, I didn't think of it as being on a conscious level at all. But that, maybe it is that she's like, no, I do know better.
Yeah.
But I was just like, damn, dude,
No, it's
be quiet. Like, stop.
But what's funny is even with what we know later, whatever's happening, they're like, jumps are still out. I still can't do those.
I don't know what to tell you.
Right, we never practiced that.
But Snow falls outside through the window behind Blanc as she looks up to Caroline, who lets out a gasp. Then back down at Susie, who lets out a gasp as well. I was like, oh no. Because after the rehearsals, the group exits the Iris studio, but suddenly, Caroline crashes to the floor in the throes of a seizure. Her mouth foams, and Blanc urges everyone to leave her alone. When the thrashing subsides, Caroline reaches for Blanc, sobbing in a tearful embrace. She is later taken to her room in the dormitories where Vindagast checks her blood pressure and tells her not to be afraid and that everything will be all right.
Was it just me, or did Blanc look at Caroline funny and then she went down?
See, what I'm confused about is I wonder if that's the connection or if it's the other connection of the two gasps. Okay. That's where I'm confused. Because it feels like maybe someone is a little jealous that their jumps aren't so good.
I was waiting on now. Go on and give Susie your leg muscles. I was like, I don't. What the fuck is happening?
Yeah, and I think that's it. I think that like we had seen with Olga.
Yeah.
I think that people's personal feelings in the moment are being expressed through pain and this these convulsions.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's like, again, like you're saying, which one is it coming from?
Because it looked like she gave her the evil stare, and then she went down, and I was like, what was that?
Yeah.
It's like, we're all in here.
Yeah.
But then, and then that embrace after, I think, is where I get confused, because it's almost like Blanc can't believe it's happening either.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm like, but then to look at her and for her to be like,
Yeah.
and then Susie,
Yeah.
and she's like, it's like, something's bad.
Yeah.
Something's wrong here. But snow blankets the outside of the academy as Sarah steps out with Sonia, Marquetta, and Doll. Sonia remarks that she heard Caroline hit her head hard and that she hopes she's okay. And I think we all were concerned about what happened to Caroline next.
Yeah.
But we'll see her later and everything's fine.
Yeah. Well, watching it, I'm like, I'm concerned. She's clearly next.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, she'll dance folk. Don't worry.
With her, I mean, she won't be doing the jumps, but
No.
But before the girls can head down the street together, Klemperer stands in the snow in front of the academy, and he calls out to the group, asking for just a moment of their time. He tells them that he's looking for a dancer in their company, but when Sarah asks him who he's looking for, he just replies, "You're Sarah," which is not good
no.
to approach this way.
Yeah.
No.
But Sarah just kindly confirms this and asks if she can help him. Klemperer introduces himself as a friend of Patricia's. But in a nearby cafe, the radio chatters an update of the hijacked plane, reporting that the hijackers have soaked all of the hostages in duty-free alcohol and are set to ignite them. I have to admit, obviously, this is a harrowing story being told on the news.
Yeah.
Does the matter of the alcohol being duty-free matter at all?
Literally,
Yeah.
as you were saying it, I was like, why was that included? Not you,
No, but
in the
yeah.
film, because it just makes me think of Seinfeld.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. He likes to shop at the duty-free shop.
But the newscaster shares that when the hijackers learned the German government was in the process of releasing the prisoners from Stanheim, they agreed to extend their deadline until after midnight. But into the cafe walks Sarah, who finds Klemperer at a table and joins him. Over tea and dessert, Sarah tells Klemperer that she doesn't know what to make of any of this. She knows the sort of things Patricia was involved in, but doesn't see how any of it could be happening inside the company. Klemperer presents Patricia's journal, sharing that in it, she describes some kind of revolutionary organization in a crisis of leadership, with Marcus being very ill, which we all know is absolutely true.
Yeah.
Sarah tells Klemperer that she lives there and doesn't see any evidence of this at all, adding that nobody has approached her or any of the girls as far as she knows. She seems very oddly defensive
That.
for trying to help Patricia.
This entire scene confused me a lot.
Yeah.
Because I feel like the biggest part of Sarah, what we know about her, is that she was very close to Patricia and she's very concerned about where she is and what happened to her. And so this person approaching it's super casual.
It was really casual.
But this person approaching and bringing this information as a connection to this friend that you don't know where she is, her reaction is very weird and it makes no sense to me.
And when you consider what she was telling Susie.
Yeah.
When she was like, Patricia was saying this thing about her being gone, what's going on with Olga. She said that she didn't trust the matrons, but you're like, I don't see that happening here.
Yeah. And now she's like, I goddamn live here. It's like, what?
That was my thing. I was like, thanks for nothing. Because like you said, the whole scene, when it is over, it's like, dude, you know, we went into the office together. You couldn't find any records on either one of them. You were asking questions or sounded concerned earlier when you brought it up. Now you're like, no, I don't know nothing.
And if anything, I mean, you're getting more and more evidence to the contrary of what you're saying in this scene. Why would they get rid of their files in the office?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's weird.
Yeah.
But you're like, no.
Shut up. Science bitch.
She just palms him.
Right. We don't got to pay a mark on it.
No, do you not know that?
Yeah, you're going to fuck my shit up.
Don't rock the boat.
But Klemperer simply tells her to read Patricia's journal. He tells her, Mother Marcus, Mother Meinhof, the dance rehearsals, political action, and he comments that these two areas of Patricia's life were of equal importance. He informs Sarah that this is how transference happens, how a delusion is made. He describes delusion as a lie that tells the truth. I really love that line.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, he's even saying this as logically as he can understand it.
Yeah.
She's saying it's this power struggle of witches, etc. But even if he's not trying to get Sarah to believe that and the magical aspects of it, there's still clearly something wrong.
Yeah.
So why isn't Sarah receptive to this?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But after reading entries for a few moments in the diary, Sarah discovers one word written within its pages: witches. Klemperer tucks into his meal, supposing that Patricia's fantasies about witches are her way of processing some other form of intrigue. Sarah reminds the doctor that the company is a family and that there's a lot of love there.
I almost feel like this should have been someone else.
Yeah.
Like, it should not have even been Sarah having this conversation with him.
I feel like anybody else would make sense. You're right.
Yeah.
Because there's not this concern, or honestly, Sarah's really the only one attempting to solve any kind of mystery.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's the only one that cares where she went.
Yeah.
I think that her political activism is a really easy excuse to be like, well, you know what she was tied up in. Of course she's gone. She's the only one that's kind of questioning that. So to be provided evidence that, yeah, that could be a lie, that could be a cover up, and you're like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's just weird.
Yeah. Would it have worked better maybe if it was Susie?
I feel like, honestly, it would have.
It would.
Because in that case, all she's had is what Sarah told her.
Right.
You know, she's experiencing these things through Sarah's concern and fear. She didn't know Patricia.
Right.
So she's not as not as close to it personally. So yeah, I agree.
And she got the part, so.
Yeah, it's true.
And she's the lead.
And honestly, with what we know of Susie now, it would make sense for her to be like, no, we're a family.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
You know?
I just feel like I understand the need to connect these two characters together. This just doesn't feel like
the way
to do it.
And even if so, what is lost with Sarah believing him in this scene?
Yeah.
What changes?
I don't know.
Because I feel like if she believed him in this scene, that would influence more her behavior as the movie goes on.
Yeah.
Because wouldn't you want to investigate more if you have more to go on?
Yeah, you would. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. Maybe this was something that was like rewritten, or
maybe.
I mean, I don't know.
But in response to Sarah's statement that there's a lot of love in the academy, Klemperer posits that love and manipulation share houses very often. They're frequent bedfellows. And he's right.
Yeah.
Very.
And that's another there's some really great lines in this film.
Yeah.
But after this comment, Sarah closes Patricia's diary, telling Klemperer that she doesn't see the connection that he's making. She seems ready to leave, but Klemperer stops her and he urges her to eat her cake. He seems finished in his discussions, but then he just can't stop theorizing, dropping his fork and suggesting that maybe the police missed something. He says that Patricia spoke of hidden areas within the building, actual rooms that are secret. And this, again, if she believed Klemperer, this is the jumping off point for what we see happening next.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it just is very strange.
Because that is weird when we see it. I was like, why are you doing that?
Yeah.
Like, I get that, you know, we saw it in the original, and I know we're not there yet, but I was wondering why, because this conversation was so weird. And also thinking about her looking in this diary, if my friend is missing, I'm a crybaby, but that's going to make me emotional seeing her handwriting, seeing something that belonged to her. Why doesn't she have this with her? Like, that would scare me. And she's just like, whatever, like closing it. And like, I don't know.
All right, keep talking about these secret rooms because I'm listening to you, but I'm not going to give you shit.
Yeah. And thank you for the free cake.
Yeah.
But Sarah grabs her purse, telling Klemperer that she doesn't want to be disrespectful, but she puts it plainly. They're a dance company, and she refuses to speak with him about anything else. As Sarah grabs her belongings in her coat, Klemperer pleads with her to look closer. But Sarah just thanks him for caring for Patricia and says that she hopes that she doesn't see him again before leaving. Klemperer rises from his seat, watching through the window as Sarah ventures off into the snow. But that night in the dormitories, Sarah exits the shower, and on her way back to her room, she glances over at Susie's closed bedroom door. Another dancer calls out that Susie hasn't come back yet, and jokes that maybe she's seeing somebody. As she laughs, Sarah puts her ear to Susie's door, but doesn't hear anything, and just returns to her own room. But Susie, we learn, is with Madame Blanc, and through a maze of reflections, the camera finds them walking together into the mirrored studio where Susie auditioned and where Olga was disfigured. Blanc explains that part of the issue is not being able to see your body in space. One angle in one mirror or on film isn't enough. She describes movement as a series of energetic shapes written in air, like words forming sentences, like poems or prayers. As the door closes behind them, Susie stretches, asking, "Spells?" I'm like, careful now.
It's a little on the nose.
Yeah.
It's like, shit, dude.
What'd you say?
Yeah. But one thing I will say as well is this idea that Blanc is explaining.
Mm-hmm.
First, her explanation of it is beautiful.
Yeah.
Secondly, it takes you back to Patricia's journal where you see that person drawn in different styles of space.
Yeah.
And so it's like, this is how far she was in this process.
Yeah.
Damn.
But Blanc just continues, serene music in the score as the camera follows their reflections. She tells Susie that when she jumps, it's not about the height, but the space beneath her that matters. And in French, she says that every leap into the air must be a strike of lightning, a bolt of love. Susie, who was confused by the French before Blanc's translations, tells her that that sounds beautiful. But Blanc tells her that there are two things that dance must never be again, beautiful and cheerful. And today, they're going to break the nose of every beautiful thing. Firstly, that reminded me of Fight Club.
Absolutely.
Quite a horrific film, Fight Club. I know we talked about it last week. But
We did.
I honestly, I don't get why this is the goal. I understand what dance means and what it will mean, but, and you know what? Never mind, because I think that this is just Blanc's interpretation, because with Susie, what we hear her say at the very, very end is like a rejection of that statement.
Okay.
So maybe that's why they're saying it here.
Yeah.
All right.
I was just thinking I wanted to destroy something beautiful. Yeah. But that goes back to Fight Club.
But Blanc tells Susie that if she's going to be a dancer, she also must learn French. But in the staff dining room, the table is filled with the matrons, Tanner telling them all that what Blanc is attempting is a new approach, and they shouldn't worry. She asks how could they have known what would have happened with Patricia, adding that what they're attempting has never been done before. Complete asks how they know it'll work at all. If it killed Patricia, it might kill any girl they try it with. Balfour agrees with this assessment, but Tanner says that Patricia was unwilling in the end, and Blanc believes this is why it didn't work. She says they shouldn't have forced it if she didn't want to be a vessel. Tanner says that they wanted to bring Patricia into their power, but she wanted to blow up department stores instead, calling her a fool. So again, I want to say with what is happening later in this dining room, I get kind of starting this back and forth, cutting between these two scenes.
Right.
But I feel like, again, this is stuff that we already know.
Yes.
So for them to still be like, man, you know, it was... Why didn't it work with Patricia? It's like
It's like we're witches, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So wait, we run this school? Yes, dude.
It was funny.
But back in the studio, Blanc tells Susie that when you dance the dance of another, you make yourself in the image of its creator, emptying yourself so her work can live within you.
That's an interesting choice of words.
Yeah.
Susie understands, and Blanc reminds her that she's in a company now, and she has to find her place and decide what she wants to be for this company. The head, the spine, the sex, the heart. As Blanc clutches her own heart, Susie answers, the hands. And as she reaches for Blanc's hands, she repeats herself, I want to be this company's hands. Interesting.
Yeah.
But Susie then practices her jumps, Blanc encouraging her every time to jump higher. After dozens of leaps, Susie leaps to a great height, which earns a smile from Madame Blanc, and Susie remarks that sometimes she only needs to be told twice. At this point, I was like, is Caroline okay?
Those look like Caroline's like,
yeah, what the hell? But seated by a window, snow coating the sill, Sarah sits alone in her room. Suddenly, her head sinks as if falling into a deep sleep. But in the dining room, Huller wonders if anyone could be planning to blow them up. Could Patricia have told anyone else about them like she did with the old man? The matrons echo her concern, but Tanner tells them not to worry. They have time. Marks worries how much time they actually have, fearing if Mother Marcus dies before Blanc can deliver Susie to them, the company will be finished. But Tanner assures her that Marcus will hold on. For them. Marks says that they've all seen her and that her body is a prison, disease on top of disease. But meanwhile, Griffith, who has sat distraught and lost in thought this entire meeting, suddenly rises to her feet, inching her way over to a knife at the center of the table. Without word or warning, she seizes the knife, stabbing herself in the throat, and before anyone can reach her, she stabs herself again, collapsing onto the table, a warm arterial spray decorating the tablecloth as the women scramble to apply pressure to the wound.
I've been worried about her for a while.
Yeah.
But this was so abrupt and so unexpected. The way that the scene is led into by Sarah kind of falling asleep, I almost thought that she dreamt it.
Okay.
I thought
Honestly.
that she was dreaming this conversation or like somehow tapping into something where she's seeing this while she's asleep because dreams have been a pretty important, thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, I almost thought that I was like, is this real?
Yeah, it did the way when it went back and forth. And then when we stay on Griffith, I was like, okay, and she does that. I was like, oh shit. Because I don't remember that at all.
No, I'm like,
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
yeah, but I think very little stuck with me because this was such a mind-blowing experience that I just was not expecting it.
I think there is something very special about Griffith and her understanding. Because when Susie enters the school, she leaves wherever she was to approach that balcony to look at her.
Yeah.
And then later on, when this thing happens with Olga, she cries a tear of sorrow when nobody else seems to be reacting at all.
Yeah.
That's true.
And then this whole time at the table where they're talking about Marcus and her using Susie's body, and Griffith is like, no.
She's like, do you remember when we all voted? Like, is that like for
Yeah.
for dunsies or like, is there any wiggle room on that?
When do the polls close? But in her room, Sarah suddenly wakes up to the sound of clatter and footsteps outside in the hall. She follows the sound to the wall, putting her ear to it, but when she can't discover the source of it, she travels outside of her room, putting her ear to the wall in the hallway, discovering that it appears to be coming from within the wall itself. I did want to point out before we continue this scene, in her room above her bed, there is a poster for David Bowie.
Okay.
There is a scene in the screenplay where they go to a David Bowie concert.
Oh, wow.
And the interesting thing about it is in 1977, Bowie was living in Berlin. He was in the middle of recording the Berlin trilogy.
Oh, wow.
And so it's conceivable that that could have happened as well. And then when we were talking about Possession, I think it was off mic, I was telling both of you about David Bowie's concert in 87 that was kind of instrumental in changing mindset, and even the German government thanked him for being a part of the tearing down of the Berlin Wall.
Yeah.
So it's just very interesting to have these connections. David Bowie, the wall, his concert, his living in Berlin. Also the fact that in a music video, I think Tilda Swinton played David Bowie.
Come on, man. That's kind of perfect.
It's perfect, yeah. But I just thought it was interesting.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was, because in the script it says David Bowie, and I don't know if this is a cameo
Oh, that would have been cool.
Yeah.
or, or what. But
Yeah. I did notice the Bowie poster. I also noticed this robe that she is wearing.
Yes.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
And I have more to say about it later on.
Oh, okay. It's very pink.
Very
Yeah.
pink. I read that interview with the costume designer. She had mentioned that they wanted a very stark contrast between the way that Susie dresses when she comes to the academy and the way that Sarah dresses. And they wanted her to be kind of like polished and posh. All of her clothes are very, very nice. Her hair is always like really pretty. And they said that they had modeled her hair and makeup after the model BB Buell. And so I looked her up because I wanted to see, does it look like that or whatever? She's Liv Tyler's mom.
No shit.
Yeah, because what comes
cool.
up, is a bunch of pictures of them together and a bunch of pictures of her and Steven Tyler. And I was like, let me find out. And then maybe that's something that a lot of people knew, but I didn't know that. And I thought that was really cool. And just one last thing that I thought was interesting about the costumes. No, I have more to say later. But one last thing right now. Almost everything was handmade for this.
That's amazing.
And so they took a lot of influence from like German fashion magazines from the time and stuff. And I feel like it adds so much and it's something that you could overlook. So I wanted to point it out because it is really cool. Like a lot went into that.
Yeah.
Weinberg, the production designer, also said the same thing about the furniture, about them doing so much research to try to find the right style of fashion that would be in this building.
Okay.
That's really cool. Attention to detail like that, it makes all the difference.
Yeah.
But after hearing the noise in the wall, Sarah journeys through the school in the dark, through corridors, down staircases, and into hallways, counting her steps down from the 60s as she goes. I will say this is obviously a nod to what happens in the original.
Yeah.
But I feel like it was much more successful in the original because Sarah and Susie had this conversation together.
Yeah.
And Susie is the one that does this based on remembering that conversation.
Yeah.
There's no reason for Sarah to be counting right now.
I was like, did I miss maybe something in the diary? Because I was like, where the fuck are you
Yeah.
getting these numbers from?
Yeah.
She was like, I was watching Suspiria last night. Thought I'd give it a shot.
That's all. I was just like, oh, she must have counted where she thought she heard it.
Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? But I was like, okay, whatever.
It's
you know.
Because we don't see anything about it.
No.
But she eventually finds her way into the mirrored studio, counting down to 1 as she reaches what appears to be a dead end at the mirror. But Sarah knocks on the mirror, listening for the sound of something hollow, which she hears immediately.
All this knocking she's doing was really stressing me out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I will say also, it's very interesting that whatever she heard through the wall, Blanc and Susie were just here in this studio.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they were.
And the limited amount of time that has passed with what happened with Griffith,
Yeah.
what we hear in just a little bit, it's like, what is happening in the school?
Yeah.
But she feels around the mirror, prying at its edges until it opens. She creeps her way inside this new space, inching her way forward, looking behind her fearfully as she continues on. In the dark, she finds a staircase like a spinal column, a massive corridor of brick, and a glass door leading into what appears to be a home. This is the Mutterhaus. And once inside, Sarah spies a painting of Madame Blanc and Helena Marcus together, the frame of it appearing to be dried and aged organic material growing into or out of the wall.
Helena Mark. I was like, I didn't know that she knew Elton John.
Really?
Okay, see, I thought it was Meatloaf.
Okay, yeah.
That was a toss-up.
Well, her skin looks like meatloaf.
With this painting,
That's a fair point.
yeah. With this painting and the stuff around it made me think of kind of like sometimes when we get the what is it, the vampire or whatever, they can't look at their portrait or whatever because they
like Dorian Gray?
right.
Yeah.
With
So-
the aged.
Yeah, that's what I kind of thought. I was like, maybe that's what this is. But
It made me think of kind of like Layers of Fear,
Oh,
where like
right.
as it progresses, like, or even like a Silent Hill where the inanimate things become more organic and like this really gross and disturbing
Yeah.
way.
I will say, honestly, I am very intrigued to know ages.
Yeah.
You know?
Especially since, okay, I'm not to spoil anything, but we see this bitch later and that's not what she looks like anymore.
yeah.
But Blanc looks exactly the same.
That's the thing.
so that is
yeah.
that's a really good question.
We all know Tilda Swinton is probably a vampire.
Absolutely.
Right.
But that
There's no doubt
doesn't-
about that.
No, but I don't understand how that goes to Madame Blanc as well.
I don't know.
Maybe they cast her
yeah.
on purpose. But Sarah keeps walking, finding various sculptures of human body parts and faces carved out of marble, as well as flowers encased in glass. But as soon as she discovers one of the witch's hooks, she overhears screaming and frantic movements coming from nearby. She approaches the sound and overhears the matrons exclaiming in German that they couldn't stop her. She was too fast with the knife, and she's cold. Sarah opens a door to listen closer. I was like, are you fucking serious?
I was so stressed.
Dude, they sound pissed. I would not go that way.
But upon hearing one of the matrons urging the others to come quickly with her before howling a scream, Sarah shuts the door quickly, snagging the hook on her way out of the secret passage. I was very fearful that this would be the moment with Sarah, like from the original,
Yeah.
where eyes appear out of the darkness.
Yeah.
And that's it. So for there to be more and what happens next, it's like, oh, I guess.
Yeah.
Because the next day, we find Sarah at Klemperer's apartment, discussing her findings over a cup of tea. She sits fearful as Klemperer explains that Patricia wrote of the three mothers lost to time, predating all Christian invention, before God, before the devil, Mother Tenebrarum, Mother Lacrimarum, and Mother Suspiriorum, darkness, tears, and sighs.
He's better than me because I'd be like, oh, I thought you hoped you never saw me again.
Yeah.
Oh, now you want to look in the journal? Oh, that's funny because, no.
No, you'd be petty.
Yeah, I'd be very bad. I would let her in, but I don't know if I'm making her tea.
Like, I brought your dessert home. You want it?
Yeah.
You never ate it.
You didn't finish it, so.
Here's the day-old cake from the restaurant. That's all I got for you.
But Sarah shares that she saw images of the three mothers last night in porcelain. She says you can tell that the matrons have money. I was like, what the fuck?
What?
That's what
We're not robbing them.
And they're rich as hell.
We're not robbing them.
Is this a heist film?
After this. After. It's Oceans, whatever.
Yeah.
Ocean 77. Yeah, I don't know. That made me laugh because I was like, what does that have to do with anything?
And they're rich, dude? It's like, what?
Yeah, what the fuck?
You can tell.
Yeah. I will say I feel like this line is thrown in because I remember seeing an interview with Kajanik, the co-writer of the film, and he had mentioned something about the mothers being incredibly wealthy to explain their survival during the war. But I feel like the fact that they're witches would explain that.
Yeah. And I also think that now is not the time
No.
to be peppering that in.
Net worth of these.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is what they said. Let me write it down.
But Klemperer shares that Patricia said that Marcus claimed to be one of the three mothers, but there is dissent among the group over this. This kind of made me kind of go back to that stitched embroidery in the farmhouse in Ohio about not taking the place of a mother. I feel like this ties back to that, and it kind of what we learn later about Helena Marcus.
Yeah.
It's very interesting that he says this here.
Yeah.
Her claim.
Yeah.
But Klemperer shares that Patricia wrote about Marcusites and Blankites, an internal division among the witches. The sounds of protests echo from outside the apartment as Sarah sits stunned that Madame Blanc is involved in this at all. She asks if the women believe that they're witches, and Klemperer states bluntly, "You can't give someone your delusion, Sarah. That's religion. That was the Reich."
Now that's tea.
Yeah.
I was like, God damn. But he states that the Reich had these things. Insignia, esoteric ritual. He suggests that these mothers could be code names for founding members with metaphoric histories. Klemperer admits that he doesn't know, but what he does know is that Sarah is living with dangerous people. At this moment, Frau Sezam returns from her errands, startling Sarah as she realizes that Patricia could still be in the academy somewhere. Klemperer doubts that the inspectors would return to the academy to inspect a cabinet full of porcelain, but he says that they can try. And in the meantime, he asks her to take care of herself, suggesting that she leave and asking if she has somewhere else that she can go. Sarah just sits idly, holding the hook that she found in the Mutterhaus. Klemperer notices it, because how can he not? It's fucking...
Yeah.
And he tells her that she should find a way to put it back, or better yet, leave it here in his apartment. As she gives it to him, he tells her that it wouldn't be good for them to know that she has it, and he sets it on the glass coffee table in front of them, and it rattles uneasily. That rattling was terrifying.
Yeah.
It was.
Plus, that's my only weapon, though, dude. Like, I know they can't find me with it, but when they find me, I mean, I
need something.
Yeah.
But it was like, you can tell just by looking at this thing that it's never been used for something good or positive.
No. What is funny to me is that not at any point is Klimper like, well, you can stay here. He's like, you have a friend in the city?
Yeah. Because you got to get the fuck.
Remember when I threw the cake?
Yeah. You said you didn't want to see me again, I thought you'd said.
Right, yeah.
You're lucky I took this meeting, if we're being honest. Get the fuck out of my house.
But in the theater at the Academy, the matrons tape a pattern across the floor, disturbingly similar to one of the shapes in Patricia's notebook.
I read in that interview with Jaleh, the choreographer, that they had, when they first conceived of the set for this, it was going to be done in lights, the pentagram on the floor.
Mm.
But he was adamant that they not do that and that they physically mark it with tape. And I mean, it works.
It does.
Yeah.
And I think that it's one of those things that you see that pattern so fleetingly, you might not even connect it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because the way that they use it in the routine, it's like you wouldn't even think, oh, that's summoning something or what. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like, oh no, that's just design.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think that.
No.
But he thought that seeing it there physically instead of kind of with the light would make it look like, he likened it to a spider web, a gateway, and something kind of inherently pagan.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. I mean, he's right.
Yeah.
And the lights really would have been more difficult to ascertain.
Yeah. And I feel like it would change the way that the dancers look as well.
Mm-hmm.
True. And when we get to the scene in the theater,
Yeah.
it is so beautifully lit.
Yes.
It's brilliant. But Sarah leaves Klimper's apartment, and as soon as she steps out onto the street, she notices someone staring at her from a distance. It's Miss Tanner, who stands there unblinking.
Hey, girl, hey.
Yeah.
I was only here to get directions on how to get away from you.
No.
I'm killing this old man. You're welcome.
He was asking questions.
Yeah.
Don't worry about him anymore. It's fine.
But you know you're fucked.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Sarah freezes in her tracks, but after a group of protesters march by, Miss Tanner suddenly turns into a complete stranger, just some random uncredited woman. Just that switch,
Yeah.
so spooky.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally. Because it makes you wonder, what really did she see?
Yeah.
And you can't blame a bitch for being paranoid.
No.
If not, but I think that. Yeah.
Well, I just stole their hook.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
I fucked up a lot.
Yeah.
And you know what? Is Patricia seeing an eye in a book, seeing eyes in a photo?
Yeah.
And she's like, they're watching me through these.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but dogs bark in the distance as Sarah watches the woman seemingly return to herself before walking away. And you know what? Honestly, I was thinking about the piano player from the original Suspiria.
Yeah.
And he was kind of being watched and he was kind of attacked through his dog by the witches.
Yeah, he was.
So
you think maybe the dogs?
Maybe.
Okay.
But back at the academy, all the dancers prepare themselves for the performance, seated in chairs in front of mirrors, stretching, doing their hair, changing their outfits. And all the while, Sarah stands there despondent in her pink robe. A matron stands behind Susie, working on her hair until suddenly Miss Balfour approaches them. She shoos the other matron away, and with a cigarette in her mouth, she casually grabs a pair of scissors, and reaching for a length of Susie's hair, Susie gasps. We cut to a little bit later, as matrons are cleaning up the makeshift salon, and Susie sits there attempting to come to terms with her shorter haircut, which now rests at her shoulders instead of down her back.
It was a favor.
It looks much better.
It looks much better.
But suddenly, she hears a wheezing breath in the distance, which triggers a cutscene.
I do want to say, Susie, come on, man. You don't think that's weird that they just cut your hair and that lady scurried away with it?
Yeah.
But they've been taking your pee for weeks.
I mean, that's true.
I know, but like...
But they didn't even hide it.
No,
Like,
yeah.
No. But then that's another thing Patricia said.
Yeah, she did.
So
She
it's
did.
just like, oh,
Yeah.
This is part of it.
yoink.
But again, like you were saying, I know who I am. If she's online now, then
It's
yeah,
fine.
it's not going to bother her. She's not.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just this is the application process.
Yeah.
But in this memory, we see back at the farm in Ohio, the Mennonite priest checks on Susie's sick mother in bed, asking if anyone among them is sick. As Susie's mother keeps her eyes closed, raspy breaths escaping her lips, the priest suggests that whoever else is sick should call the church and let them pray over them. As he pours oil onto his fingers from a glass bottle at the mother's bedside, he declares that whoever will be sick will be anointed with oil and the prayer of faith that shall save them, and the Lord shall raise them up. He says if they've committed sins, but the mother interrupts him, weakly breathing, "My daughter." The priest finishes that they will be forgiven, and the mother whispers, "My last one. She's my sin. She's what I smeared on the world."
She's not the best jumper.
If
But
that's
mom,
Yeah.
that's a bit much. That's really harsh.
the verbiage,
Yes.
it's terrible.
So I'm your favorite, right?
Yeah. That's the other daughter. That was like, Susie, we're supposed to be studying America.
I knew I was the favorite.
But the camera twists around her mouth until her cracked lips appear sideways. I thought this might be more yonic imagery.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
probably.
But in the Iris studio at the Academy, rehearsals continue, Blanc instructing Susie one-on-one in French. Sarah watches them both as Susie answers Blanc in French that she understands.
She told her, you got to learn it.
Yeah.
It's
She's
been like 12 hours.
Duolingo.
That's, I don't know.
It works wonders.
I've been busting my ass for it. I'm not sure. But Susie begins to practice her jumps again, and Sarah watches them with cartoonishly shifty eyes.
Was anyone else a little surprised that Sarah came back here? Because I was.
Yeah.
Yeah, but where's she supposed to go?
Anywhere.
Anywhere else. Especially after she was spotted, ?
Yeah,
Outside of the
no,
doctor's
yeah.
apartment. I'm never coming back here. Ever.
I'm disappearing like Patricia, quote unquote.
Yes.
Yeah. Can I take the horn with me, though? Because I still need a weapon.
The horn?
Whatever it was.
Whatever the fuck it was.
But outside in the hall, after rehearsals, Sarah pulls Susie aside to talk to her. She cries, worried that Susie is making some kind of deal with the matrons, but Susie claims that she doesn't know what Sarah's talking about. Sarah, full of fear, asks Susie what she thinks they'll ask of her in return, but Susie approaches her soothingly, telling Sarah that whatever she has in her mind, nothing is wrong. Sarah retorts, "You just haven't seen the bill yet."
That is so good.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But Susie repeats that nothing is wrong, leaving Sarah alone in the hallway. And again, there is nothing wrong.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on,
Well,
Yeah.
on who you are, I guess.
and who you voted for.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
But rhythmic drums return to the score as we get another update from the news on television. To zoomed in and grainy footage on the TV, an announcer shares that special forces of the German Federal Police stormed the airplane in the night and killed 3 of the 4 hijackers, ending 5 days of terror for the hostages of the flight. We watch as through the footage, the hostages descend the airplane stairs, shaken, but alive and relieved. The announcer continues that in the high-security wing of the Stuttgart-Stammheim prison, 3 of the 5 RAF prisoners were discovered dead in an apparent suicide pact made upon hearing the news from Mogadishu. We see the faces of the dead: Jan-Karl Raspe, Irmgard Moller, Gundram Inslan, and Andreas Bader. The announcer shares that protesters are congregating around Germany, which we get B-roll of, as he explains that they are chanting that these prisoners were instead assassinated. But he states that the federal police president, Horst Herold, went so far as to declare that the Baader-Meinhof era is done. But as the news broadcast comes to an end, we see a wide shot of the crowded lobby of the Helena Marcus Dance Academy in the evening. Klemperer arrives alone, walking through the open doors at the entrance as the camera pans across groups of chattering spectators. In the dressing room, the dancers are adorned in their finished costumes. Over white undergarments, the women wear scant red threaded coverings which hang in long red ropes from their arms and from their waists. As the dancers stretch and prepare, Bindagast holds a mirror in front of Susie, telling her not to be so afraid about the white paint they're asking her to use, considering the audience will need to see her from the furthest row. Reluctantly, Susie drags a wet paintbrush across her lips, smearing a white stripe horizontally across them and her cheeks. As she does, she asks Bindagast where Sarah is, to which she replies that Sarah came in early in the morning, did her makeup, and left. My first thought was, oh, that's not suspicious at all.
Yeah, honestly, because I thought too, I was like, you're lying.
Yeah. But then...
Yeah. Like, oh, okay.
Oh, sure.
I guess
You're telling the truth.
you guys do sometimes.
Yeah.
I just wanted to talk about their Volk costumes really quickly. They're modeled after a performance that Jallet had already written and had already been performed from his piece Les Méduses. If you look it up, it is almost identical, but in Les Méduses, it's white, and in this, it's red. And I think for good reason.
Yeah.
The dance itself is also closely influenced by that dance before, but that only had 3 performers in it, and there was no lead. There was no solo. There was none of that. So he had to like kind of configure it and utilize this pattern on the floor. He did a really, really amazing job.
Oh, yeah.
And so did the dancers.
I will say, you showing me the white costumes before we started recording, it is identical. And it's so interesting because then he already knows how these movements are going to look with these costumes.
For sure.
So the director can see and say, oh, and it's so smart.
The utilization of it, it's really clever because I don't think that I would think, well, what did I do before? I don't think I would have done that. He had talked as well, going back to Olga, that in the script, Susie's dance that kind of correlates to that had called for ballet with a lot of leg and a lot of kicks. And he was like, that doesn't work.
Well, I mean, if you look at the original, it was more of a ballet school.
Yeah. But he was like, we need something visceral. We need something internal. And he said it was very difficult syncing up Dakota Johnson's movements with what Olga is experiencing and then having to do the prosthetics and everything. I mean, it just like so much went into this choreography and it is stunning.
Yeah.
But in the lobby, Klemperer shows his ticket to Miss Huller, who greets him in German, asking him if this is his first time here.
What the fuck are you doing here?
Yeah.
He's supporting the local arts.
No.
Which is something we all take very seriously and should do. I don't understand why you're so...
Put your life on the line and go do it.
Yeah. But he doesn't answer her at all. But she still guides him into the theater personally as he hands his ticket to an attendant and it's returned to him. As they cross the threshold of the theater, we get on-screen text reading, Act 5, in the Mutterhaus. All the floors are darkness, accompanied by a low chorus of voices and graphics occupying the lower part of the screen.
It felt like in a game where you get like a save point and you're like, oh, I'm about to get fucked up. This title card happening right before this performance, I was like, this is about to be bad.
But the dancers continue their stretches in the dressing room, Pavla checking in on them, but Miss Milius then arrives, giving them the countdown of 4 minutes until showtime. Susie eyes Miss Milius from under her exaggerated, painted-on eyebrows, but we suddenly cut to the bowels of the academy, the Mutterhaus only recently discovered. A large door creaks open in a haunted house style, and we see that Sarah has returned to the hidden passage in full costume and makeup for the performance.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like, no, the show must go on.
I just love that the matron's like, yeah, I told you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
She was here.
Yeah. But in the dressing room, Susie watches as the matrons vacate, But as she continues to stretch, she begins to relive a moment from her nightmare. Sarah standing in a doorway and asking, "Is it true?" When a voice whispers, "Sarah." Susie turns around to look behind her, but there's no one there. But the source of the voice, however, is heard to Sarah in the Mutter house, and she recognizes the voice as Patricia's. She rushes over to wooden shelves where she finds Patricia facing away from her skin pale and bruised gray. Sarah sits down next to Patricia, asking her what they did to her, promising that it's all over now and apologizing for not finding her sooner. Patricia croaks that she wakes up here every day. Sarah considers the distraction of the performance as the perfect cover for their escape and urges Patricia to get up and go with her. As she pleads with Patricia, just behind both of them, a faceless body with missing limbs crawls creepily down a set of steps and drags itself over to them. Patricia finally turns around, revealing her body to be naked and decaying, her eyes soulless and her skin withering away. Sarah screams at the sight of her friend, as well as the fast-approaching figure dragging itself to her from the floor. She's able to break away, but before she escapes, she eyes spines of splintered branches that surround her and clutter the room. And as Patricia cries for her raspily, Sarah notices organic material moving through the branches, the bodies of other girls. With Sarah gone, Patricia returns to the position that she was found, resigned and facing away from us.
How many times have they done this?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's honestly, that feeds in so much to this idea of Helena Marcus with what we learn about this piece of shit. It's unbelievable.
It's really fucking unbelievable.
It's bold.
Like, the more that you think about it, the more you're just like, wow.
Yeah.
The audacity has no limits.
No.
Well,
The limit does not exist.
I wanted to say as well, there's this shot of Sarah just before she leaves. She's kind of framed through these branches.
yeah.
It makes me think of the way that Sarah died in the original film through the barbed wire.
Okay.
I wonder if that's a little,
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe.
But we return to the theater. The floor taped in that very specific pattern like in the Iris studio. And Klemperer among the large waiting audience. Miss Tanner returns to the dressing room to find all of the dancers huddled together, whispering over and over to each other, "Marcus, Marcus,
Yeah.
Marcus." It's
Stop,
like,
stop, stop.
when was that a thing?
Yeah.
I'm like, you guys don't even know her.
They then line up together, ready for their performance, but they become somewhat confused when they don't see Sarah in line with them. After a few of the girls ask around for her, Miss Tanner urges them to just dance as if Sarah is with them, and we zoom in on Sarah's empty spot in the line. We see Sarah, however, Patricia's raspy voice echoing after her as she attempts to escape from the bowels below. But the lights dim in the studio as Madame Blanc takes her place at the center of the design of tape, bidding the crowd good evening. She presents the piece for the evening, which she says was created by the group in 1948, and shares that this is the last time they will be performing it. And for the last time, she announces that the Marcus Dance Company presents Volk. The lights dip to darkness, and Tanner urges and encourages the line of dancers to enter the theater, Miss Huller closing the door behind them after they do. Sarah, however, rushes as fast as she can to find her way out of the corridor and back through the mirrored studio, but she can't find the exit. The lights begin to glow in the theater, the dancers taking their places with Susie at the center, and the pensive piano of Volk echoing throughout the building. There was something else I learned from Tom York in that interview. He was talking about how Suspiria, the song, was recorded and given to the production before they started filming. But when it comes to Volk and this dance sequence,
Right.
this song was not finished. And so whenever they filmed this, there wasn't music to do anything to.
Okay.
And he is creating this music for the movements after the fact.
Oh, all right.
Which is wild.
Yeah.
Jaleh had said that it took him 6 months to coordinate the music to what he's seeing in the performance.
Yeah.
And that's what Johnny Greenwood advised him, what I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Where he's like, what is felt versus what is seen.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same thing with the score for Olga, because there's a track, I think it's called Olga's Destruction.
Yeah.
And that is, again, it's the Volk tape, but it's what Susie's dancing to in the studio.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And so he's like, if I'm composing this music to what's happening, it's going to be smashes and crashes.
Yeah.
But if I'm just saying what is felt, what is this dance, what is this destruction,
Yeah.
that's completely different.
Okay.
And it's brilliant.
Yeah, it is.
If you would have, I had no idea that this wasn't something that was already made.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's really good.
Yeah.
And again, because there are a lot of old ballets and a lot of old dances and stuff that people do want to perform, or they're really hard, or you know what I mean. You got to practice and practice and practice. It's like it's got to be perfect.
Mm-hmm.
So again, learning that all this was done for the movie, that's fucking crazy.
But in the corridor below, we suddenly see small slivers of darkness opening up in the floor. Sarah steps cautiously, but loses her footing, stepping right into the newly sprouted holes. Her leg breaks, the bone jutting through her flesh as she howls in pain.
Probably gonna leave a mark.
I would imagine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
take a salt tablet.
The holes, I think that was the title of the act, All the Floors Are Darkness.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But seeing that, just the visual of it,
Yeah,
It's
that,
creepy.
That I will say was really fucking cool. Just seeing them coming out of nowhere, and she's, because you could tell she's in darkness.
Yeah.
And she's feeling the wall trying to go through, and then you just see them coming, and you're like, oh my God.
You're fucked.
Yeah.
And it's all over, no matter where you step.
Yeah.
But as she gasps and cries, the dance has begun in the theater. Purposeful and choreographed movements executed with precision under the low light of the lamps. Susie performs her role as the protagonist as the other dancers approach and recede around her in rhythm. Klimperer leans forward to watch, but he doesn't notice that the three matrons, led by Miss Vindagast, have departed the proceedings, and they reach the corridor to find Sarah, who screams against their advances, but stops when, with a wave of her hand, Miss Vindagast seals her wounded leg and puts her into some sort of a trance.
She's lucky that she knew Curaga because,
That's the best.
yeah, that's the highest one. That leg was fucked.
And I will say as well, this skill, what we'll call it,
Yeah.
it comes into play later with something else that we see.
Yeah.
But Sarah closes her eyes, and when she opens them, she rises up to her feet. In the theater, however, Susie's breaths echo with every movement as she continues her dance, Madame Blanc watching with wonder and amazement, unable to look away. Miss Tanner whispers to Blanc what they're both thinking. The girl is ready. It's time. But Miss Huller stares a piercing glare at Klimperer through the crowd, and he begins to readjust his tie to catch his breath as the company continues dancing Volk. The camera hovers over them, cuts around them, their movements almost kaleidoscopic. But suddenly, the doors open, Vindagast and the matrons returning, along with Sarah, who steps forward like a zombie, not raising her head until she takes her place in the formation of dancers. When she looks up, her eyes now appear a pale and lifeless blue. Klemperer notices her, her frightening face punctuated by bursts of synth in the score, as she joins Susie at the center in choreographed dance before returning to the fringes of the flock, their movements synchronized around Susie.
As soon as I saw her, I'm finding a way to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what she looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Something has happened.
Yeah.
I gotta go. I'm done.
One thing I really wanted that I thought would be interesting is the only person who knows about this, obviously the matrons know the formation,
Yeah.
but Klimperer knows this pattern.
Yeah.
And he saw it on the floor before the dancers came in.
Not only that, when his neck was getting itchy, why wasn't
That-
he like, oh, I think I gotta go?
It's like,
Yeah.
did I tie this too tight?
Yeah. Somebody looking at me?
Yeah. But just as the music grows frenzied and Susie performs a few of her painstakingly prepared jumps, Sarah howls with pain, collapsing to the floor. All of the lights in the theater return, and Klemperer gathers his things as Susie rushes to the side of her friend. Miss Huller calls for everyone to remain seated, but Klemperer approaches the dancers, Sarah's eyes seemingly screaming for him for help as her screams are oddly muffled.
Yeah.
The matrons gather around Sarah as Madame Blanc gazes at the group with seeming horror. Sarah's leg is cracked back into place by the matrons as she screams, and all of the dancers carry her out of the theater. Madame Blanc makes eye contact with Klemperer before she joins the group in their exit. Susie, however, collects herself on the floor, gasping, and we see her eyes are now dark and deep. Her eyes have changed color.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know why.
I didn't understand why this happened
Which part?
with Sarah.
I think, and we'll learn, and we kind of already know the importance of dance and everything that is attempted here.
Mm-hmm.
I think that with Sarah and what they were attempting to do, the other matrons, I think it ruined the ritual.
Okay.
And I think that there's a conversation coming up that kind of hints at that.
Yeah.
But I also think as well that the ritual was never going to work.
Well,
Because, I
Yeah.
mean, again.
yeah, no, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
But I felt like this dance was so important.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I was just like confused why they were bringing Sarah back into it when she had already kind of dissented, and then I don't know, the way that it ended up was a little confusing to me because I don't know what Susie's doing either, and why her eyes look like that, and why.
Well, she was mad. She's like, fucking Sarah, I was jumping and you
She was.
ruined it.
Yeah.
No, they ate. She
Yeah.
was tearing it up. I was like, is this what Sunny thought they were doing at the prom in that one episode?
And then we cut to them. They're all sweaty.
Yeah. They did, though. They were tearing it up.
They
I
were.
will say that. And then with full clown makeup, Susie looked great. I was like, hell yeah. I knew you were a juggalo. I was like,
Really?
yeah.
All right. All right. I did want to say I read in Rue Morgue magazine. It was an interview with the co-writer, and he had said that along with what you had mentioned about the costumes, the red color was meant to suggest viscera and dripping blood as a bit of foreshadowing
Oh, okay.
for what we're, you know.
It comes through.
It does.
Yeah.
And he had also said with the choreography, the movements are meant to convey anxiety.
All right.
And he said it wasn't meant to be sensual at all, along with the breathing and everything. What he had said in the quote was very interesting. It was meant to confront sexuality without being sexual.
Huh.
I was very intrigued by that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before we move on from the Volk dance, I just want to mention my beloved partner Jules did an incredible illustration of the Volk dance that I will be sharing in my Instagram story on this release day.
It is awesome.
It's very cool. But we cut to Klemperer walking home alone in the snowy weather. He sees visions of himself and Anka when they were younger, and when they left their loving letters on the side of the country home. A young Anka then stands in front of a wall to have her picture taken for documents, but she suddenly transforms into an older version of herself, wearing the same outfit, and reaching out to him tearfully before wrenching her hand away. This present-day version of Anka is played by Jessica Harper, and Klemperer shudders alone in the cold. Jessica Harper, of course, Susie Bannion from the original Suspiria.
Yeah.
That's so fucking cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I read an interview with her where she said that they had talked about remaking this film so many times that she started tuning it out. And then when she heard about this one, she was kind of keeping an eye on it because she wanted to be involved. So when they reached out to her, they said that they didn't just want to make her one of the matrons. They said that they like combed through the script and the story and thought of this role. And they were like, but the character speaks German. So they called her and they were like, do you speak German? And she was like, yeah, of course. And then she hung up and she said she immediately called the Berlitz school and was like, I need to learn German right now.
I will say she does amazingly.
Yeah.
She does. And they say always say yes and figure it out later. Like they literally say that when you audition for stuff. So she's like, hell yeah, I can speak German, dude. Don't ask me to do it right now because like I'm tired, but I totally can. But she said she was only on set for a few days and that she goes, when I walked into a room, and it's funny what you were mentioning before, because what she said was, when I walked into a room, you would have thought I was David Bowie. She said everyone was so thrilled to see her and meet her and that it was just a really cool experience for her.
That's cool.
That's wonderful. But back at the academy, Susie rests in bed after the performance. The amorphous glow of the matron's dreams twist and scream at the edge of her bed, and Susie watches it unfazed. This is where I was like, oh, maybe there's a bit of control.
Yeah. She's into it.
But all the sights and sounds cease when her bedroom door opens and in walks Madame Blanc. She gazes out the window, but is interrupted when Susie apologizes to her for going off book, telepathically.
Yeah, she's in this shit.
Mm-hmm. Blanc jumps in surprise, but then tells Susie in her mind that this can't happen again, as she's only just starting to understand. She sits at the edge of Susie's bed, explaining that they brought Sarah back upstairs to try to complete the performance in time, but then Susie derailed it.
How did she derail it?
I think I'm kind of going back on what I had said earlier because for some reason, in the quickness of this script writing process, I had thought that Sarah's involvement had derailed it. Susie derailing it intentionally, I think, only fits into what I'm thinking more and more of this thing that we'll learn in a little bit, because of course she would derail it.
Okay.
Susie asks if she hurt anyone in the audience, but Blanc says that they saw a dance, and that's all. Susie comments that it's all a mess. The one out there, the one in here, the one that's coming. She then asks, using her voice, why is everyone so ready to think that the worst is over? I will say Guadagnino was talking about this line in particular in one of those interviews, and he had said that it was kind of supposed to convey something that he experienced growing up in Italy.
Okay.
He said that there were mafia wars in the 1980s, and every day you're just hearing about something else that's happening.
Yeah.
And so this line is supposed to echo what he had said was the reverberating societal dread of existing in this.
Damn.
Yeah. Again, though, hearing it the first time, you're just like, I don't think that's how the phrase goes. It's like, I don't think that. And it's like, wait, what'd you say?
Yeah. It's, again, great writing.
No, she said what she said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But Blanc holds Susie's hands, telling her in her mind that she could explain everything to her, but it would be wrong to do so. Susie puts her hand to her face as she tells her telepathically in French that Blanc doesn't want to make her choose because she loves her. Blanc tries to put her to sleep by gliding her hand over her eyes, telling her that there will be no more dreams tonight. She'll make sure of it.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I did notice in this scene, she's wearing Sarah's robe. That pink kimono.
Yeah.
Susie's wearing it.
Why did you take that?
Yeah. And in the interview with the costume designer, she said that it's like a moment of this full transformation from what Susie was and where she came from to being completely enmeshed in this new world now.
Okay.
But I was like, did everybody get that robe? Because it's really pretty.
Yeah.
But we cut to the next morning in the Iris studio, the dance group rehearsing tirelessly. We get on-screen text reading, Act 6, Suspiriorum. The graphic design now taking up the entire edges and bottom of the frame. The arpeggiated chords of Tom York's Open Again punctuate the scene as Blanc smokes a cigarette, watching the dancers. We hear her voice stating, "Tonight. It must happen tonight." We then find Susie in blurring shots in her bedroom that night, imagining writhing bodies of women, a yawning abyss at the center of the academy, and the stairs leading down from the dormitory. She then puts on a pair of black gloves and her coat before leaving her room.
Now, I'm no gelato
I fucking knew it, dude. I was waiting. That's why I didn't say it. Because go on.
But I know that they are reliant upon red light.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that black gloves are not good.
These are two things that I will allow.
Okay. But when I saw the black gloves, I was like, okay.
Well, while you're eating the ice cream,
All right.
for me, I was like, this is more anime shit. It's like, it's just, you know what I mean? You're there, you're telepathic, whatever. Then we go into this, what we just see, and then it's like, okay, what's going on?
Yeah. Well, the transition, it's like, okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But we then see Klemperer returning home to his apartment. Frau Sazam calling out to him that the soup is ready for dinner, but he just retreats to his office and closes the door.
I think he's got more on his mind than soup,
Yeah.
but also take the soup with you.
Yeah, I mean, that's a portable food. It's very good. And it's very cold outside.
Yeah, I was going to
Yeah,
say.
that's like the perfect soup weather.
And I will say, I don't know if the soup was done. She just tossed something into it as he walked in.
That was the finishing touch.
I hope it wasn't the onions. You got to soften those or whatever. But sometime later, a slow zooming shot finds Klemperer off in the distance, walking beneath the beaming lights of street lamps on a long red bridge at dusk as eerie piano slowly creeps across the score. I loved this shot. But the matrons, however, are shown treating all of their dancers to dinner at a restaurant, Miss Tiller telling them to joyful cheers that they can eat and drink as much as they want. The group settles into their long table, and we return to Dr. Klemperer, who we now see is carrying Patricia's belongings with him that she left in his apartment. With great effort, he tosses her bags over the railing of the bridge, along with the hook that Sarah brought him. This made me laugh. I know that this is the next night,
Yeah.
but it made me laugh to think that he saw this performance, he saw it go wrong, and he's like, excuse me, I got a lot of shit to get rid of. Because this is beyond my experience.
Who could blame him?
No.
Yeah. I was like, you know what? If I throw away this for them and I don't tell anybody, maybe they'll fuck off.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
I'm
Leave me
minding
alone.
my own
Yeah.
business.
But at the restaurant, however, there is a moment where Blanc seems to sense something, and when she looks up, she catches eyes with Susie, who moves from her regular spot in the booth to sit at the head of the table. Everyone else is engaged in jovial conversation as they enjoy their meals, but time seems to slow down and the music warps as Susie stares straight ahead at Madame Blanc.
I did notice, and I wondered if there was any symbolism in this, that everybody is eating and having a good time, but Susie is sitting in front of an empty plate, and I think she's the only one.
Mm-hmm.
But I did want to talk about the dress that she's wearing because it is striking. I was like, she fucking did it up. But
Yeah.
the costume designer said that it was inspired by Louise Bourgeois paintings and that the pattern on it is scattered women's hip bones designed to look like cherry tree branches.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. I was like, what?
And I noticed the empty plate too. So right now I'm like, so are you just cool with them wanting to eat you or do whatever they're going to do with you later? You know what I mean? It's like you're just chilling.
Well, yeah, I'm like, Susie!
Yeah.
I think what was strange to me, I don't know if she moved, because she does move from just a regular spot with the dancers
Yeah.
to the head of the table.
Well,
So
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
think that she is very cool. With
Yeah. But the food, man.
Yeah, I know.
you still got to eat.
Maybe she ate earlier. But Klemperer has made his way through the cold, peering through snow-covered trees and into the window of his country home, where he sees someone standing inside. He calls out to the figure, making his way toward the entrance, and the door opens. Through a glow of orange light, out steps Anka. I will say I would have preferred this being the first time we see Jessica Harper.
Yeah. Well, the way that they even show her is so jarring and weird. It's like a fever dream. Before,
Yeah.
I agree that it probably would have been more impactful if they had waited.
Yeah.
Because when you see it, it's like, I feel like that is her cameo and that's all we're going to see of her.
Right.
And so when you do see her later, it's like, yeah, they could have.
Yeah. Because I'm like, is this a dream? Is this real right now?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But Anka gazes at her husband with wonder and tears in her eyes, asking, Joseph? His voice breaking, Klemperer replies in disbelief, Anka? Just the way that the name escapes him is enough to bring tears.
Yes.
Yeah.
But sentimental piano sounds in the score as Klemperer inches closer to his awestruck lover. The two go for a walk together through the snow as Anka explains everything to him in German. The camera trails them through the wintry weather as Anka tells him that someone named Carol told the Nazis about them, and she only had a few minutes to get out. She got to their apartment, but her papers were nowhere to be found, so she traveled by foot to Teplice, where she planned to ask a friend of the family's to take her in. But there, she was caught at the border and taken to the Theresian camp. She says that no one believed that she was born in Garz, Germany, but after the liberation, she made her way to Zurich and then to Bristol. Holding hands with her husband, she tells him that she made a new life there, a lovely life. Anka caresses his face, telling him that she heard he died in the invasion, but Klemperer kisses her with all the love he's saved for her over the last 34 years, embracing her warmly in the cold. He holds her close to him as they continue to walk together into the train station. They travel together through checkpoints, past the guards who pay them no mind whatsoever.
That's strange.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's another importance of seeing him travel before, because you see how it's supposed to go.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a really good point. Yeah. I did read because they had asked Jessica Harper what it was like working with Tilda. And she was like, it did not feel like I was working with her at all. Like that she had became a completely different person and it didn't feel like she was opposite her at all.
I have to be completely honest. When you had said her working with Tilda, in my head, I was like, she
When?
didn't.
Yeah.
When the hell
there's
did she
not
get
a
a
scene.
there.
Yeah, that was Litz Ebersdorf. But at the restaurant, the table is filled with songs and smiles and cigarettes, except for Susie and Blanc, who stare across the table at each other, unblinking. Somehow, despite never breaking her gaze, Blanc looks around and notices that Susie has disappeared from the table.
I knew she was being too cool. She's just sitting there and then she's just gone. I was like, what happened?
Yeah, I was like, nobody's like, does anybody notice that Blanc and Susie keep staring at each other?
Yeah.
Klemperer continues his walk with Anka through the snowy streets of Berlin, and they find themselves in front of the wall. Klemperer breaks away from Anka for a moment, glancing up in disbelief at where he's found himself. The dance academy stands tall and menacing in front of him, but behind him, Anka is nowhere to be found.
That's not cool, man.
This broke my fucking heart.
Yeah.
It's devastating. Well, because the whole time you're like, can this be real?
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh no, that is the cruelest thing that you could have done to that man. That is the worst thing you could have fucking done to him.
And it's literally the only way to lead him here without him thinking of anything.
Yeah.
But before he can comprehend what's happening, Miss Huller bounds out of the academy, screaming wildly, accompanied by Miss Alberta, who drags him inside. They reach the Mutterhaus, Huller wielding a hook, complaining about how dirty Klemperer made it when he tossed it into the water. She stashes it away, and Miss Alberta tears the glasses from his face as Klemperer begs for pity. Huller asks what reason there is to pity him. She reminds him that he had years to get his wife out of Berlin before the arrests began. She scolds him that when women tell him the truth, he doesn't pity them. He tells them they have delusions. She howls with wicked laughter as they force him down a long hallway.
It's just so fucked up that I don't even know what to say.
Yeah.
I feel so much sympathy for this man that not only did you lure him here the way that you did, but to be like, oh, and it's also your fucking fault. Like, and so, like, the shit's about to hit the fan.
Yeah.
But just the lead up being this moment of just, I mean, cruelty. There's not another word for it.
Yeah. And again, I get what they're trying to say, but even him, he knew there still needs to be help. Something is still wrong here.
Yeah.
I get you're talking about witches and whatever, and I don't believe in it, but there is something behind that. You are afraid of something that's going on at that school.
Well, and when I saw Sarah at the performance, I'd be like, maybe there are witches.
Yeah. No, yeah.
I've
Maybe I've
changed
been on.
my entire belief system. But at this moment, Susie returns to the dance academy, making her way through the lobby and up the stairs. She removes her coat and gloves, her high heels echoing through the empty staircase. In her bedroom, she stands naked in front of her bed, the glowing amorphous light of dreams hovering before her and above a dress that is laid out for her on her bed. After putting it on, she follows the light which leads her deep into the Mutterhaus and down into a chamber of stone, which leads even deeper into another room, which appears like a studio with lights at the corners and all the matrons arranged in a triangle formation, while the dancers are nude and are folded wickedly into a terrifying tableau. But just past the stairs at the entrance where Susie stands is Madame Blanc, wearing a flowing red dress, and sitting next to her in a wheelchair with Miss Tanner behind her is Helena Marcus, played by Tilda Swinton.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I wouldn't have guessed that at all.
No.
Like that. I mean, of course there's prosthetics and all that, but not at all.
The way she speaks,
Yeah.
the manner, I had no idea. I had no idea.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And I'm about to describe her in a moment, but they had mentioned Mark Coulier, who did the makeup. He said that Tilda Swinton was a dream to work with. He had worked with her on a Wes Anderson film before this, I believe.
Okay.
And she was an older version of herself, so she kind of had to do something similar. But with this, it is a full body makeup.
Yeah.
And we had seen earlier with Patricia, who also had a full body makeup. He said these makeups took at least 5 hours to do.
Jeez.
But doing them for Tilda, he said that she was so excited about it. She was asking questions about different things and that it was just a joy to work with her.
Boy, I bet when someone's just excited about the shit you're excited about.
Yeah.
But Marcus's skin sags and drips, bulbous boils covering sections of her naked skin. Another thing Coulier talked about was wanting to do something different from your stereotypical idea of a witch. And so they created something so wholly original with Helena Marcus.
Yeah.
And they had said that these boils, I was trying to remember the wording they used, but it was something along the lines of, these are warped and distorted faces of children.
Oof.
Okay.
And that just alone is quite frightening.
Yeah. Well, see, my first thought seeing her and finding out that that's who she is and what she looks like, I'm like, if all of these rituals that we're doing are supposed to restore her, they're not working.
No.
I mean, and we kind of, you know, learn a little bit more, but she is horrific.
Yeah. I will say their recipe isn't as good as the witches and the witch.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
I think they figured it out.
But at the center of the matrons stands a nude Sarah, and a nude Klemperer weeps on the ground, fearful at what he's facing. You remember he was the witness.
Exactly.
Yeah, poor dude. And he didn't do shit.
Nope.
But Miss Balfour readies a hook, slicing into Sarah's midsection, removing her organs by the fistful as if pulling at rope. Klemperer cries that he is innocent, and we then see the ghoulish Patricia standing back to back with Sarah as the matron smears Sarah's blood all over their hands and chant in breaths and moans. Surveying all of this, Susie addresses Blanc, telling her, "I'm ready."
That or this is metal as fuck.
It can be two things.
Yeah.
I feel like Blanc's dress is so striking. The costume designer had talked about dressing her in such drab coloring throughout. And I think that this moment of this like climax of everything going fucking bananas, she looks, I don't know, it makes her look so different. Like we're seeing her in another light.
Yeah.
Well, even that maroon dress from when she was casting these dreams, it was so subdued.
Yeah. And this is like red.
But the dancers writhe nude on the floor as the matrons sing a deep chorus, and Susie acknowledges Blanc's seeming fear. Marcus laughs, telling Susie that Blanc is afraid for her. Marcus tells Susie that there will be nothing of her left inside, only space for Marcus. Susie tells Blanc that she came here for this, and they've all waited long enough. That, we'll see, but that's amazing.
Yeah.
Marcus rejoices that it's finally happening, but Blanc is full of fear. The chorus continues loudly as Susie makes her way down the stairs. Marcus asks Susie if she comes here willingly, and Blanc, fearing a repeat of the past, tells Susie that she must have no doubts, and if she does, Blanc offers to take her back, to take all of this from her head. She says Susie can forget everything.
What is this, do you think?
I think this is about the vote. I think this is the long reign of Marcus and Blanc being like, we don't have to do this.
Yeah.
Is it we don't have to do this, or is it you're going to be revived and rejuvenated now I'm never going to be...
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Okay. Because it's still self-serving then.
It is, but it's also Tilda Swinton, so I understand what...
So she's being genuine.
She's trying to save Susie's life.
I was... Okay. I was just like, why are you doing this now?
Because it's literally the
last minute.
Yeah.
But Blanc turns to Marcus, telling her that she wants this to be pure. But Marcus says she knows exactly what Blanc wants. She rises from her chair, telling Blanc that this is not vanity, this is not art. But Blanc senses something is clearly wrong, asking Marcus if she can feel it, urging her to stop the ritual. Now this, I feel, a shift.
Yeah.
From that kind of selfishness of never being able to rule to actually feeling like something is wrong.
Yeah, that's how I took it too. It was like, oh, you know that this is lined up too weird.
Yeah.
Like, we're here already. This shouldn't have happened this fast.
And you almost wonder what Griffith was sensing this whole time, too.
Yeah.
But Marcus rasps that they have been on two sides of this for too long. And as everything slows to a crawl, Blanc attempts to stop the ritual, shouting at the dancers and the matrons across the room. But with one swift chop through the air from Marcus, Blanc's neck splits open at the back, partially decapitating her, blood spewing from her wound as she drops to her knees.
I was fucking shook.
Yeah.
Oh, I loved it.
I couldn't believe it.
I saw on a making of featurette that they created an entire, just basically a cast of Tilda Swinton's head.
Okay.
That shot where you see her dropping, that's not her head at all.
That looks so fucking cool.
It does.
But Susie stands frozen at the sight before her. But Marcus's raspy breaths bring her memories of her mother's breathing on her deathbed in Ohio, and she promptly returns to herself. Marcus approaches Susie, telling her that if she accepts her, she must put down the woman who bore her. Susie closes her eyes, breathing deeply, as Marcus instructs her to think of that false mother now. And we see various shots from inside of the farmhouse in Ohio. Each raspy breath from her mother turns the palette more and more red until we find Susie's mother in bed, the entire scene rose-colored.
Now it's a giallo film.
All right, we're just going to breeze right past that. But Marcus orders her to reject her mother, to expel her, and we then see the shadow of long-fingered hands waving over the face of Susie's mother before disappearing. Marcus tells Susie that she has the only mother she needs here. She cries death to every other mother and urges Susie to join her. But suddenly, the matrons begin shrieking. The red light from the vision pervades the scene in the chambers. A tall, withered figure as black as night drags its long fingers across Klimperer's face as it ascends the steps. Miss Tanner gets Marcus's attention, pointing her to face the figure as it lowers into a bow, its arms outstretched, to Susie. It raises its skeletal face. This is Death, played by Malgorzata Bella, the same actress who plays Susie's mother.
Okay.
Why'd I just get goosebumps? I was going to say, now, I never would have guessed that they had Bagul down there. But holy shit, dude.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's actually pretty cool.
Right?
Yeah.
You have the goosebumps.
That affected me.
Deceived, Marcus turns her attention back to Susie, asking who she is. As Death rises in red light, Susie asks, "For whom were you anointed? Which of the three mothers?" Marcus wheezes and whimpers, finally answering, "Mother Suspiriorum." Susie, now bathed in red light, declares, "I am she."
Hold up.
Yeah.
So this bitch has been lying the whole time?
Absolutely. She is a fucking fraud.
I don't know you.
That is... it's so like you read even like real stories about people leading double lives or like I can't imagine being like, oh yeah, it's me.
Yeah.
No, kill that girl. Oh, it didn't work. We'll do another one. It's fine.
Yeah.
Like how long were you gonna keep this going?
Yeah.
Hundreds of years.
It's just appalling. It's appalling. And seeing her standing there in red, did anybody else think of Carrie?
Okay.
Very interesting. Another complicated mother-daughter relationship.
Carrie. Quite.
But Death makes her way to Helena Marcus, kissing her on the mouth. Marcus retches blood into the face of Miss Tanner before collapsing dead into her chair. Death leans into Miss Tanner's face before leaving her be. If you recall, Miss Tanner voted for Marcus. And with what we're about to see next, there are theories, and I will say I arrived at it independently. I think that this talk of we need a witness, there has to be a witness the old ways, I don't think Klimperer is the witness to this. I think Miss Tanner is.
Okay.
That does make sense.
But as the matrons on the floor scream wildly, Death makes her way to Miss Huller. Her vote for Marcus is remembered by Death, who breathes a kiss into her. Her head explodes violently, spraying blood everywhere. Miss Milius is next, her vote damning her to death as well. Miss Tanner weeps against the body of Helena Marcus as Death recalls the votes of every Marcusite, ending the lives of Mrs. Mandel and Marx. Unmade by Tom York begins to play, sentimental and somber piano accompanied by ethereal vocals. I will say this is one of me and Jules' songs, but this is one of the most beautiful songs I've ever heard in my entire life. And accompanying this scene is so surprising.
Yeah, I enjoyed what was going on. The music is good, but the way I feel like it fits so perfect, the music and what's going on and her slow walking and kind of like I didn't forget.
Yeah.
I know what you guys did. Y'all allowed this to happen. Guess what? You did it to yourself.
And they are being unmade.
Yes.
As well.
And it's also, I don't know, maybe the dichotomy of the horrific things that we're seeing and this music. It's almost like we're not supposed to feel like this is horrific. This is justice.
Well,
this is her assuming her role
as Mother Suspiriorum.
Yeah.
The other thing along with justice, I feel what we're about to see is mercy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But Susie, or Mother Suspiriorum, announces death to any other mother. Her voice echoes as Death destroys Miss Alberta and Miss Martinson, moving through the floor, blood spraying in slow motion as the dancers continue in a hazy blur. Death spares Miss Vendigast, who voted Blanc, but continues to put an end to the other Marcusite matrons. Susie stands at the staircase, reaching at her chest, and with her bare fingers tears a hole open at the center. As the wound yawns open, she whispers, "I am the mother." You remember at the beginning when she was...
Yeah. Her chest.
Sternum?
Yeah.
And I will say the wound is yonic as well. Yonic.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the moment where I'm like, okay, either you love this or you fucking hate this.
Oh, right.
I don't see watching this scene and being like, no, it's okay. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like this evokes such a strong emotion on one side or the other. And maybe that's why this film is so polarizing, because a lot of it is being patient and waiting. And if this section here does not do it for you, I can understand being very upset.
Because this is that payoff.
Yes.
So, yeah, I agree.
Her, just the culmination of everything. And then she opens her. I'm like, this is... I don't even know what to do with myself.
I thought it was great.
It's fantastic. But I bet some people are like,
No,
this
yeah.
is fucking awful.
Yeah.
But she makes her way down to the bottom, caressing the face of Olga, asking, "What do you ask?" Olga answers simply, "To die." Susie whispers death into her ear and she collapses. She continues to Patricia, who tells her that she's so tired, and she asks to die. Susie grants her wish, whispering into her ear as well. Sarah drops to her knees, and Susie asks her, calling her a sweet girl, what she asks. Sarah answers with one word, die. Susie grants her wish as well, cradling her body after life leaves her. Unmade, reaching its ending crescendo, Susie ascends a small stage at the center of the room, pleading with the dancers to continue, telling them that it's beautiful. Red lights flash all around them, and the camera presses in on Klemperer as the scene returns to normal color. Very quickly, I just wanted to say, Coulier had said that it took 5 days to shoot this entire finale.
Mm-hmm.
He said the most difficult part of it was because of Tilda playing 3 roles in it.
Yeah.
And so they have to shoot different parts for different sections.
Yeah.
And I thought that it was incredibly seamless.
Yeah.
Yes.
But he said there was an effects crew of 15 to 20 people working tirelessly on this sequence.
Damn.
Because there's at least, I think, 3 full body makeups of Patricia, Klemperer. No, it's like 4 because Death as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Helena Marcus. So it's a lot going on. And this shocked me because I come down pretty hard on filters and things like this. The red light was not on the day.
Really?
It was color grading in post-production.
Huh.
Never would have guessed in a million years.
No.
Not at all. I do have a couple things to say about the dancing, but I just wanted to say very quickly, because I had it in my notes as well, that the deaths that she grants are a mercy. They're kind. They're like loving.
Mm-hmm.
And when she stands up on that thing and they're still dancing around her, I was watching it alone, and when I do this, when I take my notes and when I do the script, I have the lights off and just a lamp on, and I was a little like, it would creep me out a little bit. I don't know if it was the red. I don't know what it was, but I was like, but Jaleh said some really interesting things about this dance. He called it the Black Sabbath dance, and he said that it is an extension and a reaction to Volk. Even down to their costumes, because he says they're unbound with the ropes from Volk. They're naked. It's more primal. They're no longer restrained. He said that there's audible breathing in every dance, and it reaches the loudest here.
And you can hear it.
Yes.
Yeah.
But he said he was inspired by an Indonesian dance performed by women on their knees that just used a lot of rapid hand movement. Which I thought was really interesting. But he said that it went from technical and mathematic from Volk to just wild and distorted for this one. He talked about getting it together, that it was one of the last things that they filmed. And it was December in the mountains, so everyone was freezing. And he had to train over 40 dancers, all at different experience levels, to perform this dance. He said one dancer almost passed out because of the intensity with which they were practicing. and that everyone being in constant motion means that everything had to be meticulously planned. That it's more meticulous and difficult to plan something that looks spontaneous because you could hurt somebody.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just watching this and then kind of learning how much went into it, which you can tell by looking how much went into it. But it's beautiful. It's disturbing. It is amazing. I love this entire section, and my jaw was on the floor because I was like, Marcus, you fucking, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. We all know she's bad.
Yeah.
But the fact that it's just the audacity is on clearance. Like everybody can get it. It's a lot.
And I will say I forgot all about Klemper.
Yeah.
Until she came back to him, and I was like,
oh yeah.
This dude's been there the whole time watching this shit.
Yeah. He saw all of it.
Yeah.
And I do feel like you had said this connection to Volk. You feel the similar movements, and I feel like this is the successful ritual.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
But we find the front of the academy in the cold, watching as Klimper is led out of the building, fully clothed, by Miss Vendegast. She politely tells him to watch his step as she guides him down the stairs. She places his glasses back on his face, asking, "Good? Good."
Yeah.
It's like, nice.
Not good. I thought she was going to be like, now don't be telling nobody about that.
She bids him good evening and good night, kissing him on the cheek, singing him a lullaby in German as he continues down the road.
He's going to sleep good tonight.
Yeah.
As the camera rises above him and Vendegast's voice echoes through the street, we get on-screen text reading, Epilogue, a sliced-up pear. We see all the dancers in bed, clearly in the throes of nightmares, tossing, turning, moaning, gasping. But Klemperer returns to his apartment, filthy and disheveled from his nightmarish evening, staring up at a photo of Anke. But the next morning at the dance academy, the dancers return to the Iris studio, attributing their lack of memory of last night's events to drinking too much wine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They join Miss Baudauer in the studio to begin their rehearsals, but Miss Tanner listens from a balcony on the second floor as Baudauer prepares the girls for difficult news. Madame Blanc has left the company.
That's an understatement.
Yeah.
But in the lower chambers, as the matrons clean the blood-soaked floor and collect the bodies of their dearly departed colleagues, Miss Vendegast approaches the body of Madame Blanc, and when she secures her head back onto her neck, Blanc returns to life, and Vendegast rejoices. Miss Tanner, however, up above, quivers her lips in shuddering breaths all alone.
Yeah, you should be fucking scared.
Yeah. It's about to get real fast. Is anyone else glad that Madame Blanc is alive?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that looked
Good.
so crazy.
Yeah.
Putting her head back, and then she's like, "Oh shit, no, leave me there! No."
Yeah. Well, they had a Phoenix down, so we were really.
This is all just.
Yeah.
But in his apartment, Klemperer rests in bed, tenderly touching Anke's Aryan papers, flipping through them page by page. Frau Sezam approaches him, bringing him food and tearing the papers away from him to put into a drawer, telling him that he hasn't been well. But suddenly, Susie, or Mother Suspiriorum, appears in the room with them. Sezam asks how she got into the apartment, but she just tells her to wait outside, and she does. Susie sits on Klemperer's bed, removing her jacket and making eye contact with him. She tells him that she regrets what her daughters did to him, lamenting that she wasn't in a position to prevent it. She tells him sincerely that he deserves to know the truth, and she tells it to him. Anke did try to make it south to Teplitz, and she was apprehended by border guards in the woods just outside of Grasuta. She was then taken to Theresienstadt camp, where she lived for 20 days. Klemperer's eyes close in sorrow and finality, and Susie shares that on the 11th of November, 1943, the commandant of the camp, a man named Berger, ordered all 40,000 detained there to stand outside in the cold for a census. Klimperer can barely catch his breath as Susie shares that hours passed, some 100 dying of exposure. Anka had 2 women with her as she died, women she had befriended, who made her feel that she wasn't alone. Klimperer bursts into tears as Susie shares that Anka's final thoughts were of a birthday, when Klimperer took Anka to a concert as a surprise. Chopin and Brahms. Susie says that it was the first time Klimperer held Anka's hand. She says that Anka was cold when she died, but she wasn't afraid. She was thinking only of Klimperer. Susie moves closer to him as he sobs and caresses his face. She tells him of Anka Meyer, of Patricia Hingle, of Sarah Sims, of Susanna Banyan, of all the women of his undoing. Every memory will vanish. She says they'll melt away in the sun and be gone. In German, she tells him, "We need guilt, doctor, and shame, but not yours." When she removes her hand from his face, he begins convulsing, and Sazam rushes in to check on him, but Susie has disappeared. When Sazam calms him, he asks who she is. She tells him her name, but he sits up, looking around his room, confused. Months, maybe years later, a family gathers outside of what used to be Klimperer's country home. The trees are green and vibrant, and the loving wall bears a new coat of paint. The camera presses in as people continue walking by, going about their lives, but still there, etched forever, unable to be covered completely, are the letters A+J inside the shape of a heart. We press into it, and the reprise of Suspirium by Tom York plays over the end credits. So, as I wipe my tears, what did you guys think of Suspiria? Before we get to that, there is something just after the end credits of Susie as Mother Suspiriorum kind of waving her hand over us before she walks away. I don't know if that's her making us forget.
Okay.
Well, it didn't work.
No, it did not. It did not. But what did you guys think?
I really enjoyed that, and the ending is very sad. I feel like I thank you for erasing the memory of what your daughters did and all that.
But
You also kind of like took away the thing that I really wanted to hang on to.
Yeah.
I get you were trying to show me mercy, or you were trying to like, look, this is causing you pain. Let me just take it away.
Mm-hmm.
But, maybe some things you need, even though they are uncomfortable, we do need to remember that. You know what I mean? That was his wife. That was something that he hangs on to. And I was a little like, thanks, but can I have that back? Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I really did enjoy this movie. I don't know if I'll say that I like it more than the original, because I feel like this does such a different thing
mm-hmm.
that it can just be right along the side of the, next to the original. I like a lot of what this movie does. I do think that it's a little long. It should be shortened, at least like we talked up at the top, maybe 20, 15 minutes, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
The ending for me is where I stood up and clapped and bravoed. I was like, when everybody's dying in the dungeon and she's just going around exploding heads, I was like, fuck yeah. Let's get a little more of that. Well, you should have peppered some of that in through the movie. I would have liked that. But I really, really did enjoy this. Like you said, a lot of the shots look really good. It's a very different use of colors from the original to this, because it is very gray. It is very depressing.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like this is, and I know it's not part of my thing, but I do feel like the payoff of paying attention to it, when you get to the end, it's like, yeah, okay, I see now. And it does. For me, that's something that it does that's really good. That's in favor for me enjoying this movie, because I am not saying that other movies don't do it good, but it for me it's a lot of okay, yeah, whatever, that's going to mean something later or whatever. But you are confused by them telling you right away, oh no, they're witches.
Oh yeah.
And you're just like, well, what the fuck? You just spoiled everything for me already. Where's the punch? What's happening? And then when we get to the end, it's like, oh, yeah, you guys were fucking up the whole time.
Yeah.
Like, so now, this is what's happening.
Yeah.
I am a little confused about Susie's backstory, but I mean, I feel like that's a thread that doesn't need to be pulled. You know what I mean? It's just nitpicky. It is very like, well, where did you come from though? Who was your mom talking to? What happened? What chain of events led to her having you or whatever? You know what I mean? Like, how did this come? But I feel like that's just trying to find stuff to throw in there to pick, you know what I mean, to pick at it. But I really did enjoy this movie.
Yeah, I think that it's really great. That epilogue is fucking devastating. Part of me is like, maybe we could have just ended it in the Mutter house.
Oh, what, with him walking away?
Yeah. But I do like the epilogue. It's just so fucking sad.
It is.
I think there also might be some kind of commentary there on saying, when these horrible things happen in the world, unimaginable, nightmarish, forgetting them is not the answer.
No.
Yeah.
We have to reconcile and understand them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I think that's a very politically topical for the time and the story that they're telling, because I think a lot of that uprising was a refusal to sweep it under the rug.
Yeah.
It's like it didn't happen. So I think that's pretty astute. That's interesting. But I think that this film, like I just said, politically has some very interesting things to say about womanhood, about motherhood, about the way that we relate to each other, about lies, about, I mean, it's there's just a lot here. It's in this beautiful package. There are a couple moments of character motivation that don't really work for me, primarily with Sarah, because I really do like her character, but that meeting with her and Klimper just does not make any sense to me. But I think that the almost spectacle of other aspects of it more than makes up for any shortcomings that I do find in moments like that, because I'm just like, and then a lot of the confusion that you have with Susie, once you get to the end, it is explained.
Yeah.
It is on a rewatch. You're like, oh, okay. That's what she meant by that.
Yeah.
Because there are moments where I'm like, you can't be this naive or oblivious. They just took your hair right in front of you. But she's not naive or oblivious. The dances are a treat. The costumes are a treat. Tilda, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
In all three roles, I think everyone does such a fantastic job, and it evokes so many emotions from you. And that final showdown down there with Marcus and Death, and it's kind of unparalleled. Even having gone so far off of the original Suspiria, I think that, I don't know, it's up there for me. It is. They're next to each other. They're on the shelf next to each other, because it's so different, but the similarities are so appreciated. I think that this is a treat. I think this is a really fucking cool movie, that it's not for every mood and it's not for everyone. But if this is your bag, you're going to fucking really enjoy it. And I really enjoyed it.
I really, really love this film too. I was the hardest group to please.
Yeah.
Of someone who loves the original Suspiria from 1977 as one of the greatest, to me, films ever made. One of the most beautiful films, artistically brilliant films I've ever seen in my life. And I feel like there is such artistic merit here and such courage to have the ambition to go such a completely different way with it.
Yeah.
Taking this material that came from the original And literally every single thing that you can think of is almost the exact opposite.
Yeah.
And that's just a bold thing to do. And you had mentioned in the intro, and of course, it might alienate the very diehard fans of the original.
For sure.
But at the same time, you have to respect that.
Yeah.
Because along with these changes comes so much reverence for the original.
Yeah.
So much, in fact, that you don't even attempt to copy it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I really think that it is a beautiful film. It is so fascinating with the social commentary, the thematic elements you had mentioned, womanhood, motherhood, the cloud of war and revolution, this history to live through and reconcile. It's so much that is put into this film that is so wholly original to this film.
Mm-hmm.
But it's amazing. And I feel like going through this film and talking about it today, I've only gained more appreciation for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I watching it when I was doing it, I had talked to your sister and I was like, man, having to stop and kind of look at it, I was like, man, it's just not flowing too good. But the more we're sitting here talking about it, I'm like, no, that's maybe because I'm working on it. You know what I mean? But we're sitting here talking about it, we're going through the movie, and it's like, nah, that was just because I'm having to work.
Yeah.
Doing this, no, this is good. The movie's good.
I was working on my script and typing every single scene. It does kill the pacing of it.
Yeah.
I was telling Jules on our video call, I said, I don't think I like this as much as I thought I did.
Mm-hmm.
And then rewatching it after the fact of dealing with all the work,
Yeah.
it flows together. Talking about it scene by scene and breaking it down, it flows together again.
Yeah.
And there are complaints. I do have some complaints, the same that you had mentioned, of course. These odd character motivations,
Yeah.
especially for Sarah in that one scene. I partially justify the length, but I think it can be trimmed.
Yeah.
Because even though the pacing returns to it, just watching it regularly and talking about it, there are parts that could be helped for the pacing where it's like, we already know this.
Yeah.
We already know all of this. But yeah, for me, I mean, we can slide right into ratings, you think?
Mm-hmm.
I love the performances. Tom York's soundtrack, this might be one of my favorite soundtracks. No, it is one of my favorite soundtracks.
Yeah.
Ever.
No, it's great.
Okay.
I think the story is very interesting in where they take it from the original, the character dynamics that they put into it that were not a part of the original, the atmosphere that is so wholly its own and not attempting to ape the original, because how can you?
Yeah.
I think there's so many incredible and memorable moments, again, with the messaging and the history and the imagery. I can't say enough about Tilda Swinton.
Literally.
3 roles in one film and putting so much into each one of them.
Yeah.
And I forgot to mention the idea of them saying psychologically each character of Tilda Swinton is representing either the id, the ego, or the superego.
Yeah.
Say Marcus is clearly the id.
Yeah.
The ego and the superego, we were talking off mic. Klimperer probably fits the superego.
I think that Blanc can't.
No.
It has to be Klimperer.
Yeah.
Because it's not that level of morality.
No,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
even close.
And I guess then that would make sense if Blanc is kind of the mediator.
In between,
Right.
yeah.
But I think that's very interesting to break down characters that way.
I think it's very interesting that we're back in Berlin, like in Possession, and we're talking about id, like in makeup.
This month is just
Yeah.
wild. And we're talking about somebody moving to a new city, like Mulholland
Yes.
Drive.
Oh, okay.
This is just a culmination.
Yeah.
Taking part in the arts.
But next week's going to be its own thing. But it's going to be great.
Wait and see.
Yeah.
But you can say as a negative the lack of mystery that's in the first film.
Yeah.
But the positive is that twist you don't even know is coming.
Yeah.
The twist that lays the groundwork throughout the entire film.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I do think that Susie was Mother Suspiriorum the entire time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It came later that she realized
That she knew.
I know who I am.
Yeah.
So it's, again, I really think that that's very well done. I will say, of course, for me, the original is still preferred to me. It's literally one of the most perfect films I've ever seen. But I think that this film deserves its flowers. And I really appreciate it dancing to the beat of its own drum.
Yeah.
So for me, out of 10 magically macabre movements, I am going to give Suspiria 2018. I'm going to give Suspiria 2018 9 magically macabre movements out of 10. I came here with an 8, but I feel the more we talk about it, the more I really start to appreciate this attention to detail, how it's so respectful, so well crafted, and I can't get over the performances, the choreography, the music, the feel of this film is incredible. And so that's me. That's my score. And I thank you for voting this in on Patreon to make it my birthday film this year.
Yeah.
I very much enjoyed talking about it, but I will now open the floor to you.
And happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Thank you.
No, yeah, man. I think that for me the best thing is that too. I can put them side by side. I'm not much of a Gillette movie kind of guy myself, but
they cut deep.
Yeah.
It's gelato.
Gelato. Okay, gelati.
So embarrassing.
It's my birthday. Or it was. I guess so, not anymore. Yeah. So yeah. Do whatever you want.
And I did enjoy the first Suspiria. It was cool. But again, I think you're right. The way that it does appreciate the first movie, yet it goes in its own direction, it is hard for me anyway to be like, oh, this one's better than the other, because I'm like, dude, they're almost two completely different movies.
They are.
You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you follow what's going on with this one, but you're not the same. And I did enjoy a lot of what's going on here. I think that the payoff takes a little bit. I mean, they have dinner a lot and tell us what's going on.
No, they do.
But I mean, again, if we can cut a couple of those out, that's fine. But even as it is, the movie is really interesting to sit there. And even if you can sit there and be like, oh, I had this figured out in 30 minutes or it's whatever. And okay, yeah. But again, you're sitting through it, and then at the end you see and you do gain the knowledge of, oh, you guys have been doing this fucked up shit for this whole time. And even her being like, look, I wasn't able to do anything about it before, now I can, so now I came to do something about it. So it's like, oh, dude, you guys had this coming the whole time. Y'all were just fucking off these young girls to try to what? To do a ritual that wasn't even
that
working.
Was never going to work.
You liar.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? But yeah, I really, really did too enjoy this movie. For me, I think on a scale of 1 to 10 magically macabre movements, I'm going to give Suspiria 2018 a 7 as well. I gave the first one a 7. I don't feel comfortable going over it, and I don't want to go under it. I feel like you said it right. Them sitting by each other, for me, not being as into Giallo as you are and just kind of watching it as it is, I do like the first movie. But I like I said, I do like this one as well, but I don't feel comfortable enough putting this one above the original.
That's super fair. I do think that if I had a little more time with this film, and I know that this is blasphemy, I might put it a little bit higher than the original.
Okay.
I will say there is an emotional weight to this one.
Yeah.
That's what it is for me. That just added, I don't know, in the history, and it's just a really beautiful film. I cannot say that it's perfect. I can't even say that if we're calling it a remake that it's a good remake or whatever. But damn, it is a ride. Like I said earlier, it's a treat just visually. It's an auditory treat.
Yeah.
It's really, really a really special film. And again, the culmination of her standing in that room with the brutal murders and the merciful kills and the dancing and the red light, it is just like, that is seared into my brain. It's incredible. I already talked about my complaints about the things that didn't really work for me. But again, it's really outshined by this like insane choreography and this fucking unbelievable makeup. And just the Tilda, I mean, what do I need to say anything else? But I'm going to keep in line with you, John Paul, and I'm going to go with my score for the original Suspiria. again, catch me on another day. It could be a little higher.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to, and it's your birthday, so I'm not going to disrespect you at this table. I am going to give Suspiria 2018 on a scale from 1 to 10, I can't even talk. On a scale from 1 to 10, magically macabre movements, I am giving Suspiria 2018 8.5 magically macabre movements. I'm matching my Suspiria score, but we might have a little something extra going on the side. But happy birthday.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you. Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Suspiria 2018, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Twitter at the Pod Mortem. Don't forget to follow us on Instagram and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Twitter at TravisMWH, at Blood and Smoke, and at RealStreeter84. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll gain access to bonus content, our monthly schedule, our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. Stay tuned until after the music for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, while it's easy to be enchanted by a facade, always be mindful of what might be lurking just beneath the surface. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned. We want to give a very special thank you to all of our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah.
I love you so much. All right. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Tamez, Travis Anissa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Spooky Mom, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, J.D. Rezak, Molly Gerhard, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Brittany Seaman, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Jordan Blevins, Liz Heath, Spencer Montavo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Nuding, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G, Dave Burke, Adrian Stakes, Daniel McGinnis, Nick Spill, Emma Hagel-Kissinger,
Valerie G, Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle, OKC, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Nicholas Carter, Sawyer Reese Farr, Dr. Diva Loves Horror, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Natalie de Guzman, Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanovan, Katie K, Erica Morin, Cameron S, Nicole Stewart, Triss Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, No Thanks Tom Hanks, Kevin McGonigal, Kristen Marcy, Ori81 Barriqua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez63,
Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Jen Lassiter, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Heather Santiano, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Cassidy Carruthers, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S, Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Jen T, Kim H, August, Vengeance Spirit, Sam J. Green, Kelly Glazyface Mac, Jenny May, Zoe Marie, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D, Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J, Daniel Dickerson, Jordan Gaddis, Cam Davies, Tanya Selvog, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, King Roger, D, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, and Spencer. Thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank each and every one of you, and I have never said this before.
Oh, God.
But we want to thank you all for hanging with us.
I'm not even going to say anything. It's your birthday.
Thank you. Until next time.